We gotta add this up. Okay. All right, all. So let me play with this. We're going to be using here we go. We are using a different camera today. So this is the camera that's on the computer. It's like the webcam from the iMac, which I heard was like really, really good on the new one. So I figured why not use the camera that's on there versus using the webcam that I bought, which is just, I mean, it's good. It's just I wanted to try it with the actual iMac. So hopefully you guys think it looks better. I'm sure to me it looks even more clear. Maybe, I don't know. So let's see. We're just going to wait for people to get in for a minute. How is everyone feeling? Happy Tuesday. My days are so messed up. I don't even feel like it's Tuesday. But happy Tuesday. Hi, Anna. Peaky Blinders is here. Good morning. Good morning. I hope everyone had a good evening yesterday. Did any of you guys watch the news at all? Looks very sharp and clear. Okay. So it's noticeable from the previous camera then, which is good. I just wasn't sure. I mean, I just decided like, oh, well, let me see. But it's like weird too, because the new iMac, if I like walk this way, the camera follows me. It's really weird. So, but I decided to try it today to see how it went. We're trying all different kinds of things. I usually don't wear like stark white, like bright white. So we're trying that. We're wearing silver instead of all gold. We're trying things. Let's see. Hello. Yeah, I definitely think it's like more vivid. I think. I don't know. I tried this for girls that are in here, this new setting powder by Makeup Forever. It's like this blurring setting powder, and people were saying it's like a filter with no filter. Amazing. It is. It's crazy. It's crazy good. So if you guys hear the dogs walking behind me, ignore them. They'll be in and out of the bedroom. I can't do anything about that today. Otherwise, they're going to scratch the door and cry. Bubba Zeus is a crybaby today. My Pomsky, he is like woke up extra needy today. My little baby. All right. So I just want to know in the chat where everyone's from. Are you new? Where do you live? Where are you from? Let me know. And then we're going to jump right into Karmelo Anthony. Also, chat, let me know. Did you guys watch anything from the news yesterday about the trial? Did you guys look on social media? What else have you guys looked at? Just curious to see if anyone else looked at other things. While I'm pulling up what we're going to be talking about today. I just want to see what you guys say. All right. So we got this. I'm just getting ready for you guys. Sorry. All right. So we're just going to jump into the news is wild on this case. I can only imagine. I was trying with the TV on in the background. I was actually trying to watch a few things this morning with the case. Hi, I'm from Houston, only following casually. Okay. Anna, is there a certain reason? Is it just because of all of the craziness surrounding the case, or I'm just curious. Anyways, thank you guys all for being with me today. I appreciate you guys. You're all amazing. So we're just going to jump right in then, and people can watch the replay or go back. So we're just going to jump into this. So on day 4, the defense finished their side of the case yesterday. They only called, I believe it was 6 witnesses, which was kind of crazy compared to the prosecution called 21. I want to point out that the prosecution, they were originally supposed to call 35 witnesses. At least that's what we were told. That's what was talked about. That's what I was expecting. I mean, 21 was a lot. There was a lot of testimony in this case. And I think the judge felt like everything was getting very lengthy because it was, because you have 21 people that you're questioning, everyone um, pertaining to what they saw, what they heard. And I think that at a certain point, everybody's story was the same. If you've been following the case, and especially if you've been watching me, I've been live every day since the trial started, not the jury selection, but since we've been in trial. And the stories were the same. The stories were basically the same. Maybe the verbiage, like people didn't hear the verbiage perfectly, but it was the same. The same thing was said, which is Karmelo was the aggressor. He was looking for trouble. Yeah, the boys both got loud. Yeah, Austin, was getting a little boisterous, but it did not warrant what transpired at that track meet. So with that being said, I just think after you have so many people with the same testimony, maybe the prosecution felt it wasn't necessary to call the remainder, or maybe the judge was like, hey, listen, this is getting really, really long, and it's like the same stuff over and over. I don't know how that works. So we only heard 21 witnesses. So again, 21-6, that's a big difference. The prosecution also through this entire trial has been extremely strong. I was really surprised at the defense being not as strong, because I don't know, I've heard a lot of things about Texas as far as like the lawyers and the judges. So I think I was expecting this like huge rebuttal and this like defense that was just as strong as the prosecution, just because I don't know, maybe that's just me. I don't know why. I just think there was so much surrounding this case that's where, I don't know, I guess I hyped it up in my head. And then so to only see or hear, sorry, because none of us got to see 6 witnesses, and then the defense rest, like they did part of it Saturday, and then a couple yesterday, and it was it. So that was weird. You guys let me know what you think, but I thought that was weird. Again, I thought the prosecution was extremely strong. I feel so bad saying this, but your job, obviously, and not this part I feel bad about, as a defense attorney, your job is to defend. So I kind of wonder if their argument was weak for a couple reasons. Like, was it weak because they feel deflated because the prosecution had, obviously 21 witnesses, all 21 witnesses testified basically to the same story. Or so like they felt like deflated from that, just because even when the prosecution was doing their cross-examination of witnesses that would, I guess, be more like for the defense, it ended up working out better for the prosecution. Like it was really something else, truly. Like I was like really surprised. So I don't know if it was like a deflated thing, like they felt beat up because the prosecution was strong. All the witnesses were just one after the other saying the same thing. And there was just no, I don't know, was there not room to make a self-defense claim anymore? Like, even though I don't really personally, if I'm talking about the case, in my opinion, I never felt there was a strong self-defense argument to begin with, just because how I felt was this object shouldn't have been on school grounds. It shouldn't have been in a track meet. Also, you were on the track stretching, and then you walked over to see your friend. Why would you go pick up your book bag or your duffel bag and bring that with you to the tent to just like be like, hey, what up? Dab somebody up and whatever. That was weird to me. If I was stretching and I saw someone I knew that I wanted to go talk to, I would just walk over there. I want to go get my bag and then go over there. So that was weird to me too. And I have questions about that, because we haven't really heard a lot about that. So was the self-defense just not really a claim anymore that they felt that they could push, or were they ill prepared? Which kind of seems like that too, because I don't know if you guys remember when we were going over the witness testimony, there was a witness that they like talked to in the hallway of the courtroom, and they decided like, oh yeah, we're going to call you to testify. And that person didn't know anything. Every question was like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It was just weird. Why would you put someone on the stand that you haven't had time to prep? It was weird. So you guys let me know, but that's just my takes on it. I just felt like ill prepared. I don't know. I'm really speechless over that. I was also shocked yesterday at the fact that the defense rested their case. by 2:00, it was like, yeah, we rest. It was after a 2-hour lunch delay. So everybody went on lunch. I know you guys remember because we were in here like waiting for updates to come through, right? We're sitting here, sitting here, sitting here. And I kept refreshing because I always share the screen with you guys. And I'm like, well, guys, I don't know. Like, we still don't have an update. I don't know what's going on. And well, guess what was going on? So a lot of people were speculating. Again, Judge Roach is a very respected judge in Texas, very strict, very timely, like on the dot, you better be there. There was talks about there was a witness that was like getting up on the stand and had gum in his mouth. And the judge was like, do you have gum in your mouth? And he was like, yeah. And he was like, either spit it out or swallow it. And like the kids spit it out so fast, they said. So he's very like, yeah, all about respect, punctual, strict, bottom line. No nonsense. So everyone was expecting to come back from lunch break at 12:30. And Sarah Fields and a couple oh my goodness, what is his name? Chris Thomas, is that his name? Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to get his name. He works for Court TV, but I really actually like him. He is one of those people that reminds me of just like a very joyful person, like, a bright light in the midst of like bad. And I think he's very fair in my opinion. Anyway, so after lunch break, everyone's waiting to get back in the courtroom. And, 15 minutes goes by, 20 minutes goes by, 30 minutes goes by, an hour and 45 minutes goes by. And at this point, both families had gone into the courtroom. People who were waiting to get into the courtroom after lunch had seen this. So a lot of people were talking and speculating that there was a plea deal being worked out because of this huge delay. And the reason that they were assuming maybe a plea deal was being worked out is because of what I just talked about. The defense only having 6 witnesses, basically every witness they had, it was really more in favor of the prosecution. I'm not even trying to laugh. I'm sorry. I'm just like flabbergasted at it. And I think that they didn't really have, I think the self-defense, again, like if you've been with me since the beginning, it was an uphill battle to begin with, like a really uphill battle. And then you tack in all these other things and it was just like dismantled. Just the prosecution just dismantled everything. And so I think at some point, this is just me thinking, when you don't really feel like you're going to get this person off anymore, and you're putting this person's life in the hands of a jury, right? They're going to decide if this is murder 1, if this is manslaughter, if this person's not guilty. So I kind of started to wonder myself, were they trying to say, hey, we're not going to get him off? Okay, we know that. Do we still want to chance him being found guilty for murder 1? Okay, because murder 1 carries 25 to life with the possibility of parole. Manslaughter in Texas, and I had to look this up because I just wanted to verify, carries a 2 to 20 years sentence, okay? But it only requires, and I even wrote this on my note, but it only requires recklessness, okay? So that is possible that he will be found guilty of manslaughter because, again, that knife, if it's under 5.5 inches, if that blade is, it is not considered illegal. It's not considered a deadly weapon. And I believe the state of Texas, that's how they do it. So where it becomes an issue again is it's on school grounds. It can't be on school grounds, which we've talked about you're already in trouble. It's already a felony. So I wonder if they just thought, well, maybe we could try to make a deal. Now, both families, I believe, would be in the courtroom if this was taking place. So what I wonder is, was the back and forth for that hour and 45 minutes them trying to make a plea deal? Not everyone could come to an agreement. Therefore, they decided, hey, we're going to let it go. We're just going to call everybody back in here and we're going to, do whatever. So they called everybody back in and everyone gets back in there and immediately the defense rests. So, and then, obviously at this time we were all in live at about 2, the judge said, okay, well, we're going to wrap for today because tomorrow's going to be closing arguments. You guys let me know in chat if the dog barking in the living room is bothering you. If she is, I'll shut the bedroom door. I'll kick all these dogs out of here if it's too loud. So they let me know in chat though, if you can even hear her. I don't know. So what was I going to say? So that was that yesterday. We were going to have closing arguments today. And what we learned yesterday as well is the judge is not only going to have closing arguments today and they go back to deliberate, okay, for a verdict, but he's going to allow them to deliberate as late as they want to, such as like 10 to 11 p.m. So we could have a verdict today. I don't know. I don't know where this is going to land. I do think it's going to be a long day. That's what I do think. I also think that because of how this went faster, I think, than everyone thought. But again, the days were long and they did have court on Saturday. So I think it also feels like, if you really think about it, it wasn't, if you count the days of picking a jury and all that stuff, I mean, it was, they've said 2 weeks total. So it's probably going to be close. But they will be sequestered. That was also talked about. So if they don't come to a decision today, they're not allowed to go home. They will be staying in a hotel. They cannot watch TV. They cannot be on their cell phones. I don't even know if they can have their cell phones, I think. Can't be on social media, so on and so forth, until this verdict is done. So yeah, it is, I believe these rules exist because of how divisive and racially charged this case is. I want to go back and reiterate really quick before we go into closing statements today that from the beginning, I have said that I believe cameras are important in courtrooms because when the public cannot see the testimony, when the public cannot hear and recount things with their own eyes and ears, we're going off of, again, yes, reporters are saying what they saw. You're going off of trust me, bros, right? Because people don't trust the media anymore. It creates this, it lessens the trust in the system, and people already don't trust the system. So like you take that and it's like the icing on the cake for brewing what's already so tense, so bad, and it's just spilling over. And it's like, I feel like we're all sitting here and I'm in Florida. I can't even imagine the people that live in Texas in this area, how this feels. It probably feels like when a storm is about to happen and you can feel it and you can smell it and you know what I mean? You guys know what I'm talking about. And you're just waiting for this like bad thing to happen just because of all of the divisiveness around the case. I bet you that's what it feels like in person. And so there's probably not going to be a verdict yet because I don't, as far as I know, closing arguments were read. I'm going to refresh before we share the screen. Jury deliberation has begun as of an hour ago, and I don't think they're going to be back in an hour. I think we might be back with a verdict today. I don't know though, but I'm going to get into that. I just wanted to finish like a couple thoughts that I had. So I think that it lessens the trust in the system, which is already bad enough, and it makes it harder for people to trust the verdict when it comes in. I do understand why the judge didn't want cameras in the courtroom. I understand law and order. I understand keeping things orderly. But again, I think things are, if there's going to be like unrest in the streets, I think that's going to happen probably regardless. It might have been a little bit less if there was that transparency, because if people could have heard, these witnesses testify for themselves, like, if they're minors, they could have easily blurred that person out, but we could hear what they had to say, hear the emotion. I think it changes things. I think it would have shed more light on what's going on versus, us sitting here together and reading through what NBC has put out of, testimony per person could have been 20 minutes and we got this like little clip. Like, you know what I mean? So I just don't think that does it justice when you're trying to prove to people that the system's fair and that this isn't, it's just such a divisive, tense environment right now. I especially with this case, the one victim being an African-American boy and one is a white boy, it shouldn't be that way, but it turned into this. And I just think the transparency would have been helpful, is what I'm saying. Um, is there anything else I wanted to add to that? We're just gonna have to see how it works out. Pray for the families. Um, Two families lost out. I'll say it again. One, their child is never coming back. The other made a terrible choice at 17 years old that it is going to affect him for the rest of his life in some way, whether he gets out on parole eventually or not. He's going to jail for a very long time. That's just my opinion. For today, seats were already limited in the courtroom. They have been limited this entire time, but today they had reined in on that even more. So I know Sarah Fields was out there extremely early in the morning, and she was trying to get in. They were only allowing 27 people in, and she was number 20 in line. I already checked, so I know that much. All right. So, all right, now I got my spiel out. Sorry, guys. I feel like I can't breathe today. I just think my asthma is like I don't know what's going on with my asthma today. Pollen is really bad right now here, so I think that's part of it. But we're going to go ahead. We're just going to add this to the screen. We're going to share this together before we jump in. I'm always going to ask people to be sure to like, comment, share this live. Be sure to subscribe to the channel for all future updates on this case, on many other cases that I cover. I came into this with Charlie Kirk, and that's something I'm extremely passionate about. But there's so many other cases that I love, and I just truly enjoy being able to talk about them with you and go over the law. And I don't know. It's really been a great experience for me to have the channel. So I appreciate all of you guys. Let's jump in. So NBC said this morning, day 5 of the murder trial for Karmelo Anthony at Frisco, a Frisco teenager who admitted to unaliving a student during a confrontation at a high school track meet last year. It continues Tuesday in Collin County. Anthony is accused of fatally killing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Anthony faces a murder charge and not a capital murder charge, which we talked about yesterday. This is not a capital murder case, meaning he will not face the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. If the jury finds Anthony guilty, they'll be able to choose whether he is guilty of murder or manslaughter. If Anthony is convicted of murder, he faces between 5 to 99 years in prison. And if convicted of manslaughter, he faces between 2 and 20 years in prison. As I said, both the state and defense have rested, and closing arguments were delivered Tuesday morning. The jury was handed the case just before 11 a.m. And deliberations are underway. NBC has reporters at the courthouse providing live updates as the trial progresses. Those updates will appear in the live blog below. Okay, so now we're going to go down to the closing arguments. All right, so let's see. So trial to begin at 9 a.m., closing arguments expected. And this is, I believe, okay, so when court began at 9:15 on Tuesday, Judge John Roach, I'm going to put on my glasses, guys, for a minute. John Roach told the court that he had been working with the attorneys regarding the proposed jury instructions. Defense attorney Mike Howard objected to the charge as it includes a provoking the difficulty instruction. This is a legal doctrine that limits or completely bars a defendant from claiming self-defense. Under this rule, if the defendant intentionally uses words or actions to provoke the other person into attacking them as a pretext to use force, they forfeit the right to self-defense. I was going to bring this up earlier. So basically in Texas, if you notice, like even when we were going over parts of this case, when he told, so he goes in there in the tent, he's got his bag, he's got his hand in his bag, and he's saying, oh, go ahead and you're going to have to move me, oh, touch me, whatever. You are provoking an incident. So when you provoke an incident and then you use self-defense as the claim, it voids it out because you were the provocateur. And when we have listened to, at this point, there was 27 people, I think, total that testified. Almost all 27 said that he provoked the incident. He was the aggressor, and what he did was not considered self-defense I'm not joking. It was basically I think it was everybody. So that is why this is being brought up about um, removing the self-defense claim, because if he's the provocateur, he was asking for it. Did he go in there looking for trouble, knowing he had this on him in order to be able to stir up a fight? Howard said relevant precedent for his objection stems from Texas Court of Criminal Appeals rulings in Smith v. State, in Elizondo v. State. Judge Roach ultimately denied the defense's motion after some discussion of lesser included offenses. Judge Roach denied allowing criminally negligent homicide in the jury charge. He did, however, allow the inclusion of manslaughter. The jury will now decide between innocence, murder, and manslaughter during deliberations. All right, so after that, we got an update saying jury will decide between three options: murder, manslaughter, and not guilty. Shortly after 9:30, Judge Roach read the jury instructions. He explained that Karmelo Anthony is charged by indictment of murder, a charge to which he pled not guilty. Judge Roach explained that all persons are considered innocent until proven guilty. According to Roach, to find Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder, the jury must decide that he intentionally or knowingly caused the death or serious bodily harm as a result of his conduct. If Karmelo is found guilty of manslaughter, the lesser included offense, the jury must decide that Karmelo acted recklessly, was reckless, or was aware of but consciously disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk that caused death or serious bodily harm. If Karmelo is found guilty of murder, he faces between 5 and 99 years in prison. If he's convicted of manslaughter, he faces between 2 and 20 years in prison. The jury may also find that Karmelo is not guilty. Judge Roach said that the jury will then consider if Karmelo acted in self-defense, meaning that Karmelo reasonably believed that deadly force was immediately necessary. Roach mentioned provoking the difference, meaning that Karmelo loses the right to self-defense if the jury decides that he provoked Austin Metcalf as a pretext for inflicting harm. Roach said the jury cannot hold it against Karmelo for choosing not to testify. So while we're here for a minute before we go into the next, update, I find it weird if you are, and I've talked about this before, if you are claiming self-defense, I think it is wrong that they should, not wrong, bad, let's backtrack. Not that it's wrong. I don't see how it's fair that that person not testify. I guess I even shouldn't even use the word not fair. I would think that you should testify, and you would testify, being that wouldn't you want to get on the stand and tell someone, hey, listen, this is what I was thinking. This is what I was feeling. This is what happened. I felt that that was my only way out. And show some remorse. This was an opportunity for Karmelo to humanize himself and get up there and say, you want to know what? I made a big mistake. I am so sorry for the fact that this boy is gone. This was not my intention. This got out of hand, but this is how I was feeling in the moment. This is what went on. This is my side of the story. And unfortunately, this is where it landed. Accept responsibility for your behavior and take accountability, apologize, show remorse, and let the jury deal with that. I actually think that humanizing himself would have somewhat helped him. I don't know if his defense told him, hey, we think that like this case is too strong against you based on witness testimony, to where they told him, hey, we don't want you on the stand. Like, we don't think it's a good idea. I know it's his choice whether he wants to or not. Obviously, I think that the lawyers, at least in my opinion, the lawyers, I'm sure, tell you what they believe you should do, like what's better for you to do, if you should do it or not. Was he not coachable to where, did they feel that Karmelo could not get on the stand and, how do I explain it, show remorse and, answer, cross-examination? Because at that point, the prosecution, I know people were saying like, oh, the prosecution would wipe the floor with him. And that was like a concern. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I just believe that if it was really self-defense, if it was me, I would have taken the stand. I would have humanized myself. I would have explained This is what happened. This is where my head was when it happened. Unfortunately, this is where we ended up. I am sorry. I take accountability for my behavior, and I would have left it at that. That's just me, though. Let's see. I'm going to start looking through the comments really quick before we jump. Has the verdict come in yet? No, we do not have a verdict yet. They've only been deliberating for probably a little over an hour. Agree, it would have helped. I think it would have helped for sure. I think that it was probably not a good choice. Let's see. So many YouTube channels pushing. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. To me, this has nothing to do with it. And I think it's sad that we've got to a point where that can't be the reason for everything. It's not, it has nothing to do with this case. It has everything to do with the behavior. Unfortunately, I think that in a lot of situations, not all, but it becomes something where it's like an excuse and victimize people because of who they are and where they come from. It's not everything is that. Let's see. Let's read this other one. If there are protests, they're orchestrated by Antifa because I can assure you my community by and large do not support Karmelo and want justice for Austin. I'm a Black woman. Black Cherry. So there is a woman who did I think she did it on TikTok. It ended up on X. And she said it basically exactly what you said. And I maybe I will play the video just of like what she said. She did swear though, so I don't know. But her point was like, I'm a Black woman. If I was on the jury, like the boy would be guilty. Like, stop using the race as a thing. This has nothing to do with it. She's like, I'm a Black woman. Like, stop doing that. And so again, it's a very divisive thing, and it's a very uncomfortable conversation. I think for me, just saying not everything's about race, I've been attacked. And I'm like, guys, I have really close friends. Like I have friends. I'm married to a Cuban man. You know what I mean? Like the guys I dated before were all Spanish, some kind of Latin. Like I have no issues. I'm friends with everybody. I'm one of those people where I just get along with everybody. I just bebop around. And if you're a good person, I'm cool. I don't, you know what I mean? So it's not about that. But at the same time, I also hate people victimizing themselves. And I would never want to victimize myself. Like, I'm responsible for my own behavior, my own actions. It's not anyone else's fault. It's got nothing to do with my skin color. If I make a mistake, I make a mistake, and I just think it's important to like be real about it. And the people that don't like that, I just think that the people that they have an issue with that statement to me. I think that, I don't know, victim mentality is just, it's not healthy. It's not good. Let's see. Or the case is open and shut on self-defense that he didn't have to testify. I don't think they proved that this was self-defense. I actually think if you watched the trial and the testimony, every single person that got on that stand said this was not self-defense, that he provoked this, that he went over there. He was asked to leave by plenty of people, not just Austin. He was asked to leave by numerous people. He was asked, who are you? Why are you under the tent? You're not supposed to be here. Da, 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 da. And he continued to say no and say ignorant things to people and carry on. This was not just with Austin. So I do not believe that this is a self-defense case. I think if you think it's a self-defense case, then I think you need to do some serious looking into the case and testimony, because you have 27 witnesses, including, I can't even tell you how many of them were students. Majority of them were students that were either under that tent or near that tent that say the complete opposite of that. Along with there's camera footage. I'm trying to find the prosecutor's closing statement. We're going to read through that right now, so don't worry about that. Let me guess, you didn't cover the Rick Chow case. I just started podcasting in November, so there's a lot of cases I didn't cover. I have not been here that long. Let's see. I am extremely married and extremely happy. Thank you. They don't have to prove that it was self-defense. It's on the prosecution to prove that he intentionally did it with malice. I think that they did that. I think that they proved that he was provoking, and that's the key word there, provoking the situation, which negates self-defense. If you are provoking a situation, the self-defense is not a factor. And they believe me, they proved that he was provoking that he provoked the entire situation. He went into a tent where he knew he did not belong and sat there, and after being asked to leave time after time after time, said, "No, move me, touch me. You're going to have to move me." I mean, come on. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry that the facts are not what some people want them to be. It's just, it is what it is. Let's see. Majority of the witnesses were Austin's friends, though. Why would they say he provoked it? No, they didn't say Austin provoked it. They said Karmelo provoked it. And that was even Karmelo's friend, other people from his team that were questioned or that were talked to that said that, Eddie, the common denominator, the guy that he was under Austin's tent to even have a little talk with, that they barely talked, said that he was the aggressor and that he provoked the situation. And that was the person that knew him, the whole reason that Karmelo even was under the tent saying that. I would say the group provoked him by trying to force him out. I wouldn't say that. I think when you're in a place that you know you're not supposed to be, that's already a problem. This is a track meet. There is no locker room. You would not catch football teams in each other's locker rooms. You would not catch NFL players on either side of the sidelines or in their locker rooms. I played softball. We were not in each other's dugouts. That's not a thing. Also, it is known that schools have their own independent rules of their tent. And that policy for that school and that coach was, if you're not on the team, I don't want them under the tent. No one should be under this tent. Austin was the captain. He was told to make sure that no one was in the tent that shouldn't be, and to make sure the tent was put up and all the equipment was out and that everything was ready to go. Austin was doing what was asked by his coach. I think the prosecution proved their case too, Sam. I think they did such a good job that's why the defense spent, if we totaled the time, it was maybe 6 hours, not even. It was just, the case was, the prosecution was amazing. Had he not been there, he would have been, he wouldn't have been told to leave. He was the aggressor. I also am a firm believer that if you are asked to leave, just leave. I don't understand the concept of he was bullied out of there. He wasn't. He was asked to leave. I would never stay somewhere. First off, I would never be anywhere that I know I'm not supposed to be. Second thing is, if I'm not wanted somewhere, why would I want to sit there and stay there? That's crazy. If I was asked to leave, I would have been like, okay, I'll see you later, dude. Talk later. Why did his friend that he's like, oh, this was my friend, this is why I was in the tent, his own friend didn't even take up for him? People asked, who is this guy? Does anybody know who this is? Whatever. His friend sat there and his friend said in testimony, I didn't think I had to basically say that I knew this dude. I didn't think I needed to say that. Come on, guys. Let's see. The same guy who was claiming he didn't know him, it doesn't matter. He was basically saying that they weren't that close of friends because they weren't. The common denominator in that friendship was that the girlfriend that is no longer with Karmelo, her family was close with that kid's family. So that's why they had these group pictures together. But as far as hanging out one-on-one, they didn't. There was a couple pictures where they were just together in a picture being goofy, but it was from those family parties where the families were mingling. So yeah, he said we're acquaintances, we get along, but it's not like they're calling each other up on a Saturday night and hanging out. I think there were some stretches there. Yeah, I just think there's a lot of people that. What does Rosa Parks have to do with anything? That is not even the same situation. That is not Rosa Parks was told to get off the bus and then she stabbed somebody. We are talking about someone getting killed. The two are, see what I'm saying? Apples to oranges. This is the problem. Stop with the emotions and use logic. Facts and logic. Take the emotion out of it. And we're left with the fact that this boy was in a place he should not have been and was asked to leave and he chose not to. And why? Okay, and then let's talk about this. Let's talk about self-defense. Again, you have to prove that him stabbing him was deadly force appropriate? The answer is no. If somebody shoved me, I'm punching you in the face. Okay? If someone grabs my arm in a parking lot, you're getting maced in the eyeballs. The first thing I'm looking for is to be able to get away from you, and it's not going to be with deadly force. That is the last line of defense that I am going to use to get away from somebody as best I can. Being shoved does not equal that you could stab somebody. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. And a lot of these people in this chat apparently would not have survived back in the day in high school where people were like, hey, you don't like what I said? Okay, let's go outside and beat the crap out of each other. And then we went back into school and things were fine. You went about your day. You don't, yeah, I don't get this. Comical, honestly. Like common sense, I don't know what has happened. I really don't. Let's see. Red herring, this isn't about Rosa Parks and she didn't stab and murder someone. Exactly. And he was told to get out of the tent that he was allowed to be in. He was not allowed to be in there. Again, know your facts. He was not allowed in the tent. That's already been established. The coaches established that. The school talked about that. By the way, also, he signed a waiver that he wouldn't bring a weapon to a track meet, and he brought the weapon to the track meet. So that's already a felony, by the way. People say he was bullied to leave. What is with the feelings, culture? Everything is bullying. I know. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Everything is about feelings. I'm old school, like Italian. Man, they wouldn't survive an Italian household. Feelings? Crying, all the, I don't know. They would have never survived back in the day. Let's see. You can force anyone to move. The coach said it was normal to sit in other teams' tents, no rules against it. So you're talking about Karmelo's coach, but you're not talking about the tent he was in. Again, know your facts. The Memorial School rules, per their coach, was no one in the tent that does not belong to the team. Go back in testimony. Read through testimony. I am a very no-nonsensical person. If you don't know what you're talking about, go do some research and come back. But no, that is the coach. That is Karmelo's coach that said that. That is not, and that is null and void because it was not his tent that anybody was in. It was also not super raining. Go back, read testimony. It was raining on and off leading up into that moment. At the time that this happened, it was barely lightly drizzling. That was all talked about in testimony. Also, the courtroom saw video footage. Again, next question. I'm a dean of students and cannot believe the complaints I get about bullying. That is not even close to bullying behavior. I can only imagine. Some people want to live in the 1960s era like any of us were a part of. I think it's not about that. Let's see. Hold on. No one owes me anything, nor do I. Reality life owes nor care about your feelings. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm like, I don't know anybody anything. I don't have to explain myself. If I do something wrong, then that's one thing. How are you going to say no one told him that? Austin is the team captain. The captain is in charge, and his coach told him, hey, I'm going to go get this. You need to make sure X, Y, and Z. He was doing as he was instructed. Again, you were asked a million times to leave. before it even got to this point. He was asked by several people before Austin even walked up and it got to that point, and he didn't listen. How many times is it appropriate for you to be asked to leave? Hey, you're not supposed to be in our under our tent. He was told, you're not supposed to be here, not allowed to be here. Our coach does not want anyone under the tent, over and over and over, before it's like, enough's enough. Austin, literally, it's said by multiple witnesses that he said, I'm not going to fight you. Why didn't Austin call an adult or the coach? The coach was getting something to bring back to the tent. He wasn't even far off when this happened. He went to go get something and he had to come back. Austin is just another kid. Did you guys not have like captains of teams? Because captains of teams are leaders and they were put in leadership roles, especially when you're a senior. Like, I'm mind blown. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, did these kids experience school? Like, where'd you go to school? Again, you were asked to leave by 15 people. 15. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to start blocking people. Let's get rid of a few people, because you want to know what? Like, it's not my job. People need to teach kids how to behave. It's not my job to teach people how to act. It drives me insane. Also, I think a lot of people are not paying attention to what's really going on. So I can't be having that either. Okay, let's jump into closing statements. Okay, so we have the defense begins closing statements in the Karmelo Anthony trial. This happened at about 10 a.m. Judge John Roach explained that during the closing statements, the state will present their arguments, followed by the defense. The state will then get a chance to respond. When closing arguments began, prosecutor Bill Worski waived his opening and chose to only respond to Howard's closing statements. Defense attorney Mike Howard proceeded with his closing statement, saying that Austin Metcalf had no legal right to use force to eject Karmelo from the Memorial High School tent. He explained that Metcalf had the right to ask Karmelo to leave, but that he had no legal right to put his hands on Karmelo, noting that Karmelo was in a public place. He reminded the jury of the importance of the jury charge, noting that defendants are innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The government wants this case to be about Melo could have just left. Howard said, sure, he could have. I'm sure he wishes he did. Howard reminded the jury that they heard the track meets are social events, but that the memorial tent seemed to believe otherwise on April 2nd. He also reminded the jury about the unpredictability of Texas weather and that it was raining on the day of this event. The state wants you to believe he sneaked into the tent. Howard said multiple witnesses said he seemed friendly. They dabbed each other up. He was even waved over. Howard asked the jury to put themselves in Karmelo's shoes, saying it was raining, that Karmelo saw people he knew inside the tent, inside the memorial tent, and that he walked over and commented on the crazy weather. He spoke about the Metcalf brothers approaching Karmelo and reminded the jury that they heard testimony that Karmelo said, no one has a problem with me being here but y'all. Howard painted a picture for the jury of people surrounding Karmelo in a packed tent and described Hunter and Austin Metcalf getting more and more mad. He also reminded the jury that the Metcalf brothers are physically larger than Karmelo. Do you turn your back where you can't defend yourself if their teammates were to jump in? He told the jury that Karmelo remained seated throughout the encounter, noting that some witnesses admitted the Metcalf brothers stood over him while he was seated. Howard told the jury that a shove, hit, or push is unlawful use of force, and Karmelo had a right to defend himself. How do you know when it's too late to defend yourself? Howard asked the jury. Howard reminded the jury about potential biases among witnesses, particularly those who went to memorial with the Metcalf brothers. He says this did not mean that they are liars, but that the jury should be on guard for unconscious biases. He also reminded the jury about testimony regarding what Karmelo did after the incident, saying Melo had every opportunity to leave that stadium, but he didn't. He spoke about Karmelo's emotions following the incident, saying every person said he was crying, was emotional or distraught. He also reminded the jury that Karmelo said he's not going to die after stabbing Austin, and that Karmelo asked if Austin would be okay. Howard explained to the jury that even a 17-year-old can have a 5.5-inch knife in a public place. As much as we may not like it, he told the jury that Texas law does not require that you wait until you get hit to defend yourself. Ask yourself, has the government ruled out your reasonable doubts? However, or Howard asked, is it reasonable to worry these kids might jump in, that Hunter might pop in to defend his brother? Howard asked. Howard then began to address motive, saying that Karmelo had no motive other than that he felt he was in danger. It doesn't mean he came to the tent to provoke a fight, Howard said. Why would he provoke a fight against a guy who's much bigger than him? He went on to say that there was no reason for animosity between the boys and that they did not know each other. There's no evidence Karmelo did anything but really think he was defending himself in the split second of chaos, Howard said. Howard highlighted testimony from the medical examiner referring to the fact that Austin had a lateral wound and saying that the physical evidence is that the wound is sideways, an awkward position to be in. Chanel, no. Sorry, guys. We may have to kick these dogs out. Howard highlighted, okay, we went over that. The law requires you to put yourself in Melo's shoes. Howard said he spoke about Karmelo seeing his friend under the memorial tent, a friend who had previously testified at trial and was very intentional in his bias, willing to lie even about how close they were. Howard again addressed the conflict under the tent, saying that there was a chorus of people, but it's too late to turn your back because what's going to happen, I don't know. If I look at you repeatedly, tell you, don't touch me, I have something in my bag, that is the ultimate warning to back off, Howard said. Before concluding, Howard reminded the jury that they must put themselves in Karmelo's shoes, hold the government to its burden. Howard said, have they ruled out every possible reasonable doubt? I submit to you they haven't. So we'll pause for a second and we will go ahead and see what the chat looks like. I think it comes back to this too. The bottom line is the weapon shouldn't have been in his bag at all. Again, I also want to talk about the fact that why, if he was stretching at the time, he was stretching, why would he go get his bag and have to bring his bag? If he saw someone he knew, why would he go and get the bag and have to bring the bag to the tent? Someone explain that to me. Also, I have friends that were on track teams that are like, dude, like that's like your locker room and you don't have a locker room. So there's a lot of equipment. Everyone has expensive, shoes and things like that. You don't go in someone's tent like that. It's very well known. I've had so many people tell me that. So I agree with that. I'm sorry. I don't care if the knife is a multi-use tool. It did not belong on school grounds. It's literally, you cannot bring a weapon on school grounds to a school event. They already testified that that would not be something that he would need to use during that event. That was talked about with his coach on the stand. They weren't, the team didn't set their tent up yet because they said that the bus, I guess, got there late that had the tent on it. So to my knowledge, I don't even think they were going to set the tent up. Everyone is entitled to your opinions. This case is in the hands of the jury. I accept the jury's decision regardless. I agree. Everyone's entitled to their opinions. I don't think it's doing kids favors by being like, hey, when you're asked to leave somewhere, continue to sit there. When you're asked to leave somewhere and it's not somewhere that you should be, just leave. We wouldn't even be in this position. To me, this is immature stuff right here. We shouldn't even be having to have this conversation. These kids were 17 years old. This kid was a 17-year-old kid. My parents from the jump raised me to just not be anywhere that you're not supposed to be, period. It's a real simple thing. It's not hard. That's just my opinion. My kids are track athletes and you absolutely do not go under other teams' tents. I've heard this so many times. Like I said, I have friends that have kids that are on track. I have friends that were in track, and I have heard that more than I have not heard it. I agree with this. I agree with this 1000%. My kids who have friends from other teams, they meet up to chat on the field or in the stands. Exactly my point. When I played softball, we never were in each other's dugouts. We either talked out in the field or we talked after the game when we were all walking out of our dugouts or whatever, going over to the concession stands. We did not go in each other's dugouts. We were not in each other's domains. It just wasn't, it's just not how it goes. I'm sorry, but kids don't take it. Let's look at this. Kids don't take it well when other kids tell them to do something. Austin should have called an adult to move him. Okay. So that I can understand. Yes, that maybe some kids don't take it well when another kid tells them what to do. But growing up, I had kids and friends that were like, hey, my mom and dad said, we can't be in here. We can't be in the garage or we can't be in here or there. And you're like, okay. And you just leave. Hey, we can't touch this. My mom and dad said no. And you're like, okay. And you get out of whatever you're into. So yeah, some kids, but if your parents raised you to, and you're told like, hey, you shouldn't be here. Hey, don't touch that or whatever, to just not. I think a lot of this stuff comes back to, we see so many problems with young kids now because lack of parenting. It all comes back to that. These kids are 17 years old. You cannot tell me it's 17 years old if we have to go get a widow adult to tell you to get out because someone your age said, hey, you can't be in here. You shouldn't be in here. And and that's 15 people told you that. Okay. And you need us to go get somebody. That says a lot more about you. Like, do we need to change your diaper too? I mean, that's how I feel about it. Now I'm going to be really controversial because that's the truth. I'm going to be like, do you want me to wipe your butt for you? Like, I don't understand that. It's not like he was a 14-year-old kid. This is another 17-year-old male who had played football. He was on track. I think that you can't convince me that he was not trying to stir up trouble. I'm sorry. To me, it's very obvious he was looking to start trouble. And when you go looking, it's not hard to find. Let's see. There may be other ways to handle it, but also he shouldn't have been. Exactly. It doesn't, to me, regardless, deadly force was not appropriate in that moment. It just wasn't. I'm sorry. You think it was an adult there would be no confrontation. He already broke rules he signed given by adults. Exactly. They signed a waiver. He knew that was not even permitted to be in his bag, period, and on those grounds. It shouldn't. You're Adam, is that your name? Adan, whatever. You're missing the whole point. It was not supposed to be there. It was not permitted. I live in Florida. I am allowed to conceal and carry here. Do you think that I can take a gun in somewhere that they don't allow guns? Come on now. And then go, oh, why was self-defense? I shot this. It doesn't matter. You can't, you weren't supposed to have it there. That is the bottom line. You can't excuse the fact that he knew he was not allowed to have it. He signed a waiver. He knew it's not allowed on school grounds. It does not, anything after that does not matter. That alone by itself is a problem. Exactly. Austin was not the first person to ask him to leave. He was asked by several people in that tent. Several. Austin obviously didn't like the way they were speaking to him. Austin, I think you're confused. He brought a knife after adults told him he wasn't allowed. Not only that, he signed a waiver stating that he knew that those kinds of things were not allowed and they were prohibited and you would not bring any of those things, and then he did it anyway. This isn't about, yeah, woulda, shoulda, coulda, wouldas. Yeah. He did what he did and it wasn't self-defense. Exactly. Parents think defending their children is parenting. You are a child's parent, not their friend. Exactly. That's a whole nother thing. All right. So we're gonna jump into now. If you guys want, I can make it bigger where you guys can see. We'll put me down here in the corner so you guys can see this. So this is 2 hours ago. Unjustified provoked murder. Prosecution begins closing statement. So this is going to be the prosecution's closing statement. Bill Worski began his closing statement at 10:18 on Tuesday. Do not let them turn a threat into a warning, Worski said. Do not let them turn a taunting, provoking threat into some kind of benign warning. A very impassioned Worski told the jury that what's not important is motive. What should be is mindset. He took a knife to a track meet, Worski said. He had a secret. He kept it hidden. He was the only one with a knife that day. He was always going to come out on top that day. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove, Worski said. Worski told the jury that this case is simple, calling it unjustified provoked murder. That's what you hear from all these witnesses, that you can't provoke yourself into using deadly force, Worski said. I know it's not easy, but I'm telling you, it's crystal clear. Why didn't he just walk away? Worski asked the jury, referring to Karmelo leaving the memorial tent. You had a chance to walk away and abandon the encounter. Worski then began to explain the jury charge. We have alleged 2 ways to commit murder, Worski said. You don't have to agree on which method, intentional or clearly dangerous act, as long as the state has proven it and it's unanimous. When speaking about the lesser included offense, Worski said, you don't even reach manslaughter unless all of you acquit him of murder. If you think Austin impaled himself on Karmelo's knife, I don't know what to tell you, Worski said, finding him guilty of manslaughter. Worski then explained 4 reasons why the self-defense theory proposed by the defense does not apply. Being provoked, again, provocation, force, disparity, reasonable belief, and immediate necessity. He explained that you don't get to provoke someone and that you can meet force, a shove, with deadly force, which is the stabbing. He also argued that Karmelo had no reason to believe that he was in danger, saying, I submit to you, any prudent person would not have plunged a you-know-what into Austin's chest. Worski again reminded the jury that Karmelo had a secret knife on the day of the event and said that Austin had no defensive wounds because he never saw it coming. He told the jury that Karmelo had a guilty mindset because of the way in which he fled after the incident. Worski began to remind the jury about evidence and witness testimony, particularly as it pertained to provocation, saying, I didn't want to talk about it, but I have to right now. He began to reference specific witnesses in their statements about both Austin's and Karmelo's demeanors on the day of the incident. He referenced how Karmelo was described as looking suspicious, that Hunter was allegedly uninvolved, and that Austin, though frustrated, did not want to fight. Worski then began reading direct quotes from prior witness testimony, specifically the parts where witnesses said that Karmelo swore at the Memorial High School students. All witnesses told you the same thing. It's murder. Austin didn't want to fight Karmelo, provoked it, Worski said. Don't be sloppy in your thinking that it's tragedy for Karmelo, Worski said. It's not a tragedy for him. It's the decisions he made and that he has to come to terms with. Ultimately, this case is about accountability, Worski said. What kind of community do you want to live in? Hold this man accountable for the decisions he made and send the message that this will not be tolerated in our community, Worski said. I beg you to make justice swift in this case. I thought that was a strong closing statement, in my opinion. 10:52, jury deliberations have begun. The jury left the room at 10:50 to begin deliberations. The jury will now decide between innocence, murder, and manslaughter. If Karmelo is found guilty of murder, he faces between 5 to 99 years. If he's convicted of manslaughter, he faces 2 to 20 years in prison. So we are just waiting. I will go ahead and refresh this. a closer look at the jury charge. So what they did was they uploaded pictures of the jury forms of what the jury was given, which I don't even know if we could make these bigger. It's just the jury instructions, which is, they kind of did this wonky where it's like hard to read them. I don't know why they did it like that. I'll have to see if I can find them somewhere else. Let me see if Sarah Fields had updated anything. Let's see what we got going on in the chat. This is a typical response from society. People think they're entitled, and how dare you make me follow laws I don't agree with. Yeah, the entitled mentality comes back to lack of parenting and lack of accountability. People, regardless of what it is, I said this with Mackenzie Shrill, I say this in a lot of instances. The bottom line is that someone is deceased. You killed a person, whether intentional, not intentional, whatever. This is the consequences to your actions. You had an item there that was not supposed to be there. You signed a waiver that you wouldn't have it, that you knew you shouldn't have it. You had it anyway. You made a conscious effort to bring your bag after you're already stretching into a tent with a weapon, and you proceeded to aggravate how many people in that tent and ignore when they asked you nicely. At first, people were just like, hey, what are you doing in here? Who are you? We don't know you. Who do you know here? Da, da, da. Like, they were asking typical questions. Nobody was being aggressive with him. So hold on 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to let you listen to Sarah Fields' video from yesterday. And then I'm going to get the dogs out of the bedroom because they're not going to stop barking because of the neighbor's dog. So hold on. Whoops. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I just want to get the dogs out of here. But I have to share the screen with you. Sorry. All right. Let's go here. Now we can hear her talk.
June 8th. It is the second day of the defense bringing witnesses onto the stand. If you want to look at the other witnesses that the defense brought to the stand on Saturday, you can go look at my prior reporting. But today is just going to be about Monday. I'm also going to I want to reiterate a few things that happened during jury selection. First of all,
Okay. We're going to stop a minute and talk about this. This is a good point, exactly what I talked about. Laws allow you to carry, but private entities such as schools have their own rules that trump public area law. It is the same thing with malls. Okay? You can't bring a firearm into a mall. You can't bring it into any private property, a bar that says they don't allow firearms. You can't have it in there. This is a school. This is a school track meet. School. I don't understand how people don't understand this. You can't bring a weapon to school. You cannot bring a weapon to a school event. School event. It's all school. It's all the same thing. I feel like I'm speaking another language. Most of the evidence is very biased because it was Austin's teammates. They even asked his friend. They asked people that were from his school. And they said he provoked the situation. The person that he was in the tent saying hi to said he provoked the situation, that it was not self-defense. When you're in an area, ready? Listen, if you're in an area that you're not supposed to be in and you are in a tent for another school, okay? So now you're mad that all the witnesses are Austin's friends. Again, he shouldn't have been where he was. He knew it. He was asked to leave. He didn't leave. This is the consequences. What are you not understanding? So now we're mad that most of the people that were questioned were the people in the frickin' tent, even though it was the memorial school tent. And if he was in there and if that was a concern, then maybe we should have picked a different location. Guess what? Earlier that day, he was also under the bleachers and was told to get the hell out of there. And guess what he did? He got the hell out of there. So when he was told to get the hell out of the tent, why didn't he get the hell out of the tent? So he got out from under the bleachers, but the tent's different. Clearly, Karmelo has a problem with being places he's not supposed to be. I agree, Winston. And I've been saying that from the beginning. This is up to the jury. They have the evidence. They sat in court. They know what the full testimonies were. But I could tell you, based on the testimony, that what I've read, what we've gone over, I don't personally think it looks good. And in my personal opinion, I mean, I think at minimum it's manslaughter. Do I think he went there that day with the intention of like, I'm going to kill someone today? No, I don't. But I also don't think it's okay that you get shoved and you use deadly force. And I do think there's a punishment that has to be given for that. By wiping your hands of something that had such a heavy consequence, which is someone is gone, you're allowing that person to think it's okay. It's not okay. This was not okay. Again, deadly force. You can't just use deadly force. It's based on the level of threat. And it does not make sense. It does not make sense. It doesn't fit the criteria. All right, let's go back to this.
I want to reiterate the definition of murder in the state of Texas. The definition of murder in the state of Texas is the intentional or the knowing of the taking of a life. And it also needs to be pointed out that there is nothing in the law in Texas about premeditation. In other words, there's nothing in Texas law that states that you have to prove that anything was premeditated. These are things that were brought up during jury selection, and these are things that were actually told to the jury pool during jury selection. And there were a few things that were brought up about the facts regarding self-defense in the state of Texas. A few of these things, and I have these in my notes, is that everyone needs to understand words alone are not enough for self-defense. You cannot provoke it. You also cannot talk trash and get someone to push you and then take a life. So let's go ahead and talk about today, Monday, the second day of defense. And the first individual that was brought up as a witness is actually a minor, so I can't say the name of this witness. But we will say that he did attend Centennial High School. He was asked about April 2nd, and he says that he knew Karmelo and that they were on the same football team. He said that he played free safety. Karmelo also played safety. He mentions briefly about a shoulder injury, which we've referenced before, that apparently happened in 2024. He stated that he arrived on the bus and that they arrived first on the first bus with Karmelo. He stated that Karmelo was in a normal mood. And he thought that he knew that Karmelo was there for long jump. He was also asked about track culture. and then stated that there's a fair amount of downtime between events at a track meet. He said that students would oftentimes sleep, scroll on their phones, they would talk to friends. He made it clear that he never hung out under anybody else's tent, and he wasn't aware of any tent policy. He stated that on April 2nd, it started to rain, and that him and Karmelo and several others went to the baseball dugout. He said they were there for a few minutes until a Frisco baseball coach kicked them out. He said that they were using the shelter from the rain, but around this time, the rain was starting to slow down. He said that the coach instructed them to go ahead and warm up for their relay. He said it did look like a big storm was coming, but it wasn't storming yet. He said they went ahead and put on their spikes and started to warm up. He said Karmelo was with them. He said the rain died down almost to a full stop. But then he said it started to rain again, and then he said it was at that point that Karmelo headed towards the bleachers. Mind you, I want to make a point to say they stayed on the track, on the field. Karmelo is the one who went to the bleachers. He said that he saw Karmelo walking in the bleachers. The rain picked up a little bit, and then he saw Karmelo under the memorial tent. He said that he saw Karmelo in the top right-hand corner, and that the tent was around medium full of students. He said that he was hanging out on about the 40th yard line. He said he was about 30 or 40 yards away from Karmelo. He said then he saw, and I don't know really what he meant by this, but he said he saw and heard loud voices. And he said that him and his friends were beginning to look back at the tent, at Karmelo, where Karmelo was. He said some were sitting and some were standing, and that he slowly began to walk closer. He looked over at his teammates, who did not seem to be bothered by this. And he said, I asked, is something going on over there? And then they all looked over. And then he looked back at Karmelo Anthony, which was under the tent. He said he saw a push. He said that he saw arms go out and push, but he never saw contact. He just saw elbows flare, but he couldn't tell if it was a fight. He said it could have been anything. He was repeatedly asked by the defense what he thought it was. He said it could have been anything. He was wondering why there was any kind of push. Could it have been a friend? And then he turned to his friends again. And then it was at that point that he said he heard yelling, and people were starting to stand up. And he said that he thought it was a bee because he heard some people laughing. So it made him think that it wasn't very serious. He thought maybe someone had been stung by a bee. He never saw a stab. He said he saw Karmelo was standing at this point. He said he saw Austin pull up his shirt, and Austin yelled that he had been stabbed. He then saw Karmelo run a light jog to the right of the bleachers. Then he saw Karmelo come onto the track. He said that he could hear Karmelo crying while a coach was holding him. He said Karmelo was distraught. He could hear Karmelo say, I told him not to touch me. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. I didn't know what to do. He stated that he didn't know if it was provoked. He was then cross-examined by Bill Werski. Bill Werski asked him if he remembered talking to him before testifying today. He reminded him, do you remember saying, if the defense talks to me, what do I do? And then Werski said, do you remember the video that proved you wrong on some things? It was at this point that I could hear people audibly saying, ooh, or what, or, kind of reacting to this question. He also asked him, did you walk under the bleachers And he said, no. And he said, don't students who don't have a tent to hang out under, don't they usually just walk under the bleachers if it's raining? And he said, yes. But did he walk under the bleachers? He said, no. So regarding the video, he had asked him, do you remember that the video proved you wrong on some things? And it became clear that apparently, initially, he had spoken with a detective at the very beginning and given an interview and stated then that he thought that Karmelo was being surrounded. But then it turned out, regarding the timestamps on the video, that it didn't look like Karmelo was beginning to be surrounded until after the timestamp of the murder. He then asked him, if you were asked to leave the dugout and then you left, right? And he said, yes, I did. He said, because when you're asked to leave from somewhere, you leave, correct? And he said, yes.
Keep it light.
He was also asked, would you ever bring a knife to a track meet? He said, no. If asked to leave from underneath the tent, you would leave, wouldn't you? And he said, yes. After Bill Werski did his cross-examination, Mike Howard came back and stated, well, the videos may not sync up, right? And he said, yes. He asked if he knew if the footage was synced up perfectly or not. And the student said no. And then, of course, this was objected to because obviously he's not a video expert and he doesn't know anything about the syncing up of videos. At this point, this student was finished. He was dismissed and the next witness was brought up. And that will be in my next video.
Okay, so that was one of Sarah Field's videos. I didn't see, I'm going to have to check. I didn't see another video added, but let me look. Let me see what I can find, guys. 1 second. I think she had... 2:15 a.m. Oh, now it's 2:15 a.m. here in Collin County Courthouse, where Karmelo's trial is being held. The sheriff's deputies have placed lockdown. I had heard that they had added to the barricades and stuff. So this was her talking about being.
I am number 21.
Yes.
21.
19
No, you're
and
20.
18.
I'm 20.
Oh, you're
I'm 20.
Yes.
All right. I'm number 20 in line. So this is documentation that I am number 20 in line. Okay. You're in line. I am number.
So she had to get up, I'm sure, really, really early. Let's listen to this.
Metcalf was escorted by police. Quick sidebar on Dominique Alexander. This is the guy who chastised Austin Metcalf's father for being present at a press conference held by the Anthony family last year. Metcalf was escorted by police out of that press conference. Absolutely despicable. Alexander also happens to have a lengthy rap sheet, including felony injury to a child, stealing a car, felony theft, felony assault, evading arrest, and so on and so forth. And another interesting tidbit, Dominique Alexander's Next Generation Action Network has gotten funding from the Tides Foundation, seeded by none other than George Soros. Quick sidebar on Dominique Alexander. This is the guy who chastised Austin Metcalf's father for being present at a press conference held by the Anthony family last year. Metcalf was escorted by police out of that press conference. Absolutely despicable. Alexander also happens to have a lengthy rap sheet, including felony injury to a child, stealing a car, felony theft, felony assault, evading arrest, and so on and so forth. And another interesting tidbit, Dominique Alexander's Next Generation Action Network has gotten funding from the Tides Foundation, seeded by none other than George Soros. Quick sidebar on Dominique Alexander. This is the guy who chastised Austin Metcalf's father for being present at a press conference held by the Anthony family last year. Metcalf was escorted by police out of that press conference. Absolutely despicable. Alexander also happens to have a lengthy rap sheet, including felony injury to a child, stealing a car, felony theft, felony assault, evading arrest, and so on and so forth. And another interesting tidbit, Dominique Alexander's Next Generation Action Network has gotten funding from the Tides Foundation, seeded by none other than George Soros. Quick sidebar on Dominique Alexander. This is the guy who chastised Austin Metcalf's father for being present at a press conference held by the Anthony family last year. Metcalf was escorted by police out of that press conference. Absolutely despicable. Alexander also happens to have a lengthy rap sheet, including felony injury to a child, stealing a car, felony theft, felony assault, evading arrest, and so on and so forth. And another interesting tidbit, Dominique Alexander's Next Generation Action Network has gotten funding from the Tides Foundation, seeded by none other than George Soros. Quick sidebar on Dominique Alexander. This is the guy who chastised.
All right. So that was Fox News. I'm now going to bring up another, let me look at the chat. Am I on a loop? I don't think so. What's looping? Nothing should be looping. Is everything okay? Let me know in the comments, guys. Is everything okay? All right, so we're gonna remove this, but we're gonna pull up Fox News just did. I just checked their page online, and there's a couple interviews that went on outside the courthouse, just discussions with people. Let's see what these are about.
Both the state and the defense have arrested their case in the murder trial of Karmelo Anthony, who fatally stabbed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a 2025 track meet. We are taking a live look right now outside of the Collin County Courthouse as jury deliberations are underway there right now. The defense claims Anthony acted in self-defense. The prosecution argued no reasonable person would act with such violence. Fox 4's Alex Boyer has been following this emotional case. Alex.
Hey, Eden, and from that shot you just saw, you may be able to see the dozens and dozens of people who are out here today waiting to see if the jury will reach a verdict. You know, this case, of course, has garnered national and international attention. I can tell you that there is a woman here from Tennessee who's actually working on a docu-series on the Karmelo Anthony trial. Now, to recap how we got here today, keep in mind that last Monday, there were about 600 people who were part of the initial jury selection. Last Wednesday, that jury was seated with no African Americans on the panel. Over the course of 2.5 days, the prosecution called 21 witnesses, far fewer than the 35 expected. We learned that Karmelo Anthony used a 3.5-inch folding knife to fatally stab 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. The defense called a handful of witnesses as part of its self-defense strategy. Anthony chose not to testify on his own behalf. The state, however, keep in mind, has the burden of proof in its case. Now, today, attorneys for both sides were each given 35 minutes to present closing arguments, and the jury got the case at 10:52 a.m. Now, I want to bring in seasoned jury consultant Allison Richardson. Allison, thank you so much for joining us. You know, the prosecution, of course, has labeled the fatal stadium stabbing what it calls a provoked, unjustified sneak attack inside of a team tent, while the defense, of course, has countered that this was a split-second action in self-defense out of fear and chaos. We now know that the jury is sequestered and will remain that way as it determines guilt or innocence. We know that they can consider a murder or manslaughter charge, or, of course, acquit him if they believe that it was self-defense. Talk me through what you think the jury is doing right now.
Well, the jury has been deliberating for a little over an hour now. And they probably, it's been my experience that juries take this very seriously. They probably went back to the jury room and they're reading through the charges, and they may take an initial vote to kind of see where everyone's standing, or they may read through it first, and that will help them decide how they can consider all the information most efficiently.
Right, because we know the judge would instruct the jury every time they were on a break, had a lunch break, that they're not to discuss the facts of this case until now. So
Yes.
This is now when they're getting a gauge of how the others feel.
Yes, absolutely. And I've interviewed many jurors before, and there's a variety of ways they can approach it. They could go in and just start talking about their initial impressions of the case, but most juries will go in and start by reading the charge.
Allison, we know that, of course, the prosecution has the burden, but the defense never explained why Karmelo Anthony had this folding knife to begin with. Again, we know it is not illegal to have a folding knife, meaning that it was under 5.5 inches, but it was against school policy to have it at a track meet. We know that several people who testified, other students say that they never expected there to be a knife because that's something that had not happened before, and that they knew that that was not something they could bring on school grounds. How much of a blow, or is that a blow to the defense that they chose not to explain that to the jury?
I think it's a significant fact. There were two significant facts going into this. One of them was that why was he in that tent? And I think the defense did a good job of neutralizing some of that concern, but they never explained why he showed up there with a knife. And, the fact that he didn't testify and give any explanation for it is probably something the jury will consider.
We know that this is a high-profile case. The jury, of course, has been aware that the media has been here, as well as hundreds of other people here, many of them TikTokers, social media folks who have been streaming events about this case. We know that, of course, should not tint or hinder what the jury is here to do. They have specific instructions, but does that play a factor in the human factor of what this jury, you think, is feeling right now, the gravity of this case?
I think it does, but in a positive way. Most juries are very serious when they deliberate at a trial. That's been my experience. I think they will deliberate this case with the utmost seriousness and intentionality.
Absolutely. Well, Allison Richardson, jury consultant, thank you so much for your time and perspective this afternoon. Now, I can tell you that my colleague, Lori Brown, has been sitting inside of the courtroom. She was there for closing arguments and is awaiting to see if we do have a verdict at some point today. I will be outside here. And again, Allison Richardson will provide her expertise when I chat with you again, Eden, at 12:30 p.m. this afternoon. But of course, I can tell you by looking around here, all eyes on the Collin County courtroom this afternoon.
And the jury has been deliberating for a little bit over an hour. Thank you so much, Alex. Fox 4 is committed to keeping you up to date on this case.
Okay, so we'll keep up with Fox. We'll just keep refreshing just to see if anything else comes out. I will say that my opinion on this whole thing, we'll just pull that down for a minute, is that I believe in these situations, because he's 17 years old, I think that manslaughter more than likely is probably hold on. I'll read the comments in a minute. I'm thinking, and juries, I think when you have someone who's young and considering just the situation, how this all was, I kind of feel like manslaughter is probably the choice that it's probably where we're going to land. I don't think it's going to end up being not guilty, but I also don't think it's going to end up being murder. So that's where I'm thinking they're going to land, because it's kind of an in between. Again, I don't believe that he had it in his mind before he went, I'm going to kill someone today. I think that he obviously had that in his backpack or bag, whatever, duffel bag, whatever kind of bag it was. And I think he had the intention to start crap. I think he was provoking an argument, but do I think he walked out that door that day and was like, hey, there's this kid who's going to be under the memorial tent and I'm going to do X, Y, and Z? No. Again, I think that the fact of the matter is 2 people's lives are ruined. 1 person's not coming back. And I do believe that when you make a bad decision, there's consequences. Unfortunately, this is for something very serious. We have someone who is no longer with us. So, this could have been easily solved by walking away, leaving the tent, not being in the tent to begin with. There's so many different things that could have transpired that day that wouldn't even have us here today. It's unfortunate it landed here. For murder 1 in Texas, though, premeditation isn't even a factor. And if you're guilty on murder 1, let's see. How many cases has this happened where a young offender became a repeat offender? Would you take the chance knowing you live in Texas? I believe that the fact that this whole thing took place is a problem. And I do believe that he was carrying something that he knew he shouldn't have for a reason. I do think he was looking for trouble. He found it and this occurred. So I agree with you that there has to be some kind of punishment, because I think that that's the only way to teach somebody that it's a no-go. I think you can't wipe your hands in these situations, especially we have someone who died. So I agree with you. I think that I think he needs to go to jail for a long time and think about what he did. And I also don't feel, I mean, they talk about him being emotional the day of, and I think that it would have been very good if he would have taken the stand and we would have saw some remorse. I don't think that even based off of like seeing him in his suit and stuff, I don't think he looked, I don't know. I look for remorse. I look for some kind of emotion, and I don't think that personally, I haven't seen it. So, that would bother me. Let's see. In my opinion, it was not his intention to kill him. His 17-year-old brain did not register. That could be an outcome when he did that. So I believe intent from that perspective is not likely. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I see. I can see what you're saying, but my thing is like when you stab somebody in the chest, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, this knife went through his right ventricle of his heart into his sternum. I mean, so I don't know if I believe that he didn't realize that what he did was going to cause death. I mean, you're stabbing someone in the chest. You know, there's your lungs, your heart, vital things that, you know, it's not like your spleen, you can live without it, you know? So I don't know what to think of that. Regardless, in that moment, you know, when you react a certain way and you decide that to meet a shove with something like that, the bottom line is whether it registered or not, again, somebody died. So for me, you would have to excuse. I also try to think of if this was my child, if my child went to a track meet and Austin Metcalf was my son. I mean, people have to think about if that was your kid. You're saying, oh, like it's all fine and dandy or whatever. But if this was your kid, would you be so gracious to be like, hey, you know, this is, you know, I'm just asking, just another side of the spectrum. Let's see. There's another YouTube channel covering this with the name of Pascal something, and everyone in chat is so bad faith. They are justifying murder. Yeah, I mean, no matter what way you go, he's not guilty of anything, in my opinion. This is murder. It's just a matter of, do you believe that it's manslaughter or do you believe it's murder 1? Both carry a heavy sentence. One is 25 to life with the possibility of parole, and then one is 2 years to 20 years. I am a person where I like to see people remorseful. I think when you don't see remorse, I think that's very, to me, sinister. And I'm talking about remorse as in like, well, we're in court going into this whole thing. So for me, if there's, I don't know. I just think him taking the stand, it would have helped. I think him not taking the stand was not it just wasn't helpful in his situation. Let's see. Having said that he did bring the knife, he did stab somebody, and he should be found guilty. I agree. I think he should be found guilty of one of the two. Let's see. Push me and see what happens, followed by, yeah. Let's see. I mean, again, that, typically I was talking about this with a friend yesterday. And when people typically do that, usually it's in someone's abdomen, the chest. I mean, I don't know. I would never do that in someone's chest and expect them to walk away. Like I said, you have the lungs and the heart. Those are two. I mean, that is unlikely. And the way this went with him being stabbed in the heart, he could have literally been in the emergency room, like actually better yet in the OR on the table when this happened, and they would have not been able to change the outcome of this. Like that's how bad this injury was. I also think of, and this was brought up, I forgot who brought it up, but it's a good point. When you are defending yourself and you have a weapon to defend yourself, why would you throw the weapon? Because if you're afraid of everyone in that tent and you did that to one, but you're saying, oh, well, people were ganging up on me. It was like all these people. I was so afraid. Wouldn't you hold on to that because you don't know if you're going to need to defend yourself more? Why would you just do it and then throw it? Like if I was in a situation where it was more than one person on me and I was actually afraid that people were going to jump me, I'm not going to use it and then toss it. I'm going to hold on to it. Does that make sense? So again, and then the stretching for me, he was stretching and then he saw someone he knew. So he went and took his bag and then went to talk to somebody because he was stretching because he was going to do, what was it, the 400 they said? So he was stretching for that. So that's weird too. Why'd you have to take the bag to the tent? Why couldn't you just go over to the tent and say hi? I don't know. That's just my way of thinking. Again, we had no cameras in the courtroom. So I'm going off of what people who were there are saying, what the news is reporting. And we had no information in between all this because of the gag order. Austin's brother may never be okay. I don't think Hunter is ever going to be the same. I think it's 17 years old to have your brother bleed out in your arms. I don't think he's ever going to be the same. No. You're just not after something like that. I think that anybody who was standing there and watched that happen, anybody who worked on him, there was this one part of testimony, I'll have to go and find it, where one of the coaches, I believe it was one of the coaches, was he served in the military and he had been to war, and so he was helping try to treat Austin, or and I believe the other coach was sitting there. I have to find who said this. And they were talking about how the one coach, they didn't want to give up working on him. And Austin did the death rattle. And the coach was like, oh no, he's breathing again. He's breathing again. And the other guy said that because, obviously he had been in combat and had experienced having to give CPR to somebody and deal with death, that he knew that wasn't he's breathing again. He knew what it was. But he did not want to say that because he didn't want to kill the hope, basically, but that he knew then that it was not good. Yeah. So, I mean, the death rattle is very distinct. If you've heard it, it's a very uncomfortable thing to watch, by the way, for a person to take their last breath. It's very, I don't want to use the word violent. It's just very heavy. It's not a great thing to see. So, you know, if you know, you know. It's just something. It's not. Yeah. If he was looking for trouble, then it's murder, not manslaughter. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be up to the jury. Again, they saw the medical examiner photos. They saw the video footage. I don't know if we'll ever see the video footage. I do know that court transcripts are going to be available. They might already start to be available. I may have to look into FOIA-ing those just to see what the court transcripts say. Obviously, we're going to have way more information in court transcripts, so I'll have to work on that as well. And I'm sure there will be other people that'll be going over that. Exactly. With all the things I watch, a lot hinges on seeing remorse from a defendant. I personally, I mean, that's something I would want to see. That's just me, though. The timing is so bad with the World Cup starting this weekend. I fully anticipate riots if convicted, and we will be showing our very worst side with visitors in town. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a concern for a lot of people in that area. What's sad is, you know, there's a jury. They're going to make the decision. And burning down your city and causing further trouble and hurting other people makes zero sense. It doesn't change what happened. It doesn't bring, it's already a bad situation. Let's make it worse. I've never understood that. Something bad happens that, you know, whoever you're going to harm or whatever damage you're going to do, by the way, half of these people, you burn down the place you live in. That makes no sense. You're like punishing yourself. I don't understand that. I just don't understand the rioting and all the, you know, lighting things on fire. It's crazy to me. You're not proving anything to anybody. It's not like I look at all of that destruction and go, oh, you know what? Like, you guys have a great solid point. Like, this was totally unjust. That's not what it does. Again, it's like being in an argument and someone's swearing and screaming at you and pointing in your face and they're acting crazy. It's like, I'm not even listening to you anymore. Whatever point you might have had is totally gone over everyone's head because you're acting like a lunatic, you know? If people want justice, if people feel that this is wrong, there's better ways to go about this for change in the future or to get him an appeal or whatever, you know, would need to happen after this. Pascal's chat is horrible. I don't know who that is. Someone brought him up the other day. I have no idea who that is. Oh, you want to know what? There was a person who was on my page that unsubscribed to me because I was it was one of my lives about this. It was a couple days ago. And she was saying that she felt that my coverage on this case is like specifically this one portion where I showed you guys the comments by that one guy who allegedly is like involved with BLM, the comments he was saying outside of the courthouse. So she made a remark like, oh, you went to dig up dig up these videos that this person was doing, but you didn't show like what the white people are doing that's outside the courthouse and all like the racial stuff they're saying. My point when I showed you guys those videos was they came up on my For You page on my ex. All I did was copy the link and paste it on a Word document for my live. It was something I wanted to address. So I showed you guys the two videos and then I said, there is no place with white people or black people for any of this. None of this is okay. Racism is not okay on any level, no matter what. There's no reason for it. So she was upset and told me she was going to unsubscribe from my channel, but continue to watch my content, by the way, because she felt that I was unbalanced. Why didn't I go dig up more dirt from the other side? And I'm like, I didn't waste my time to dig up more negative, violent things. Because the point of the whole entire thing after I saw this was racism goes in every direction. It's not just one way. And it's not okay no matter what way it goes. It's not normal. It's not healthy. It's not okay. That was the whole point. So I didn't feel that I needed to go and like waste my time digging up people acting absolutely disgusting. That just happened to be on my For You. I was like, hey, I want to make this point and I want to make this very clear that we are all God's children. We are all people. We all bleed the same. We eat the same. We poop the same. It's all the same. Nobody should be treating anybody like this. It's not okay to say the only good white person is a dead one. It's not, that's not normal. Like, that is sick to me. And it's not okay to say it about any other, you know what I mean? And so I wanted to just make that statement that, like, I don't see color and no one should see color because we're all people. We're all God's children. I just feel like it's gross. And so again, it comes back to, like, then she said, oh, well, you reported that the knife was 5 inches when it was 3.5. So I actually had this pulled up because I was going to go over it. I was going to be like, okay, well, listen, the day that I was reading through all this information, I was getting it from CBS. And what would you know? CBS, 5-inch folding knife. So get mad at me and say I'm an unfair reporter because CBS put out 5 inches. I read it exactly the way it's written. And then you're going to be like, oh, well, I'm not going to follow you anymore because you don't do fair reporting. Like, give me a break. I mean, 3.5, 5 inches. The bottom line is, again, shouldn't have been there. You know what I mean? You just can't please everybody. And this is not, you know, me trying to be mean. But anyway, she tagged Pascal, whoever this person is, in this comment to go after me for saying, like, racism is wrong. Go for it. Go ahead. Let him talk about me then. You know what I mean? I just was like shaking my head. I'm like, you know, we're at a point where it's like, honestly, it's disturbing where we're at right now. It's crazy. Hey, Nicole, and hello, everyone. Hello. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. Yes. Let's see. Anthony's toast carrying a knife is utterly disgusting, as bad as a gun. It's a weapon. I mean, it didn't belong there. So I don't know. Let's see if there's any update at all from anybody. I don't think there's going to be. I am really, really curious how long it's going to take for a verdict. I'm thinking that as far as the verdict goes, I kind of think, like I said, with the charges, because he's 17, or he was 17 at the time of this, I think people are going to be definitely probably manslaughter is what I'm thinking, just because he's young. And I think a lot of people are nervous to convict him of you know, murder one. Nah, you're too generous. I mean, I can't please them all. I just can't. And so she's gonna, you know, she's like, I'm unsubscribing, but I'll continue to watch your stuff because I like your sense of humor and I think that you're, like, thoughtful and intelligent and all this stuff. And it's like, but yet one thing. And then she said, oh, well, you said that it was, there was something else that she pointed out. And I'm like, listen, this is where I was reading from that day. I have a screenshot of where I was reading from that day. Like, I didn't make up whatever. Like, go ahead and nitpick me all you want. But, like, I'm not in the courtroom. We have no cameras in the courtroom. I am at the mercy of whatever the news stations are putting out. And I was reading off of CBS that day. That's what CBS put out. That's what I read out loud. Sue me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you want me to do? So, at 17, I knew stabbing someone can result in death. Yeah. I mean, at 17, I would have never had the guts because my parents would have whooped my behind if I ever even looked at a weapon to touch, let alone take to school or a school event. I would have, man, let me tell you, I would just never. My parents, all they had to do was, like, bulge their eyes out like this at you. And you were like, oh, I need to shut up and sit down and stop. Like, they didn't even have to say a word. Like, just my mom's eyeballs, like, leaving her eye sockets almost was like, uh-oh, I better knock it off. That's how my parents were. They didn't even have to tell us. We knew. Some people just want to live in an echo chamber and can't handle their ideas being challenged. Again, I'm not even really trying to necessarily challenge people. I'm just one of those people, especially my channel, I'm just like, right is right and wrong is wrong. It's really that simple. For me, it is. So that's, you know what I mean? I just stand with truth, and right is wrong and wrong is wrong. And I do believe regardless of the intent, again, it brings me back to like Mackenzie Shirilla, this documentary, whether it was intentional that she ran that car into that building, which most of us believe it was, because there was no brake ever put on. Intentional or not, 2 people died. And you have to pay the consequence for driving a car into a brick wall and killing 2 people. Unfortunately, you are young. And unfortunately, if it wasn't intentional, you have to sit in prison. And guess what? That girl has not done any crying, any major apologizing. She's like, I have immense remorse. Well, if you have to say you have immense remorse and you can't choke out one solid tear, I'm not getting remorse vibes, And so at that point, I have to believe that you have a psychological issue, not to be rude. I'm never trying to be rude, but I'm also a no nonsense person. I'm not going to also not call call a situation for what it is just because people, it's going to hurt people's feelings. Like, the truth sucks. Life can be hard. It just is what it is. I don't know what else to say. Let's see. The bigger you get, the more of these people you'll have to deal with. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing that. I'll have like a Charlie Kirk video and it'll do really good and I'll gain followers, and then I'll talk about something like this, which I feel like I'm being pretty fair, and I think I'm also reasonable. I don't think I'm an unreasonable podcaster. I think that everything that I say in my opinions, I think I'm actually very polite about it too. I'm very light in my delivery, which, like, in my personal life, if I was your friend and I had to tell you just like what it is, like, I'm just very much like, whoop, here it is. Like, I've actually been very like more, I try to just like, again, this is a podcast and I'm trying to be careful because you don't want, if someone has different views than you, let's say, and you're trying to get them to understand your side or see your side, being aggressive or mean is not going to do it. And so being calm and with the program, right, and just talking about facts is going to get you further. Again, it's not even my job to change anyone's mind. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. That's fine. Our opinions at the end of the day aren't going to change what happens in this courtroom right now either. But I definitely, I've noticed that. I've noticed since I started covering this case and certain things that people are unsubbed to the channel over what? Like, what have I said that is so unreasonable? That's just what it is. I don't know. And also, I think too, people will find anything to nitpick. That's the other thing. They just find anything to turn into a huge something. It's, I always tell my husband, like, it's always something. There's just always something, there's no avoiding that. I was always a problem at school, but I wasn't dangerous. Always walk away until you can't. Yes, you are. When I came across one of your first lives early on, I was an instant subscriber because of your personality, rationality, and demeanor. Thank you. I try to, I am fair. I mean, I'm calm. I do get a little bit like, sometimes like you can tell when I'm passionate about something or if I'm getting aggravated, like I do get a little, I am Italian. I can raise my voice a little bit, but I definitely am not like wound up to where it's like unreasonable. I'm in New Jersey. Hello, New Jersey. Me too. I've been here for a while, since the beginning. Yeah, you guys have been around since the beginning. Since November 3rd. That was my first podcast I ever posted, November 3rd. Oodles of mitigating factors. Karmelo was a minor, no criminal record. He worked with 3.8 GPA. He was provoked, outnumbered, etc. We're talking a 10-year sentence, out in 5 years with college diploma. I don't agree with that he wasn't, or that he was provoked. I don't think he was provoked. And I don't think he was outnumbered as well. It was already talked about that people were not like crowded around him. That's all been talked about in witness testimony. I also don't think he's getting out in like 5 years. I also have heard people talk about that he was in some sort of trouble, like suspended from school, or there was things like that going on. Not sure how true that is. I was going to try to look into that. I just haven't had time to yet, but I've heard some things, some rumblings. Also, they were talking about that on several news channels about that. And you want to know what? Like a 3.8 GPA is great. No criminal record is great. That does not mean that you can't be held accountable for a bad decision that you made. I mean, people can have 4.0 GPAs in their life together and go out and make a stupid choice and have consequences to the stupid choice. That has nothing to do with his behavior on that day. And you want to know what? That actually makes it even more unfortunate because he threw his whole life away with a bad choice. And, you know, you have your whole life ahead of you. They both were athletes. They were good athletes, good football players. None of this should have happened. Two people should not have their lives ruined today, but that's what happens. If you take a weapon to a school location, you know you are not supposed to. He had intentions. I agree. I said it from the beginning. I said it all comes back to this should not have been there. Period. End of story. Full stop. Everything else after that is nothing. It means nothing. The bottom line is this did not belong there. Why was it there? Why did you bring your bag in the tent if you were stretching? You know? Let's see. Unfortunately, you won't be able to get the info at the school, as the school was threatened by KA supporting mob to remove suspension so he could go to prom. Yeah, I've heard a lot of rumblings that he was suspended. I also heard that he didn't have a criminal record, but he was not in trouble. If you know what I mean. Like I heard that there was some stuff going on. But again, we'll see what comes out. So I'm going to play this other video that Sarah put up. This is her part 2 because we listened to part 1. I'm going to go feed the dogs and I'll be right back. But I want you guys to listen to her part 2. Hold on. Wait, you heard that? You heard this already? Hold on. Oh, you're talking Peaky Blinders. You're talking about that he was in trouble. A lot of people are talking about that. We listened to part 1 earlier, I believe, not part 2. So we'll listen to part 2 while I go feed the dogs.
Sippy really wants to be a part of this today, guys. Okay. You let me do my job. All right, part 2, Monday, Karmelo Anthony trial. I have my regular glasses on now. All right. At this point, the defense then called Officer Riley. This was a very, very short interaction with Officer Riley. After the defense called Officer Riley, a juror actually threw their hand up and asked to take a break. So they took a short break and they came back. Officer Riley is with the city of Frisco. He said that he arrived at the stadium. It was his job to interview 2 students. One of those students was Eddie Parra. I've learned that I can now say this name because Eddie is not a minor. Eddie is the individual that was the friend of Karmelo Anthony, but in the end ended up just being an acquaintance because he was actually very good friends with Karmelo Anthony's now ex-girlfriend. So Officer Riley interviewed 2 students in the field house, one of them being Eddie Parra. He said that he looked at Eddie's phone and was told that Eddie acted like he had taken a video. He said that the search on Eddie's phone was consent-based, which means that Eddie handed over his phone willingly so that the officer could make sure that no video was actually recorded. He said that he checked the camera roll, he checked text, he checked his Snapchat, and he checked his he basically checked his entire phone to make sure that there was no recording of the actual incident. He said it did take him a little while to go through the phone. He did not ask to take the phone into custody. And that was quite literally it when it came to Officer Riley. After this witness, the defense then called an individual that is a minor, so I won't be sharing the name of this person. This was a student at Frisco High who plays football and runs track, says that he's a hybrid. I just want to point out that when this witness walked in through into the courtroom, he walked in very lazily, I guess is how I would say it, and he was chewing gum. And the judge had to ask him, are you chewing gum? You can spit it out or you can swallow it. So he spit it out very quickly into a tissue. This student then took the stand and said that he was committed to LSU. He plays receiver and running back, and that he had talked to Officer Anders. He also was asked about track culture. He said that track culture, it was very social, but he did make a point to say that he had never talked to people underneath their tent. And he said sometimes students came to his tent and they would sometimes say hi. He said that on April 2nd, he did see someone get pushed or punched. I don't know, was quite literally his statement. He said that everyone was standing at this time. He was asked to point out where everybody was in a graph of the tent in relation to where it was in the on the bleachers. He pointed to under the right-hand side bottom of the tent. But he didn't seem to remember anything. He just said that a kid got hit or pushed, and then he did a swing motion down. He then said it was at that point that they were running to the bus. He stated that Karmelo, after the incident occurred, was first walking and then he was running. He was then cross-examined by Worski. And then Worski said, if you don't remember, you don't remember. And he said, yes, sir, I know. And he said, when you saw the video, it shook you up, right? And he said, yes. He also said that he couldn't remember if it was a push or a jab or just a motion. He then demonstrated the push, and the push literally was the exact same thing that every other witness has demonstrated, which was a push or a shove onto the shoulder. Worski then asked him, you didn't want to come down here, did you? And then he responded with, quote, I don't know, I'm kind of scared right now. Worski said, there's some things that you saw that you just don't remember, right? And the student said, yes. And then that was it. It was then at this point, they decided to go on break. And then they decided to go on lunch. And we were supposed to go back to the courtroom at 12:30 for lunch. However, we were waiting outside the courtroom till I think it was after 2 o'clock. We waited for almost 2 hours. I don't fully remember. So we were let back into the courtroom around 2:15. And let me just make this clear. Judge Roach is a very timely judge. So we knew something was going on because he's not just going to delay anything on purpose or, cause anything to take longer than it needed to, because he is a very no nonsense, I want to get this over with judge. So when things went over and we're just waiting outside trying to figure out what was going on, we knew something was happening. We also discovered that Karmelo Anthony's parents were inside the courtroom at this time. And then there was a point where they finally opened the doors. I did get eyes on some of the family of Karmelo Anthony, and they did not look happy. Some of them were crying. And then we all went into the courtroom. And then it was at this point that the defense said that they rested. So then the judge said that, okay, the prosecution has rested, the defense has rested. So now they were going to end it for the day. Tomorrow morning will be closing arguments. And then the jury will begin its deliberation. The judge told the jury that they will be sequestered. This means that if deliberation continues on towards the end of the day, that if they have not reached a verdict by tomorrow, end of day, they will have to isolate themselves inside a hotel room. Okay, so they would have to isolate themselves inside the hotel room with no communication to the outside. I'm fairly certain that the jury does not want that. Honestly, I mean, this is just my opinion, but the defense did not seem to have much else. There was some rumors about whether Hunter would take the stand. Those rumors are unfounded. There were some rumors about whether Karmelo would take the stand. Completely unfounded. There are rumors about a plea deal. There has never been a plea deal on the table, ever. And from what I understand, there is not going to be a plea deal. So I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I know that the jury probably does not want to be isolated inside of a hotel. I know that there's really not much to go off of regarding the defense, because the defense has literally not entered any other evidence other than these witnesses who seemingly has been completely destroyed by the prosecution, including this last witness who basically, one of the witnesses who basically stated in his original report that Karmelo had been surrounded, but then was corrected on the timing, because apparently he got his timing wrong, and it appeared that Karmelo was being surrounded after the murder occurred. And then Karmelo walked away and then ran. So that is the full update of today. I'm going to be up at the courthouse again bright and early tomorrow morning, and we will see what happens. Thank you.
Okay, so that was her other update from yesterday. Again, I will go ahead and refresh and see if there's anything else that's come out so far. Nothing yet. I also am looking to see what is on YouTube as far as the news stations go, because I don't. Ooh, hold on. Are they still live? Oh, they're still live right now. Okay. Let's pull this up. So I found that this is local news, I believe. So this is Fox for Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. So let's see what they're live right now. So let's see what this is about, or what they have going on.
Becomes your website.
So it looks like right now, and I knew this, they had shared, other news stations has shared what's going on outside the courthouse as far as people the crowd starting to build out there. And I think that there was already more people out there prior. Yeah. So we will see. And I think you guys can all see the chat that's going on the Fox 4 News. So I'm curious when we're going to get a verdict. I don't know if it'll be today. I'll be honest. I don't know how I feel about it, if I think it's going to be today or not. Paid agitators, I would not be surprised if, like, Antifa, BLM, I think there's been agitators there in general, on both sides, probably, I'm sure, from what has been talked about. Yeah. Go to the end of the of the live that's current. Are you talking about like this, the live I'm watching now? Why that's not? Oh, that's when it started. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, wait. So what time is this showing on there? So did they clear? So they cleared everybody out? I wonder what time that was at. Because they don't have a time frame up there. But this has been streamed 90 minutes ago. So that this has been, I guess they did start to clear people out. And there's no noise. There's no one talking, no one interviews. So they must have, they're not going to allow anyone. I knew they had those barricades, but I think that they moved the barricades further, I think closer to the courthouse. So now I think before it was where people could get down. Isn't that a road, you guys? For those of you that live local, if you're in here, in front of those barricades right there, is this not an active road? I thought that's what I always thought, just because there were people driving up and down that area. Am I right? Let's see. But I'm pretty sure that was a road. Yeah, see, it is. Okay, so you can still drive up and down because that's how people were getting to the parking lot. Because the parking lot, I believe, is this way. And I'm sure they have more than enough coverage as far as like police.
Breaking news into the Fox 4 newsroom. A verdict has been reached. in the
Oh
trial of
my God.
Karmelo Anthony. That verdict announced at 2:05 today. Jurors will enter the courtroom along with the media and prepare for a 2:05 reading of that verdict. We will bring you that information live as soon as we have it right here on this page.
Oh my God, you guys, I'm sorry, I'm texting my husband. I hate swearing on here. Holy shit. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Okay, we talked about, we're like, we'll probably have one today. I didn't think I was going to be right. I didn't think it was going to take like a week. I didn't think it was going to take the rest of the week, but I was not thinking. I have chills, you guys. I have literal chills. I don't know if you guys can see that. I have chills. I feel sick, sort of. And I almost feel like I'm going to cry. I don't know why. Probably just because I think I might start crying. I think I feel in situations like this, it's sad. It's sad because, again, you have two young kids, both, successful athletes, students. High school was the time of my life. Even though I was bullied when I was younger, I loved being in sports and in dance and having, friends. And it's just a time in life that's so innocent. You have no responsibilities of bills and all these things and prom and just, I don't know. There's just a lot of good things about high school, even though, again, I feel like I really came into who I am as a person as I got older. I think I was because I was teased and stuff, and I was not doing what all the popular kids were doing. My parents were, I don't want to say they were overly strict, but they were very well aware about what I was up to and what I was doing. And so, and my parents couldn't afford Hollister and Abercrombie and Fitch back then. So, I wasn't wearing all the cool brands necessarily. And my parents always taught me, you get a job at 16, you work for the nicer things. They clothed me. I had, good clothes. I wasn't wearing like Hillsby clothes. Oh, here we go. Trouble. I'm going to pause this, but can I be honest, guys? Like, people having their kids out there, with the way the climate is around this, I would not bring my children there because if stuff hits the fan, you have young kids. I would have no kids out there. This could take a turn that could be, you know what I mean? I just really hope that whatever the answer is, that people respect it, pray on it, and just let it be. I really do. Wow, why they're using children as a shield. Don't give them sympathy. I'm not giving them sympathy. I'm saying that kids should not be out there, is what I'm saying. I'm just saying kids shouldn't be out there. As far as the two boys involved in this, I do think it's sad. I do think it's sad that you have everything going for you, and this split second mistake and decision, it changes multiple people's lives, you know, and it's not even just the two victims. It's not even just the two families. It's anybody who stood there and witnessed what happened that day. You know, I'll play this, but then we can't. Well, we'll turn it down because I don't want to listen to them yell. We're going to turn this down a little bit just so we can talk because, yeah, verdict is in. Yep. The verdict is in. They are going to read it. At 3:05, we have 15 minutes till the verdict is read. The verdict being in. So do you guys care, chat, if I mute this for right now and we can go back and like listen to them yell later? But like, do we all want a migraine right now? Because I don't. But you guys let me know if you want me to take it off mute. I just figured for a minute, can we just like not? Because I want to talk about this verdict. The Bible says thou shalt not murder. I agree. And that was not self-defense. So to me, please mute. Yes, I'm like, guys, I can't have a headache yet. And because I have surgery coming up, I can't take any kind of like ibuprofen or anything. So, and lupus and fibromyalgia, your body hurts. So it sucks if you get like a migraine or something, you can't take anything to treat it. So, verdict is in pretty quick, probably guilty. 6K would buy a lot of commissary. I'm sure it would, but I thought his parents like spent it. I thought that's what was being talked about. I don't know though. I don't know. I was just told by you all that was like a thing. But yeah, I mean, I knew that the verdict probably wouldn't take too long. I just didn't think it would be probably today. I kind of thought maybe tomorrow, but I'd rather chew on grass than listen to that rabble. Yeah, I think that the fact that the verdict is already in, I mean, I'm leaning more towards guilty because it came in so fast. But they did. I was being funny. No, you're good. Yeah, people were talking about that. I didn't even know that. I thought I heard something at a while ago about what was it, Give, Send, Go, or the GoFundMe. I want to say it was a Give, Send, Go. That was so fast. Dana, it was, right? I knew that we would have one. I was thinking tomorrow. I don't know why. I just thought like today, because this has been taxing on everybody. I figured they might want like a night, to like breathe, but I guess not. Will the sentence be announced? No. So the verdict is in. The sentencing is announced at another time. But the sentencing. So if he is guilty of murder 1, it is 25 to life, with the possibility of parole. If it is manslaughter, it is 2 to 20 years in the state of Texas. Again, the difference between murder 1 and the manslaughter charge. Manslaughter would be it requires you to be reckless. You were reckless. Not with the intention to murder someone, but you were being reckless with using, the weapon he was using. When will verdict be announced? They are going to read it off at 3:05. So it is 2:57. We are what is that? 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Oh, you guys, I feel like I'm gonna need a fan or something. I don't even know. I just am so scared for what's going to come from this verdict. I have a feeling you could just feel the energy and the toxicity of this entire thing through the screen. And I don't even know. I have a bad feeling about whatever it is. I just don't know that this is going to go over smoothly. If it's not, there are some people that if it's not the way they want it, they lose their minds. I'm nervous too, Dana, and I'm not even, you would think I was the one on trial at this point. I'm sitting here tensing every muscle I got. I feel like it's going to be very scary out there for a while. I think so too. I really do. We know how violent these people are. The state needs to be prepared for what these people will do. I think they are. I think that they know exactly what they're dealing with because this has been going on since day 1 of the trial. Actually, day 1 of the trial, a lot of people that got into the courtroom, like Sarah Fields and some others that were covering stuff, and they were saying after day 1, it was so bad that day that they almost contemplated, like, am I safe being here for this? And like debating, like, is this even safe? Sarah Fields actually has like paid like protection as a journalist there. Crying justice for criminals is so wrong. I agree. It is sad because he was young, but this is a choice that was made and it comes with a consequence. And you do no one any favors by pacifying a bad choice. So let's hear what this is saying now. I don't know if they're talking.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sean Rabb with Eat and Chuckle. We are in the Fox 4 Digital Studio. A verdict has been reached in the Karmelo Anthony trial. It's going to be announced in about 10 minutes. And we're watching now the tension that is growing outside of the Collin County Courthouse.
So they're holding signs and chanting. People are holding signs there and chanting. As you can see, the noise, the chants are getting louder and louder. This jury started deliberating at around 10:52 this morning. So they have been deliberating for 3 hours, and we know they have reached that verdict, which will be announced at 2:05. This whole process really has moved fairly quickly. If you think about it, just last Monday, jury selection started. And by Wednesday, the jury was seated. And over the weekend, prosecutors rested their case. The defense rested its case.
Let me talk about this for a minute and what's happening right now. This is the tension that has been growing in Collin County since 2025 when this took place. Okay. And these kinds of face-to-face, emotion rising, shouting matches really do no good, but we've seen them become more and more intense, even as this trial has progressed, Eden, as you were talking about, since last week. Emotions are boiling high on both sides, and these kind of verbal confrontations that we're looking at here right now, Eden, just show us really what's right under the surface that has been brought out with this particular case.
Absolutely. And I think this is probably going to paint the picture of how things are going to be once the verdict is announced, which we are waiting for at 2:05 this afternoon. So in less than 10 minutes, but we're already seeing tensions
And this is how it's been over the last couple of days. But really now we're seeing it escalate as people are facing each other, holding signs, yelling, chanting, and things appear to be getting a little hostile.
Yeah, and certainly we hope the cooler heads will ultimately prevail here. This emotion does not help or change anything that 12 people have decided about Karmelo Anthony.
I am starting to cry a little bit. I'm sorry for y'all, but I don't have kids. And for those of you that have been with me since the beginning, like I'm just very like authentically me. And a lot of people ask like why I don't have kids. And you know, I do like nice things. I like a clean house, whatever, and I just think kids take a lot of work obviously. And I always believe that it's better to be real with yourself and say, "Hey, I'm not ready to be a parent than to be a bad parent." And when I look at stuff like this is another reason why I don't want children as well, because where we're at as a society, it's really sad to watch hate. Just it really bothers my being. It disturbs me. Just because I think that it's not healthy, it's not okay, you know, and it's very hard to watch. I'm not a hateful person. I'm not a vengeful person. I just believe that, you know, sometimes, you know, we don't get justice in this life and that comes later, and I'm okay with that. And I think, I don't know. I just think there's a lot of just nasty. It's just all very nasty and negative. And it's hard to watch it for me. You guys let me know where you're at. But for me, maybe I'm a crybaby. I don't know. It bothers me. It really does.
That the verdict is coming 2:00. So the punishment phase should start this afternoon. And then certainly tomorrow it will continue, and which has moved at a rapid pace. This trial will probably wrap by week's end.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about me? How can I make this about me? I'm not making this about me. I'm saying that it's disturbing that we're at this point in society. Is that not understandable? How is that this is not about me. This is not about me. I did not wake up one day and decide to bring a weapon to a school event and hurt somebody. This is not about me. Yeah, this is like watching people live in two different worlds. Yeah, it is. And actually, that comment right there saying that I'm trying to make it about me, you're the problem. And what we'll do with you is we'll ban you from the channel because you just can't handle it.
We have our Lori Brown, who is in the courtroom. So she had told us that, you know, if the jury had reached a decision by 2
I love the ban
that
button.
The sentencing phase the punishment phase would play out starting today. But if the jury were to reach a decision later on at 4, then that would happen.
Based ban. That's the best thing ever. Yeah. This is my podcast and I am always going to be honest about how I feel. And yeah. You could never make a mistake, huh? Crazy lady. Who are you talking about, Adam? Me? I mean, I've made it 37 years and I've never murdered somebody.
Tomorrow. So it looks like things have moved quickly, as we've said. It's hard to believe that just last Monday was really jury selection, and now the jury.
Of course, thank you for being here. I
to
appreciate everyone that's in the
we're gonna
chat.
Find out in 4 minutes. So hopefully this starts right on time at 2:05. But as we're watching right now, live
I know, isn't that funny?
Of people protesting, of
the audacity
of just kind of a hostile picture that we're seeing.
The audacity for me to say what I think and feel on my own podcast. I just see what I'm saying. Some people remind me of the people that make mistakes and it was a ghost that did it. Accountability is not their thing.
Right here. It's something also important to note. I mean, this has been a racially charged.
Karmelo Anthony did.
To some of the closing arguments.
We're going to fast forward because
Mike
it's
Howard,
3:05, so any minute they're going to be
the defense went first during closing. Oh, okay.
Let's go to Alex Boyer.
Alex, when I spoke to you during the noon show, you said that you saw prayer circles. It looks like things are certainly different now as we are watching what's unfolding behind you. Just describe the mood. What is going on? It seems like there's a lot of tension.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to step out of the way so that you can actually get a better view for what we are seeing here right now. We're about 20 feet away from the other camera angle that you guys have been seeing at this moment. Can you guys hear me in the studio? Can you guys hear me back at the studio? Okay, so I'm standing about 20 feet back from where that other camera angle is, where you've been seeing some of these live pictures. So we're kind of standing behind the crowd. I can tell you that there are barricades that are lined up right at the end of this driveway that has been closed off the entire time this trial has been in session, to try to minimize the amount of people who are driving through and accessing this area that leads into the front of the courthouse. I can tell you that just within the past few seconds, I've noticed some of the crowd disperse a little bit. I can tell you that it appears that we have a heightened police presence that has shown up within the past few seconds. Seems like they're trying to show kind of some unification here in front of those barricades. I'm counting about, looks like at least 7 or 8 uniformed officers right on the other side of that barricade.
Are they playing like elevator music while we're watching like craziness take place?
Separating this crowd to the entrance of the courthouse. Of course, the emotions running high as we get into now just past 2:05 p.m. when we know members of the media were going to be allowed back inside the courtroom to hear what that verdict is. You know,
I'm going to pause this for a minute, and we're going to try to like just make a small joke right now. When I was younger, I got pulled over by a cop who had a Stetson on in Tennessee. And I remember my friend, because I was going 10 miles over the speed limit. I'll be quick. I just got a new car. So I didn't even realize I was going 10 over. It was an accident. And he got out of the car, and my friend was joking around. And she goes, "Oh, well, I'll flash him and get us out of this ticket," you know, because we were in our early 20s. And I'm like, this man has a Stetson on. Don't you dare. I'm like, he'll be hauling us off to prison for that, or jail, you know? And every time I see a cop with a Stetson, it's just like, I just feel like, you know, that they mean business. If they have a Stetson on, just take your ticket, apologize, don't bother. He don't want to hear it. He don't care. He means business.
Tell you, when I first got here a few minutes ago, when we heard that a verdict was going to be announced, people were initially scattered out of the way, kind of standing under trees since it is so hot out here. When they heard that there was
reached, but I think we should probably reset if you're just joining us right now as to what is going on right now. The jury started deliberating at 10:52 this morning, and at 2:05, they have now reached a verdict. We were waiting for that verdict to be announced. 2:07 right now. These things sometimes take some time. And things have certainly escalated outside of the Collin County Courthouse. You can see law enforcement out there trying to, you know, keep everything calm, trying to get people away, it looks like, from the steps of the courthouse. But tensions are rising. At one point, we saw
I'm going to run and get some water really quick, guys, but I'll let this play. I'm going to be like super fast.
2 people very close to each other exchanging some words, and we could hear yelling. Earlier, when we were on the noon show, Alex Boyer was outside of the courthouse, and he was saying that, you know, he saw prayer circles. At one point, I think we were hearing someone chanting in the background and speaking. And so things have certainly escalated even within the last, I would say, 2 hours that he's been out there. And I'm sure once this verdict is announced, it will only get worse. But this, as you mentioned, Sean, this doesn't really help the situation here, right? The verdict is the verdict.
Right. It doesn't. You know, and it could lead to even people having conflict with police out there and getting arrested out there because of their emotions. These moments are very tense and very intense, but you have to control your emotion in this moment. And so we have to watch that as well as watch what's happening in the courtroom. It's going to be coming down. If the jurors are back in, it could very well be that they're being polled individually, asking if the verdict is theirs and theirs alone. And then that'll be read by either the judge or the foreperson, what that verdict is.
And because this trial really has moved quickly, I kind of want to get into some of the developments that took place this morning. So the jury was able to consider manslaughter as a lesser charge to first-degree murder. Manslaughter is, you know, just reckless killing, right? He did not, arguing that Karmelo Anthony did not intend to kill someone. He just happened to kill someone. Meanwhile, Murder includes the intent that this was deliberate. So the jury is having to decide between manslaughter as that lesser charge or first-degree murder. Now, as we talked about this earlier, the difference really is the maximum sentence, right? So for manslaughter, the maximum sentence is 20 years. For
Wait, chat, hold on. What did I miss? Why are people saying no? No, let the riots begin, not in Texas. Laugh out loud, hope not happening. What happened? Chat, let me know what happened. What's going on?
For murder, first-degree murder, the maximum sentence is really life in prison. So Karmelo Anthony was facing between 5 years to 99 years in prison. During closing arguments, the state actually waived the right to open. So the defense went first. And so on Karmelo Anthony's side, his attorney, Mike Howard, argued that Anthony was invited into the tent by somebody he knew and that nobody had the right to use force to eject him in terms of, I mean, some of the witnesses have said he was pushed, he was shoved. They used different words to describe that physical altercation there. Attorney Howard also claimed that Anthony did have the right to defend himself against somebody much bigger than him. That was something else that was brought up, was the difference in size between both of these 17-year-old boys. But prosecutor Bill Worski, he argued that Anthony showed up with a mindset that, which is why he had a knife with him. Prosecutors argued that self-defense is not a defense in this case because Anthony provoked Austin Metcalf into pushing him when he said, "Touch me and see what happens." So the question here is, was this self-defense or was this deliberate? Did he intend to do this? What happened here? That is what the jury is going to have to decide on. Or was this a case of manslaughter, as we just mentioned, the lesser charge that was presented this morning to the jury that they could also consider?
And in a case like this, you talk about Bill Worski waiving his opening opportunity in closing arguments. That's a strategic move, right? Prosecutors, because the burden of proof is on the state, they get to open, the defense makes its close, and then they get to rebut that, to have the last word.
I'll turn that down a little bit.
All of his time. So he deferred, if you will.
I think that they are prepared for some bad behavior. I think based on the days coming into this, I'll turn it down even more just so you guys don't feel weird. But the days going into this, it's been very toxic and heated outside as far as the environment, the people, the arguing, the name calling, the wishing bad things happening to people. It's been very crazy out there. So there will be bad behavior without a doubt. Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to turn. Unfortunately, it's sad because it's already a bad situation. This doesn't change anything. But people, I don't know what they're thinking that this is going to change by acting out. It's really crazy.
We'll see how how the jury decides what decision.
So the verdict was supposed to be read at 3:05. We're almost 10 minutes past that. I'm willing to bet that the reason we're past that is because they are not going to read that out until the police outside say that they have every exit covered, they have everything prepped outside, so that when it's read, they're prepped. Do you get what I'm saying? So I wonder, and I could almost bet that there's communication between the police inside the courthouse and the police outside saying, hey, don't read anything yet. We're still trying to get things situated because they already know, you know what I mean?
Raised a lot of emotions too.
And mainstream attention, New York Times, CNN, Fox News Channel, News Nation, all covering.
Let's see what you guys are saying in chat.
Family members of these folks involved, or those who are speaking for them.
I agree. They're staging for the expectation of what's going to happen. Yep. So I bet you that the reason that we haven't heard anything yet is because they are mobilizing everything outside, probably on several streets, probably parking lots. You have people that are there for jury duty. You have people that are there, the families, of the victim, along with Karmelo Anthony's family. These people have to, they're trying to keep everyone inside the courtroom safe.
Austin Metcalf.
Of course, they want everyone outside to
did
be
not
safe, but
testify during this trial. We also didn't
you
hear
can't, you know what I
from,
mean? You can only try to
Karmelo
control and
Anthony.
contain the environment. So I think that there's probably a lot of
What were
undercover
the procedures too in
squads.
terms of not having
I'm
people
guessing
testify?
blocks
Of
out
course, since you mentioned Karmelo
prepared.
Anthony first, let's talk about that first. You cannot hold it against me if I don't testify in my own defense, even if my defense is self-defense. If my attorneys feel like we have proven our point, we have proven our position without your testimony, because remember, anytime you take the stand, you open yourself up to cross-examination. And a skilled attorney, no matter how innocent you may be, a skilled attorney can press his claim through you. As for Austin Metcalf's twin, I don't know that they felt like they needed to bring that emotional wound to the surface to press their claim and prove their point to jurors.
A lot of people were
Through
speculating if Hunter
video,
was going to be a
through
witness because
tearful
remember,
testimony
there was
of
supposedly
many
going to
of
be
their 21
35
witnesses,
witnesses from the
I think folks
prosecution.
really of that moment.
And Hunter was not
We
in
heard
court,
about
but you
how they were
cannot,
trying to do the chest
like he
compression.
can't
We
be
heard about
there
that. I
because
think
it's his
they felt we
brother.
don't need to
And then with,
bring
I
him
think with
back
him,
to
if
that
he
and
was
let
going
him
to
live through that moment.
testify,
Remember,
so him not
family
being there, a
members
lot of
has
people were
medically
saying,
centered
oh, that
on
means he's going to
some of that
testify, but
testimony
then he
went
was never
forth.
called.
Family members
So
of Metcalf left the courtroom. So no need to put him through that trauma in front of the jury. I think they felt they were okay without that. And I think the defense felt the same thing, that they were okay without Karmelo Anthony taking the stand.
And for people who are watching and maybe wondering too, the prosecution called 21 witnesses. Initially, I believe 35 witnesses were expected, and the defense called a handful of witnesses. I think I heard
21.
from different legal experts that the
The
defense
defense
really
called
doesn't even
6,
have
the
to call
prosecution
witnesses in this
called
case.
21.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does.
Guilty. So that is why, if you think, oh, there's a disparity, why were there 21 witnesses on one side and a handful of witnesses on the other side? That is probably why you see a higher number on the prosecutor side.
Well, sometimes less is better. Okay, we believe the jurors are back in the courtroom according to
All right, here we go.
families are in the courtroom. Okay. The judge is not yet on the bench. The families are now back in the courtroom. And, time is very flexible. There's something in Texas called legal time, lawyer time.
First
And
off,
it's
I
just
don't
whatever
believe
it
the
is, it's not
defense
what's on the clock
did
on the wall.
his job. I don't think the defense made a very good
So this is
case
a big
for
murder,
Carmelo at all.
right?
That's just my
and this is going to
opinion.
be a moment for these jurors. They've been brought into this.
I think the
It's a
defense
supercharged
was
case.
very,
Maybe
their
they
half
didn't
was
reach
very weak.
conclusions,
And
we hope they were honest in
yeah,
in
I
voir
just,
dire.
I
They
don't,
had not come to
yeah, this
conclusions
was
about this
fast. I
case.
was not
Certainly they heard
expecting this
about it
fast.
to some extent. You can hear about a case and not make conclusions about it and still be a great juror. And we pray
There's
that
not
is
much of a
so,
case to
but
make for him in
they've
my,
been in
yeah,
this
I agree
courtroom.
that
They know
the
what's happening
self-defense.
outside. They know the pressure on this.
There was a lawyer who talked
And
about this and
so
said,
we'll soon
in this
hear
situation, it was not a good look
verdict
that
in this case.
self-defense was a thing because it's like the only
Yes, we
defense.
should.
Like it's the only
I-
defense
as
because
we
he had
talked about
admitted
this,
right away
this
that he
is
did it. So
caught
really,
national attention, which
a
is
lot of
why so
people
many
look
people
for
have
like,
come
well, I
out,
didn't do it, but
to
because he admitted immediately that he
protest,
did it, and then
on
based
whichever
on the
side
facts that have
they're
come
on,
forward,
to whether
that
it's to defend Austin
basically don't
Metcalf
look
or
in his
Karmelo
favor for
Anthony. And
self-defense. The
so
self-defense
it
thing
looks like
fell
things
apart
have
as soon as
certainly
you start
calmed
having
down.
witness
That was not the
testimony
case
because
when we
that was
got
the only
on
defense. There was
about
no
20
other
minutes ago or
defense
so.
for
So
Karmelo
that's good
Anthony,
news there that things
basically,
are starting to calm down.
is what they were
We're going to
saying.
see,
That's what this
how all of
attorney
this
was
plays
saying.
out. And we'll go from there. I mean, this was a 12-person jury. 600 people were part of that initial jury selection. They narrowed it down to 12 people. And over the course of 2.5 days, the prosecution called 21 witnesses. The defense called a handful of witnesses. And so now it is this case is really in the hands of this jury. It is up to them. They have made their decision. And so we are patiently awaiting to find out what that decision is.
Yeah,
What
in
have they
fact,
decided?
It's done now. They've made their decision. They've come to a verdict. And we'll soon hear that. And then the punishment phase, sentencing phase will begin. And Austin Metcalf's brother is in the courtroom next to his mom right now. And so this has been an emotional burden for all involved. All these kids are good kids. They all had good grades. They all had bright futures. And in a moment, whatever happened under that tent has derailed a number of lives here.
I think it was also during the trial, people have talked about how emotional it was. I think you mentioned this too, Sean, that having to see the surveillance footage, having to see just what unfolded in the moments after this altercation, this interaction between these two 17-year-old students. And so, yeah, this is probably, I would imagine, emotionally taxing for both sides, for both families, and to just consider that a lot of these friends who were part of the track team, who went to school with both students, it's got to be very emotional for them as well to be a part of this and to witness all of this play out. So we will see, what the jury has decided momentarily. Again, we were expecting for that decision to be announced at 2:05. It is 2:20 right now, so they're a little bit late, right? We're a little bit 15 minutes behind schedule, but I think that sometimes happens in these kinds of cases.
Right. And so we're really not late. If we thought it would come at 2:05, it could come at any time now. We know it's coming. We do know it's coming. Families have returned to the courtroom. I can tell you there are sweaty palms. There are sweaty foreheads.
We got more than
Hearts are
sweaty palms
racing.
and foreheads, dude.
Everyone in that courtroom, on
Way more
either
than that.
side, everyone in that courtroom has the same kind of anxiety at this moment as they wait for words that will echo in their hearts and minds long beyond today.
And there was question about, okay, well, how long is this jury going to deliberate for? That was the question this morning. We were wondering, right? Because this was kind of their first time really talking to each other about what the evidence that was presented to them, right? So this is their first time, saying, well, I thought this, or I thought that, or what did you make of this? And so really for them to come to a conclusion, to come to a decision within 3 hours of deliberating,
That's
I
fast.
okay, that's fairly soon. Maybe we'll expect it later this evening or tomorrow, but it sounds like they have come to a consensus.
Sure. And really, there's no formula
Mhm.
for how juries work. Over my years, I've had an opportunity to interview a number of jurors.
So I looked up.
They'll return to the
I'm
jury
trying to
room
find out
immediately take
because
a vote, no matter where
Carmelo
they are in the
had
room.
other
And then
attorneys
they
in the
start
beginning,
working through evidence
and then they
questions or
two of them, I
talking out loud
believe,
amongst themselves from
changed.
there
Like
to see if
I don't know if
which
they
way
were
they
dropped
move,
out
if
or
they
what
move
happened.
at
I was
all.
talking to you guys about this
So
the other day.
we don't know where
So I
they
was trying to
start,
figure out, is
but we
Mike
do know
Howard, his
starting
attorney, is he a
deliberations at
public defender?
10:52 and then getting word
I don't
who
know
it
if
is,
he.
a little
I'm
like the
trying to
run,
look
they
this
knew
up,
that they'd reached a
or if
verdict.
he
They
was.
weren't too far apart, whichever direction they're in,
Mhm.
and they weren't too far apart. It didn't take that much longer
I'm trying to
to
like
get
look
there.
through how they
So
work through that or how that
let's
went
see if any of
because
the
I
jurors
I
talk
wasn't
after
sure.
all of this is over
It's a private
as
attorney.
well.
That's what I think so
It
too.
is
He ended up getting another private
2:22
attorney.
now, and we are waiting for the verdict to be announced in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial in Collin County.
That's right. The jury was able to consider manslaughter as a lesser charge. Initially, Carmelo Anthony was facing a first-degree murder charge. So now is this manslaughter or is this first-degree manslaughter?
This is
Implies that
like
this was just a reckless killing that kind of
torture
in that spur of the
waiting.
moment, in fear maybe of his safety, he felt
Torture,
like he was in
torture,
danger and he
torture.
decided to defend himself. That is what the defense is arguing. Murder would includes the intent. Was this intentional? Did he mean to do this? There were some people who asked the question of why did he bring a knife to a track meet? And there were some more details that were brought out about that knife. Um,
So let me interject this. Lori Brown is in the courtroom, and she is able to send out messages. And she is saying to us now that the attorneys are talking to the family members, and she believes that the attorneys are preparing the family members of the victims' families, the defendants' families, not to react to whatever that verdict might be. Judges don't like emotional outbursts in the courtroom, and it's important that families try and contain themselves. That's not easy. It's not easy, but that's probably what's happening now. And she says Carmelo Anthony, she believes, has his head down. She can't see his face. He's looking down. You might imagine again, as I mentioned, sweaty palms,
Mhm.
heart is racing, breath is short, because lives are in the
Yeah,
balance.
it's a heart pounding moment and kind of in limbo, waiting to find out what the verdict is. It looks like we have someone joining us on Zoom, Russell Wilson. Russell, thank you for joining us here. We are waiting for that verdict to be announced. What do you
Right.
what do you make of the fact that the jury has been deliberated rather for 3 hours? So they reached a decision just before 2 o'clock. Just in your experience, what do you make of them coming to this decision fairly soon?
I think, yeah, it would be consistent with there not being much disagreement among the 12 jurors. So, it wouldn't necessarily take very long to resolve those disagreements. And so I think it was really kind of a narrow issue, if you will. There wasn't really a doubt about, who done it and how it happened or any of those types of things. And so perhaps based off of what they heard, jurors had a strong feeling one way or another. And
So I saw someone in chat just talked about they had a friend who was killed and the person who did it was acquitted. Zero media coverage. I'm going to say this, and I've said this about numerous things. Sometimes we don't get justice in the form that we want.
yeah, I think one of them would have been.
But as a Christian, I believe
Did they believe this was murder
there
or
is
manslaughter?
nothing
And then if
worse
they
than
did
God's
believe
wrath.
that it was
And I
either
promise
one of
you
those
that
crimes,
what's done in the
did
darkness
they
always
believe
comes
that
to
it was
light. And whether
justified?
you see the justice here on earth, they will answer for that.
Standpoint of
And to
Karmelo
me, a
Anthony.
lifetime in hell
And
is far
they had
worse than anything
throughout
we
the
could do to
trial
any one
extensive
person.
testimony
People
regarding
have to
really an
live with
incident
their
that took
souls
place,
and their
very
conscience.
quickly in a matter
And
of
that is
seconds.
punishment enough.
And so when they're sitting there as
Sometimes
jurors,
there's nothing
even
you
though
can
they're
do.
not
There are people out there that are
deliberating, they
that far
themselves are
gone and that
forming at
sick
least
that there is
individual
nothing that we
opinions
could do or say that would
regarding the
reason with
evidence.
them, make them
And so
understand,
the first
make them
time
want to
that you actually
change.
deliberate as a whole
And you have to be,
is
you just have
in
to give that to God. I
deliberations.
pray on that. I give it to
But when
God,
you're
and I
sitting
know
there
that
through a
He is
trial
going to
and
deal
you
with
hear
that. That's not.
testimony,
There's
it
things
has
that
to cause you
I'm
to
not.
form an
That's not meant for
opinion
me.
or some thought one way or another. And so you're trying to keep your mind open as to things. And usually your mind is working your way through to one way or another regarding how you feel.
Oh, this is
about,
interesting. Okay.
the
All
case
attorneys have to
when
work
the
pro
judge
bono
provides
cases.
the
He could be
law,
court appointed, but still
and the law
private.
then
Oh,
either,
okay.
affirms what your thoughts are. And so I think that was probably what was happening here.
And now
Again,
I'm thinking
in the scope
about
of issues that cases could have,
because
even though this is
it was, it's also talked about that like
nationally watched
before you
case,
get to
the
the point
issues
of
are kind of narrow.
trial,
Right. And you've talked to many
I
of
gotta
these jurors,
figure out
both
how to
as a
word this so I
prosecutor
make
and defense
sense.
attorney. Do you find they retire to that jury room and Russell, they kind of do a straw
Some
poll
people
to
were
see
saying that like
where they are on,
people have
innocence,
obviously
and then
you
they
have your
start
bond
getting
hearing and like
investigating, looking
probable
back
cause
to
hearings and
evidence to
stuff. So
revisit
sometimes
testimony from that point
you
forward,
have a
if need
public
be?
defender
Right.
first, I
Yeah,
believe
I
is
think
what people
usually
were
the first
saying,
thing
and
they
then
do
you
is
get you
select a
hire
foreperson,
a private attorney.
and then they usually
Like sometimes
talk
you don't
after
have an
that.
attorney
And
right away
they
type thing.
maybe spend the time going
But
back over the jury instructions
sorry
again,
guys, I have something in my eye.
which wouldn't take very long. And then if you take a straw poll or a vote and you see where people are at on issues, then you may ask a person why they felt this way or that way. And then if their recollection of events is different or the reason that they feel one way or another is different, somebody may point out something in the law.
All right,
or
in
something
Texas,
the
public
evidence
defenders
that
are just
might
regular
cause the
attorneys. They are
person
required to
to
take
view
a
it a different
quota of
way.
public. Okay,
And
thank you for
that's
that,
kind of
guys.
how
Thank you. I did not
deliberations
know that.
proceed. And there's
So I'm
there's
guessing
usually
that's
a
a
few
state by
folks that
state
we would
basis.
characterize
I got to look at what Florida
as
is. I mean, it
followers,
makes sense. I just
meaning
I didn't
that
know, and I was
they,
trying to figure out why,
based off of their
because
disposition,
I had
are
heard
more
about the
likely to
lawyer
follow
change, and I
a
didn't
person
know.
who's firm in their
I didn't
belief.
know because there
And
was no like
so
explanation of why
that
the lawyers
usually,
changed.
is how deliberations proceed. There's a person or persons that are firm, and then other individuals have to either be as equally firm for the verdict not to be reached, or they have to be open to a discussion. And over the course of that discussion, the firmer the person's belief is, then the more likely the verdict is going to go that person's way.
Okay, and so we understand now that the jurors are.
Hold on. What happened?
Friend that it was raining. He went over. But the defense never explained why he brought this pocket knife. It was just a small knife, 3.5 inches, why he brought it to the track meet. Do you think that in terms of on the defense's side, was that a missed opportunity in terms of not explaining why he had that with him? Is that something that they should have gotten into, or is this a case of less is more?
I mean, I think they ultimately decided that less was more. I think their point was it was lawful to have it, and risking a violation of school policy was indifferent. When you think of a person having a knife, the knife is displayed, and jurors have to form a belief if they think that knife can be used for other utility purposes, or
Hold
if
on,
it's
guys,
there
I'll mute my
exclusively
mic for a
to
second.
be used as a weapon. So in the range of knives, if you will, one of the things is that the knife was less than 5.5 inches, which suggests that under Texas law, well, not suggest, it is actually legal to carry it there. But it suggests that it also could have other potential uses.
And of course,
so
not having the knife cleaned, leaving the dried blood on the knife lends to the mind and imagination of the jurors those other uses.
Right. I think that, they decided that regardless of the reason, it did not sound like it was for purposes of a confrontation with the person that he didn't know he was going to be into a confrontation with on that day. So I think certainly you want to try to answer every question you can,
right?
But every answer comes with risk as well. Karmelo had testified. He certainly could have been cross-examined, and it might have been an opportunity for the state to go back through in a different way the events as they unfolded from his seat. So I think they weighed that out and decided against it.
Lori Brown is telling us now that Judge Roach is on the bench and said that we are now on the record to bring in the jury, warning those in the courtroom any outburst, a person will be held in contempt. Defense attorney Mike Howard standing with his arms on Karmelo Anthony, and they are standing now waiting for the jury to enter the jury box with the verdict.
So at any moment, we will hear what that verdict is. Again, if you are just joining us right now, the jury started deliberating at 10:52 this morning. They reached a decision a little before 2. And so we were waiting for that verdict to be announced at 2:05. It is 2:32 right now.
Oh,
Sometimes,
I almost feel like I
take
can't
a while in
breathe.
terms of getting everybody into the courtroom, explaining the rules. Our Lori Brown telling us that any outburst, a person will be held in contempt. So just kind of, letting them know what the rules are.
I think because I just
so
have a
that,
feeling it's going to be
they have
manslaughter.
rules in place and they
I don't
want
know
people to
why.
follow,
Pull it. Oh
those
gosh,
rules.
let me try to do it, but it's shoot.
It says here, Lori is telling us, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder. That is the verdict from the jurors, according to Lori Brown, who is in the courtroom.
Okay, we're hearing that first. Guilty of murder. We are finding that out.
Guilty of murder. Guilty of murder.
And I think Russell Wilson, with the brevity of this deliberation, I don't think that's a surprise to many people.
Well,
Guilty of murder.
I mean, what we know is that they've rejected the self-defense claim. They believed that the use of deadly force.
I just got chills.
In response to the shove was excessive.
I literally have chills.
And that's not necessarily a surprise based off of the totality of the circumstances. So I think that was their verdict.
Now we'll see what happens with this jury in the punishment phase.
Right. So we're probably going to see a brief break, and the parties will get a chance to gather themselves.
I'm going to pause this for a second. I almost feel like, does anyone else feel semi-emotional? Maybe a little bit. Like, I just didn't know if they were going to convict him of murder just because I felt like he was 17 at the time, and I felt the whole like that he went there with the intention to kill someone. I didn't know how that was going to go over. So wait, he's not guilty of murder? They just said guilty. Let's go back. I heard guilty.
If you will, have it. So we watched KN.
Just in your experience.
So We're really not late if we thought
I'm
after the victims' families, the defendants' families.
you make of the
That it was justice reached. I mean, I think
Leave
Where is it?
two right now. Sometimes, they have rules in place and they
too many people.
All right, so that the will
Where was it?
get back started.
Am I crazy? I heard guilty of murder. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Sorry, Victor, you made me like nervous. I was like, they said guilty. Like, what? Oh my goodness. Girls and your emotions. I know. I'm emotional. I'm emotional because you guys, I lost my dad just a couple years ago. And not saying that I needed to lose my dad to like I've always been an emotional person. But I just think you just think about what the families are going through. You think about Austin's loss, his family, what they've felt since the day that this happened. His brother went through watching his brother pass away in his arms, trying to save his brother. Then you think about, again, like, not that I'm sticking up for Karmelo, but it is emotionally sad because you have all these options in life, all these choices. And it's sad to see a young person make a bad choice. And it's a bad choice that unfortunately changes the trajectory of his life and someone else's. And it's a waste because there was so many other opportunities that he afforded that he just threw away. And it is sad. It's sad all the way around for me. Not saying that it makes it an excuse. As a human, I think it's sad that that this is the way it is. Still strange though, out of 600 potential jurors, but it's not, because they had narrowed it down to 3 and they were all teachers. And aside from that, there was other reasoning for that where they broke down why there wasn't. And it was based on things that they said that they, because like I was questioned to be on a jury for a murder trial. And when I lived in Chicago, and I remember like one of the questions was talking about, so like my grandpa was killed on vacation here in Florida. And the man that killed him back in the day, it was vehicular manslaughter. But back then you didn't go to jail for it. You paid a $500 fine and you walked. And because my grandpa was killed in a car accident, they ask you these things. They would not let me sit on a jury. So from what I understand of like the questioning that had happened, it was due to things like that where you wouldn't be a person without bias.
It takes a while.
So it had nothing to do with color of skin and
for the person to really accept and understand it. The state may be moving to have his bond held insufficient, meaning that if he walked in the courthouse today, that he won't be walking out tonight. Your client's going to have a whole lot of anxiety. The range of punishments, 5 to 99 years. When you hear a guilty verdict of murder, you're certainly going to see your life flash before you, because you recognize you could face imprisonment for the rest of your life. The attorney, if you get everybody calm down, you need to start thinking of your most mitigating factors. Probably here will be age of the offender and no criminal history.
And let me ask you, while I have you, Russell, let's talk about the converse side of that. Let's talk about at the prosecution table. I have covered trials where you were the prosecutor and you secured the win in the courtroom. You got the conviction. What happens to the family of your victim in this moment? What do you say to them as the prosecutor?
Stop with the jury comments. Stop it. There were white people, there were Asian people, there were Hispanic people. Okay. And yes, they did not end up with that. But at the end of the day, I could literally go on the internet and show you plenty of people that are talking about how this was not about race. There are people that are literally coming out left and right, Black women, Black men, saying, hey, listen, if I was on the jury, I would find him guilty. because it has nothing to do with skin color. It has everything to do with the behavior that went on last year. Stop being divisive. Stop. Stop. You're going to get banned. If you're going to come in here and you're going to start with this emotional manipulation, and we're going to be being divisive, and we're not going to be going off of facts here, you're going to get blocked off the channel. God made the block button for a reason, and I love the block button, and I will use it. The jury found him guilty. End of story. All right, let's fast forward this and see where we're at now. They're going right into sentencing, you're saying? Sent you a step-by-step guide.
Young man, I think, had no known criminal history or things like that. There's no drugs involved.
Is it me, or was there not really a big reaction?
Athletics. So both sides will be talking about the promise of the individual.
We got rid of that person. This is crazy.
Will, of course, be saying
Court TV guests are practically crying. So glad Patriarch Housewife has a stream. Just want to hear the facts. Thank you, Kira. I think that I'm very, very, very fair. And I will say this too. I'm not happy with what happened that day. I think it was bad. Obviously, it was not okay. But he has time now to sit there and think about it. And I hope that if he ever did get parole, because he will come up for parole, hopefully he's had many years to think about this, apologize for his behavior. And if he ever did get out, I hope that he is a better version of himself. Because when you're 17 and you make a foolish mistake, because that was foolish, I hope that he changes. I pray for that, actually. Because what you do when you're, 17 years old doesn't have to define you for the rest of your life. But you need to learn from the bad choice. So I pray that over the next several years that he sits there, that he becomes a better version of himself. And I truly mean that. And I say that about anybody. That has been something I've talked about on my channel 1,000,001 times, is you are not who you were 10 years ago, 20 years ago. We've all made mistakes. I believe everyone is able to change. And I do believe that his life is not over. He's young. He could still go on to do good things. But this is what it is for right now. Maybe he never gets out, but in some way, shape, or form, he, ends up helping people in prison. Maybe, become closer with God. Maybe he starts to have a relationship with God if he doesn't already. There's so many other things that can go on here. I don't want it to be that, he's a monster and he does, you know what I mean? I don't want to be that way. He was 17 years old. I just think that we need to not be, what is the word I'm looking for? Let's be better than that. Let's not wish bad on him. Let's just pray that he learns from this. Both of the families get home safe, and everyone can heal, because this has been a lot for a lot of people.
And is struck now in a different way.
Yes.
And they'll be getting, Karmelo's parents ready as well, I think, to testify.
I just
so
sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. I was going to say, so you're likely to hear, the gut-wrenching impact of death from the viewpoint of the victim.
I don't think no parole is even in the cards, because I thought that since it's not capital murder, there's always parole with murder one. No? Am I wrong? I could be wrong.
And the viewpoint of the defendant.
Also, where did you guys hear that they're going straight into sentencing?
I don't know if they'll ask for a specific range or a specific number of punishment.
Death is not real. Austin is in paradise.
That's what I think is going to.
I to be absent from the body is to be
murder
present with the
cases all
Lord.
time.
How about the jury?
And I don't
now?
think there's
Do y'all
any
wanna
better
stay
place to
with
be.
what's gonna happen
I
in that
believe that's where my
courtroom?
dad
Because
is,
this
and
where we are now.
I miss my dad dearly,
Right.
but
Some of the jurors,
he is in the best place he could be in, and I hope that I'm making him proud. Hopefully he and for those of you, because I have so many people in here really quick that don't know me, my dad had always told me I should like start a podcast or do something with the internet, and I was like, no, I don't want to put my face on the internet. Like I don't know that I'm like people are gonna like love me, you know. And then after my dad passed away for 2 years, I went through, you know, getting diagnosed with lupus, and all these things were happening, house fire, all these things. And here I am on a podcast, and I'm like, this has to be my dad's doing too, you know. I wish he could see it. He would be smiling ear to ear. He always like I always tell people, my dad always told us like to have integrity. If you don't have your integrity in your word, you have nothing. And his thing was always do the right thing when no one's looking. If you always do the right thing when no one's looking, you'll be fine. And I've lived that way my whole life. Even when people mistreat me or whatever, I'm kind right back. And I'm glad that my dad raised us that way. I think, you know, being an honest person and giving the shirt off your back is better than being a miserable, mean person. And so, for those of you that don't know that about me, so that's how I ended up on a podcast. And he would love it. If he could see this right now, he'd be so happy. He'd be so proud.
It will depend, you know, some of the testimony was emotional. You know, in very, very emotional cases, the jurors themselves still aren't going to be free to talk with anybody or anything like that. So I think they would need to remain relatively composed, and they have to still address what the punishment is. And there will be, you know, perhaps broader disagreement on how you punish this crime.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got a universal agreement on.
Oh, dang. Hold on. I didn't know that. So the judge said that if the verdict was in by 2:00, sentencing would be the same day. Oh, dang. They're not wasting any time.
You know, and then you have law.
Let's fast forward.
And maybe more about his.
Are you looking at 4x4s on cars.com again?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
I was thinking of something more sophisticated. Fine. Keep the beard.
I really am going to end up. I downloaded this ad blocker and it never worked.
Eden, and Sean, I have to say, I was really surprised to hear the kind of lack of verbal reaction or kind of loud reaction when people here in the crowd learned that Karmelo Anthony was found guilty of murder. There was a crowd gathered in the front, as you had seen a short time ago and have been seen from our different camera angles, kind of gathered listening for those first words. They heard the guilty verdict. Many kind of moaned, and then the crowd has been like you're seeing it now. It's been interesting to watch from where I'm standing. I have not been able to follow the crowd as closely as some of our photographers. I can tell you that my colleague Amelia Jones is also kind of with the crowd, so she'll have more of that perspective as well. But the crowd has been very calm, some minor outbursts, and then they've been kind of following in like a group to one side of the courthouse to the other as my photographer John pans across our tent here and the trees. It's a little difficult to see, but then that is kind of where the bulk of the crowd is starting to move. So officers remain on the other side of the barrier that I mentioned that's separating the parking lot from the steps of the courthouse. Most people here seemingly seem to be taking those orders from officers into account and staying on this side of the barrier. But again, emotions differing to some degree, but no outright loud emotion. There was one moment where I did see a woman on the ground. I think you're maybe watching that now. If I can see from our screen here, some people sitting on the ground kind of reacting to it that way. Folks were kind of following that person's lead and kind of saying, I heard somebody say, stick together, let's all stay together. And that seems to be the sentiment out here. But all in all, relatively calm. Still a very large police force, as you might expect out here, keeping an eye on.
I'm going to pause this for a second. I will say this. Again, I I live in Florida. We can conceal and carry. We used to live in Georgia, and it's open carry. I have always carried gel pepper spray. That is always my first line of defense. When I'm walking in a parking lot or whatever, I'm aware of my surroundings. I have my pepper spray in my hand because the time to go to look for it is not when you need it. You should have that with you. I'm a girl out in public. And then I conceal and carry. My first line of defense is always going to be that pepper spray, that gel pepper spray. Using a weapon like that is going to be my last resort. The goal for me is to make it away safely. I don't want to have to hurt someone if I don't have to. Now, if I'm in a position where it's like multiple people coming after me, multiple men or something, let's just say a group of guys or something's trying to pull me into a car, then that's different. Pepper spray probably isn't going to cut it, right? But again, you have to, like my husband, we used to have date nights and we would go to the gun range. My husband's prior military. He was in the Army. And, you know, you got to get comfortable with a weapon to where in those situations you have a calmness about you to where you can logically, you know what I mean? I understand like adrenaline comes into play, but you do also have to have, when you've trained with a weapon enough, you should be able to focus a little bit better. Acting with emotion in any situation, even speaking in an emotional state, is never good. You know what I mean?
On things, I have noticed a couple of additional law enforcement trucks, vehicles, constable vehicles that are in the distance there arriving, kind of creating more of a barrier separating the crowd from the entrance of the courthouse. But that is really what we are seeing right now, keeping an eye on the developments outside. Certainly.
By the way, I don't know how many people know this. What's really awesome is they have keychains now that you can put on your keychains as well. And when you pull it apart, it sends like a siren off. So ladies, those are on Amazon. I'll link them in my link tree that's on my link in bio. That alone, drawing noise to yourself, like immediately when something starts, you pull the pin, it's going to start making noise, and you have your pepper spray and your keys. That alone should deter someone or stop somebody from what they're doing before I even have to reach for the next thing. Because I don't really want to have to reach for the next thing. I don't want to blow my eardrums out. I don't want to have to live with killing somebody. I don't want to go through any of that. Also, you know, you're really supposed to, I don't know. Some people are like, no, you shoot to KALL. I would probably do someone's leg or foot enough to stop them. I wouldn't really want to, I don't know. I don't want to have to do that if I don't ever have to. That's just me. I like the little alarm and the pepper spray.
A packed scene, though.
Also, another piece of advice, I just don't go out in the evening if I don't have to. If I don't have to go out and it's dark outside, I don't go anywhere. If there's no reason for me to be out at night by myself. So I'm one of those people too. Let's see what this is.
Oh, as I mentioned earlier, I would say between kind of the scattered people across the parking lot and the group that has remained up front, easily a couple hundred people are here. They were waiting to learn the fate of Karmelo Anthony, and now they know.
And we watched in real time as a woman was on the ground being consoled, visibly shaken by that verdict there.
Yeah, there is in the same space today, Alex Boyer, joy and pain, you would agree, with those folk outside the Collin County Courthouse.
Oh, absolutely. You know, from day one, when I was here last Monday at the beginning of the jury selection process, keep in mind that there were some 600 potential jurors that were brought here. That was a massive number, larger than most high-profile case, because the judge said from the beginning that he was going to get this.
Yeah, so what you guys are saying about stabbing someone in the heart and not intending to kill them, I agree. I said that earlier. I said, listen, you know, stabbing someone in the chest and assuming that they're not going to die. I mean, it's very unlikely to stab someone in the chest and then be okay. You have your lungs, you have your heart. You know what I mean? It's very unlikely.
Happening here in North Texas involving these two young men, both 17 years old.
And again, you know, we weren't in there when the testimony was going on as far as the medical examiner. you know, the medical examiner talks about the weapon hitting the sternum. I mean, that's some force. You know what I mean? If Austin was 213 pounds, 6'2", like the medical examiner said, he had a pretty thick chest, I'm assuming. And if this was a 3.5-inch blade, then, I mean, to me, to hit the sternum, go through the pericardium, through the heart, there is force there. A lot of force. That's what I'm saying. People need to take the emotion out of it. Let's see what's going on.
But then you talk about those who weren't in either camp, people who wanted to see what justice would look like in this particular trial.
So I guess they've said that there's been no violence. It seems peaceful, which is really surprising. Thank goodness, cross fingers. I'm so glad for everyone who lives in the area. I think a lot of people, I know a lot of people that were following my channel for the case were very worried about the trouble that would come from a guilty verdict. So I'm happy that it seems peaceful. It doesn't seem like there's craziness going on. It's already so negative as it is. Why would anybody want to hurt anybody else? That's crazy. I'm reading on X that there's been fights outside the courthouse, a few arrests made so far. Oh, I need to go to X then. A news reports that a fight broke out as soon as the Karmelo Anthony verdict was announced and one person was taken into custody. I'm going to X. Thank you guys for telling me that. Because what we're watching now, they're like, oh, it's been so peaceful. Like, there's been nothing. Like, okay.
Is underway. They have waived opening statements and are going straight to witnesses. One of the things that the judge said,
we knew that there was 35 witnesses.
Hang on. Guys, chat, can you put in the chat? So you were on X News. Can you let me know what where you found that on X? Was it a news station? Hang on. Let me look. I'm just going to type in. Oh, right here. Let's see what this video is. Hold on. Okay. My goodness. This is why I don't eat on a live, but I was starving, you guys. Hold on. We're going to stop this screen. We're going to look at this on X. This is when the verdict was read out. This is outside the courtroom, how the reaction was. So I wonder if this is something. Hold on.
When a man walked up, what did you do? You crossed your arms. But you aren't going to approach a woman like that. You're not going to approach a woman like that. Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! You only got a woman thing. But when a man walked up, what did you do?
Karmelo's important. That's the crazy part.
Now, this is why did you move him from over here? He came over here. That's what they want to do.
Okay, so that let's go to his channel and see what else he's got. 5 Ooh, that's loud. Okay. Let's see. Are attempting. Oh boy. So yeah, we're gonna look at all these Nick Sorter videos. Let's see what this is.
You want to hear about what we do to each other? We talking about what they doing to us. White folks kill white folks. Mexicans kill Mexicans. We ain't trying to hear no cool shit today. Go over there with them white folks with that. This is a racist ass country. We're in a racist ass state. This is a racist ass court.
Well, if that's how you feel, lady, I mean, you could just leave. I mean, not trying to be rude, but like if it's a racist country and it's so bad, I don't know. For a country that everyone says is just so awful, they surely don't want to leave. I've always said that. I mean, is she for real? So this is like, and this is where I probably piss people off because it goes back to like participation trophies and stuff. Like, don't hurt someone's feelings. Get everybody a trophy instead of, hey, if you want to be in first place and you want to win a trophy, go practice to be the best then. But we're like passing out participation trophies. So like now we're supposed to have verdicts based on feelings and not facts. We're not supposed to punish people for bad behavior. We're just supposed to like, so we don't hurt anybody's feelings. This is kind of crazy. Where's the logic?
Hey, ain't nothing else to talk about. When has a white boy been before an all-black jury? Tell us, media. Tell us, white folks. When has a white boy been before an all-black jury? Never.
How's it murder?
This is racist.
Is he
asked,
is he okay?
Because you know what? Whatever the verdict is, he got justice. Because he got to go before a jury of 6. Or 12, instead of being buried by 6. We got to stand up. We're going to keep, that's right. You know what? Let this be in the same. Exactly. Come on, sister. Come on, sister. See, right. This is a war. This is a war.
This is not a war. Go to Iraq for 10 months, lady, post 9/11 like my husband did. That's war. Okay? And actually right after 9/11, like you want this is not war. This is not.
This is a war. And it's been going on. This war been going on. They never stop being racist.
This was due process. This lady is crazy to say, like, what does she think due process is? You just watched it play out. Basically, they're upset because what they wanted was a not guilty verdict. So they're throwing a fit. It's never, and this is the thing that bothers me about certain people, is that they say it's about truth, but it's not. It's about whatever you want the truth to be. There are some people that you could show them the truth, like the red-handed truth, right? Like you could have it on a platter, and they would still tell you that that's not it because it's not what they want to hear. Okay, that's not wanting truth. It's not. The truth isn't always fun. Majority of the time, it's not actually. Let's see what this one is. Oh, we already watched this one, I guess. Or it said we already did. Okay. Start berating deputies. Let's see what this looks like. Even though I can already imagine.
Hey, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What the fuck you want? You need to be ashamed. You need to be ashamed. Because that's one of y'all that was in there. But you're not going to give a fuck just at your front.
Did she really just say that? Did she just say you should be ashamed because that's one of y'all's in there? Oh my gosh. I just like... Yeah, I'm going to stop covering the people outside because this is crazy. She actually just said that you should be ashamed of yourself because you're black and you're letting this kid be convicted of murder because he's black. I just took a picture of what was outside, guys, because that you guys were, some of the people in the chat were asking for it. But we're not gonna give it a lot of air here because again, this is delusion. Let's see if they are at the point of sentencing. I did just read, by the way, that Karmelo Anthony, when the guilty verdict was read, he supposedly fell to the floor and was in really bad shape to where they actually and his mother started crying, and I believe his attorney, like, they were able to, like, kind of, I think, pull him off to the side so he could collect himself. um and so I think that they were trying to get him together a little bit um before they did the sentencing. So we're going to go back into that, but he did have a, it seems like, a very visceral reaction to the reality of what's going on now, and they had to collect, help him. And I will say this before we start getting into this. Again, thank you guys for being with me. Be sure to like the stream on your way out. Again, the channel has several memberships. If you want exclusive content, that's a way to support the channel so I can continue to grow. My goal is to be able to go travel and cover these trials live, especially the ones that are more controversial, and to make sure that we have honest, good reporting in the courtroom, so on and so forth. Just to throw that out there. I will say this, regardless, I do feel bad for him because his life is forever changed. And I think it's finally hitting him that this really happened. This is not a bad dream. This is not, I don't really think he maybe thought through, like, if you know what I mean? I clearly there was not a lot of thinking involved in that. And now this is the consequence of that lack of thinking. And this is not a short amount of time. So it's sad. It's sad to think about the fact that he, let's see. If you're in Florida, could you cover the YNW Melly trial? I can. I want to cover trials. I have to be able to afford to cover trials for, like, travel and stuff. I want to go to the Tyler Robinson one. But I will write this down and see what part of Florida it's in. But as the channel continues to grow, I can get better software and be able to travel and cover these things, because I think a lot of it is not relying on mainstream news for everything. So I'd really love to get involved in this way. So let's see what's going on here.
That were expected to testify. They ended up resting after the medical examiner having only called 21, but obviously they felt like they made their case, and based.
I saw someone say he wasn't in bad shape when he did what he did. I mean, they say he was, but again, I mean, it doesn't matter whether he was or not. The problem is that it didn't warrant what happened. That's the thing.
On what the verdict was today, they did in their eyes. So you're right, the judge saying that he wanted to have this wrapped up by this coming Friday. Again, here we now find ourselves in the sentencing phase, just shy of 3 o'clock on this day.
Right. And of course, it's not uncommon to have more names on your witness list than you actually call at any trial. Once you feel like you've made your point, once you feel like you've closed the circle, if you will, and nailed it down, that's when you stop, because you don't want to overwhelm your jurors. That's when you stop. And clearly the defense thought, a half dozen witnesses, we've made our point. All we need is to create this reasonable doubt. That doubt was not created on the question of murder.
So there's an update on X saying that this has now got, it's starting to get a little bit dangerous. Police actually had to help an Austin Metcalf supporter that was being surrounded by Karmelo Anthony supporters outside the county courthouse and get them out of there safely. So I think that as the time goes, especially as we get close to them reading the sentencing, I do think that the environment is getting worse.
It looks like we are hearing from Karmelo Anthony's mother. I believe she has taken the stand. So she is saying that she was asked, do you believe he regrets it? She says, yes, I know my son. He is very sorry for what he did. Please have mercy on my son. And then she was asked, like any mothers, you love your son. She says, yes, regardless of what happens, you realize he will still get to be part of your life. Yes. So again, she is asking, for this punishment phase, for the jury, for everybody to consider that he is remorseful, which also was expressed during testimony early on, that he did not deny that he did this, and that another witness said he was just Anthony was just.
I hope this mom is not like Mackenzie Sharilla's mom, where Sharilla's mom went up to the podium and without even saying she was sorry for the loss of the 2 lives that day that her daughter caused, decided to ask for mercy for her kid. Because if that's the case, I'll lose my mind. I will lose it. I will lose it, because the first thing out of your mouth is, I am so sorry for what my child did. That was wrong. I am sorry to Austin's family, da-da-da-da. And maybe then you could say your spiel. But I really hope there was like a few sentences before that had nothing to do with the word I, my, him, my child.
Distraught over what happened, that he was emotionally visible moments after all of this took place. And so we are hearing from his mother right now.
It looks like Lori Brown is reporting that Karmelo Anthony's mother is the only witness the defense plans to call in the punishment phase. And no one can ask you to have mercy for the life of another person like a mother.
Yeah.
She's pouring everything she has into this plea. She's literally begging people at this moment to give her son a chance at life at some point in the future.
That is such a good point about if it would go a long ways if his mom says something about not allowing race to incite violence. I think it's very important for the family to say that, listen, this should not turn into chaos. This is already a sad situation. Please do not go out there and cause destruction and so on. I agree with that. And I think that both families should make that statement. But I do believe Austin Metcalf's family, they have been very, I think that they're very strong in their faith, but they've been very like
and again,
understanding. And
5
I've
years
heard
to 99 years in prison. So we will see what is decided. Lori is saying that the jury is out. They can't deliberate until they get the charge. So we'll see.
So this is another little surprise. I think we all thought there would be more testimony in the punishment phase.
Wait a minute. Why did they just make that remark that they can't do the punishment phase until... I'm so confused. They already have the verdict. So what is that? I'm confused.
I anticipated that we might now hear from Hunter Metcalf about the loss of his twin brother. Not only were they twins, they were best friends. Thought we might would hear from him. Thought we might would hear more about...
Oh, you want to know what? If we're going into sentencing, then you have victim impact statements. Oh boy, this could get emotional. Guys, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm going to keep playing this. I'll be right back.
Who Karmelo Anthony is in the life that he could have rehabilitated. I thought we might hear more of that, but only hearing from his mother now in the punishment phase. And so the jury could come back today once they get the charge. They have to get the charge, which will tell them, here's the range of punishment. Here's what you can do now.
And I think because, Metcalf's brother, Hunter, did not testify before the jury reached its verdict, and because we did not hear from Karmelo Anthony's mother before all this, we thought perhaps, both sides were saving these family members for this stage of this case. And it looks like, they decided we're just going to hear from one person and we're going to move along, which is really how it feels like the whole trial has been. I mean, they've been on a tight schedule.
Yes, it has moved along. And, there were some folks out loud questioning, should a trial of this gravity go so fast? Who were supporters of both sides. It wasn't just one side saying that. People were concerned about the pacing and whether there was pressure on the jurors from the very beginning, knowing that we're going to be done by the 12th, you're going to be sequestered. Was that unfair pressure? But the jurors, from what we know, based on what our reporters in the courtroom have said to us, they seem to handle the pressure in the moment extremely well.
And court is in recess right now. So we'll see. Again, Karmelo Anthony is looking at 5 years to 99 years in prison. He was 17 years old when all this took place. important to also note that, both Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony were teenagers at the time of all this. They were 17. But because the state of Texas treats 17-year-olds as adults in the criminal justice system, that is why Karmelo Anthony is being tried as an adult. And so we found out not long ago that he was found guilty of murder, which was also interesting because, again, earlier this morning, the manslaughter charge was on the table as well for the jury to consider, and they decided to still go with that first-degree murder.
Now, it's not uncommon for a lesser included, as it's called, charge to be added at the time that juries began deliberation. The defense wanted criminal negligent homicide included in place of manslaughter, to which the judge said no. That would carry even a lesser sentence. So none of that is a surprise, really. His bond will be held insufficient. It is very, very rare that you are found guilty of murder and you're able to go home from the courtroom. So I would anticipate him going into custody today. But at the rate they're going, the jury on recess now, with the charge being prepared before 6 o'clock tonight, we could very well have punishment handed down and for Karmelo Anthony, and he would be in the control of the Collin County Sheriff's Department until which time the Texas Department of the prison system they come in.
Sorry, I went to the bathroom and then my husband came home, so we were talking and he's like, he's watching Newsmax out in the living room, and he was saying that I guess it's being talked about. I know, obviously, other news stations, and he was listening to some of the commentary about just this entire situation. So we just talked for 2 seconds. So it sounds like they're not going to have sentencing like anytime soon. Is what, if they're saying by 6 o'clock? It's, well, hold on. It's 5. Is it 5:15 in Texas? Is anyone in the chat from Texas? I know that there were several of you earlier. I'm gonna have to look up what. I was thinking a few hours, but oh geez, it's 3:17 in Texas right now. Yeah, we got a couple hours if that's the case. What do you guys think? Should we stay live for a little while longer and see if the sentencing happens while we're on chat, while we're on? Because we've already been on for 3 hours and 45 minutes. But if you guys want to stick with me, we can stay on and see if we can make it to sentencing. You guys let me know in the chat. Actually, I could do a poll. Like, should we keep going? Should we not? Let me know in chat if you guys want to keep going, or should we call it? Stay live if I can. Okay. All right. If we're going to stay live till sentencing, I may have to stand up and stretch or something. I usually don't go live for this long, but I do have to build my channel. I do. I will say though, being a channel where you're fair and you're spreading truth and stuff, I will tell you what, you get punished a lot from the algorithm. A lot of things that I've talked about is the reason why my views are, I think, lower. I know that I'm being like kind of shadow, you know what, which sucks, but I can wash dishes and listen. I'll stay live. We'll see if we can. I want to try to find what my husband was talking about, because I don't want to say what my husband said, because I want to make sure that this is true. But he was saying something about, I think when they read the verdict, I don't know how true this is. You guys may know. The judge really didn't believe the self-defense factor. The judge didn't. So I don't know. Now I kind of want to ask my husband how he found that out. Let me ask him. Could I take callers? Actually, it's so funny that you say that, because Kristen and I were talking about, like, we made a phone number or whatever for me to talk to people. Hold on, sorry, I'm texting Kristen. Okay, sorry. So we actually, because I have a phone number, because obviously if you talk to sources and certain things, you don't want to give them your personal phone number. So I actually do have a number. Chris and I were talking about that. Like one day, should I take live callers? I know other YouTubers that do it. I don't know if that's something I want to do or not. I still can't decide. So be sure you guys are liking the live for me, please. And then I'm going to try to play this. I'm going to go get more iced tea. It's 4:20. I'm probably going to have to order dinner in because I don't think I'm going to have time to cook dinner with all this. So DoorDash may be the choice for tonight. I didn't think we were going to be having all this going on, but I haven't eaten all day. So I'm going to definitely have to order food or you guys are going to see me pass out. How about load 420? So we'll just play this and then I'm going to go get something else to drink and then I'll come back and maybe you could practice taking callers with a smaller group and see how you like it. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that because you never know what people are going to say. And if someone gets on there and they start saying crazy stuff and get your channel in trouble, like that makes me paranoid. You just never know.
And get him and take him to
where I was. We know that Karmelo Anthony supporters have warned.
Let's go back. Hold on. We're going to listen to this girl talk while I go get some more iced tea.
Today to just see what justice.
All right, here we go.
Charge being prepared before 6 o'clock tonight. We could very well have punishment handed down and for Karmelo Anthony, and he would be in the control of the Collin County Sheriff's Department until which time the Texas Department of the prison system they come and get him and take him.
You guys got to remember, for those of you that aren't familiar, I think most of us in here are, but he has been on bond, so he has not been in jail this whole time. He's been at home. So they say he collapsed and they had to, help him collect himself. And he was I'm sure very upset. Reality has hit like a brick wall. And so I think the fact that, not going home is going to be a big thing for him because he's not used to the fact that, and he's not just, prison is prison when you're young. I think he just turn 18. Like not that long ago. I think he just turned 18. Like what? I think it was like a couple months after this all happened, I think. I'll have to look it up, but I'll let you guys listen to this while I run.
Him to a prison farm where he would begin.
And he's looking at quite a range, like we said, 5 years to 99 years in prison. Maybe the jury will consider the fact that he does not have a criminal history outside of this. That both of these students did well academically, that he did well academically. He did not have any other history of committing any other crime. So I think the question here too is, which side of the spectrum are we looking at? Our Amelia Jones has also been covering this as part of our night side shift. She's been covering this trial. Amelia, can you just set the scene? Just tell us where exactly are you? What are you seeing? What are you hearing from your sources? Just kind of fill us in on what's going on.
Absolutely, Eden and Sean. I'm just here on the sidewalk, just right outside the Collin County Courthouse. You can see the line of law enforcement behind me. They have not approached the crowd at all. They are staying right beyond the perimeter here, but obviously making their presence known. Now, I haven't personally seen any clashes between groups of supporters here. We've mainly seen people kind of gather in collective groups and then kind of share their thoughts or, any chants with each other. We know that this case is just taken on a life of its own, for a lack of a better phrase, on social media. So there are a lot of people that are live streaming right now on the various social media platforms. We also hear people on a loudspeaker. There's a speaker that was playing gospel music. As you heard Alex share earlier, there were some prayer circles and gospel words and songs that were shared before the verdict was reached. I did get a chance to speak to one man who told me that he does not know either party. He was not in the courtroom for any of the testimony. He came out today to just see what justice would look like here and what the jury would decide. And he told me there is no winning on either side. He said, obviously, the Metcalf family have lost their son. Nothing can bring Austin Metcalf back. And then on the other side, Karmelo Anthony will now be taken away from his family. And the jury is deciding right now what that sentence will look like. And so I will say, when the verdict was first announced and the word and the decision was kind of spreading through the crowd, there was a lot of unhappiness, especially in the crowd and group of people where I was. We know that Karmelo Anthony supporters have worn purple, and there was a lot of purple out here. And a lot of people, they did not hide their unhappiness with that verdict. But they have remained here. And again, kind of gathering with each other, sharing some of their thoughts with the media. We also see some supporters. Someone behind the camera right here has a Justice for Austin sign. And I know my photographer, Andy, was able to speak with him. And so we are getting reaction from both sides out here. But so far, things have remained pretty calm. Again, there's been no physical confrontations, no clashes, at least that I've seen from my perspective, but you do see the law enforcement presence. And also, before that verdict was read, I could see law enforcement right up against the doors of the Collin County Courthouse, seemingly just in case anyone was going to run up those courthouse steps and potentially try to rush in. So they were really prepared here for this, but no law enforcement has come in contact with the crowd. They are really keeping their distance, keeping their eyes peeled.
Okay, guys,
but so far,
sorry.
things have remained peaceful, but the crowds have not died down at all. With that, I'll send it back to you guys. That's what I'm seeing out here live.
Thank you. And again, excellent work covering this trial where our politicians are now weighing in. And, typically you don't see politicians weighing in on local murder trials. You don't bring politics into this mix, but that's what we're seeing happen. State Representative Jared Patterson posting a statement on the murder conviction of Austin Metcalf's killer. There it is. As you can see, it reads in part that the murder of Austin Metcalf was a senseless.
Sorry, my husband's texting me. I told him that you guys want me to stay live, that we need to order dinner. And I had to let the dogs in the bedroom because my Pomsky was scratching at the door really bad. So I had to let him in here. He's going to ruin my door. Okay. Let's see. We'll see how fast this comes back. If it takes too long, I might get off, but let's see if we can hang. I've never been live for 4 hours. We are at almost the 4-hour mark. I can't believe I'm still sitting here. You've got some who's Dr. Laura? Dr. Laura energy in you. I bet with practice you'd be great at on-call show. Oh, really? I don't know. In my opinion, the people surrounding the case, i.e. protesters, activists, etc., were bad. Look for the Karmelo side. I think there was people out there on both sides. That's what was being talked about. But yeah, I agree that, when you go out there, and it's one thing to peacefully protest and hold signs and stuff. I think as soon as you start to kind of seem like you're going to be destructive or violent, or you're swearing and yelling at people and harassing people, it's just, it's not a good look. Just got off work. Let's go. Oh, lucky. All right. So they're talking about politicians getting involved.
It's a heartbreaking tragedy that forever changed the lives of his family, friends, and community. All of that is true. Nothing can restore the life that was taken or ease the unimaginable pain of losing a child. Today's outcome of a murder conviction is justice served. And then Jeff Leach also posting on social media, on X, Karmelo Anthony guilty of murdering Austin Metcalf, the right decision, justice delivered. And so it is, I believe you said earlier, or may have been Alex who talked about this being historic. It is a sad and historic case that will always be talked about, reviewed, and looked at here in North Texas.
Absolutely. And, since we've been covering this trial, obviously no cameras were allowed in the courtroom. And so we've been relying heavily on our crew. Our Lori Brown is inside of the courtroom. And so she explained, she was describing what was going on as Karmelo Anthony's mother took the stand. And she just added, just kind of painting the picture of what's going on inside. And she said the mother's statements were tearful.
So
that she was emotional. She was telling the jury to really
I'm gonna pause this for a second. I just checked Fox News. I think NBC DFW, I'm guessing that's Dallas, Fort Worth. Yeah. I just checked their website, and it said at 3:00 that the court took a brief recess and they're going to resume shortly. So it said before the break, Judge Roach asked the bailiff to take the defendant Karmelo Anthony from the courtroom. He walked out with his head low, at one point shaking his head and glancing up at his parents before being removed from the courtroom, according to NBC5's Maria Guerrero. Austin Metcalf's parents remained emotionless as Anthony was escorted from the room. The other update was sentencing phase begins. Anthony's mother called to the stand. When the jury returned to the courtroom, the sentencing phase of the trial began. Both the prosecution and the defense waived their opening, and the state immediately rested. Kayla Hayes, Karmelo Anthony's mother, was called to the stand. Mike Howard offered her water and tissues. He's my oldest. Hayes said, he'll always be my baby. I love him very much. Hayes began weeping in the gallery. Karmelo also appeared to be crying. Do you believe Melo regrets what he did? Howard asked. Yes, I know my son, and he's very sorry for what he did. Hayes said, is there anything you want to tell the jury? Howard asked. Please have mercy on my son. Hayes said, you love your son and you realize you're still going to be a part of his life? ? Howard asked. Yes, I do, Hayes said. The defense rested moments after 2:51 p.m. And then obviously at 2:50, Karmelo Anthony enters the courtroom. They were talking about when he entered the courtroom for the verdict to be read. It said that, according to NBC 5's Maria Guerrero, who was inside the Collin County courthouse, he appeared shocked with his mouth open and eyes wide. He was physically taken to his chair by the defense attorney, Mike Howard. Guerrero reported that Anthony's eyes remained downcast. Howard sat with his arm around Anthony, who appeared to be in disbelief. And there's other reports of him having a very visceral reaction to where he was not looking so good, which I'm sure. I think a lot of people, I was leaning more towards manslaughter just because I felt like I didn't think the jury personally was going to find him guilty of murder one. I don't know why. I just did not. I felt like it was going to be easier for the jury to say manslaughter over murder just because he was so young. I felt like, oh, there's going to be people that probably, feel bad for his age. Or I was trying to think like, realistically, if you have more people, let's just say if you had people in the middle or whatever, I'm trying to think. I didn't think we would be back this fast either. Especially when you have a registered, claiming to have seen the footage. Riots yet? Yeah, there's some stuff going on out there, but I don't think it's anything crazy yet. I mean, there's been arguments, people yelling at each other, but I don't think there's been anything like majorly crazy yet. I'm going to hang around and listen while I do dishes. I'll be here as long as you tell your husband thanks for sharing. Yeah. Let's play this and see what we got going on.
Have mercy for her son. And so that also paints the picture of just how distraught she is. And so I think you had mentioned this on both sides, right? So there's one side that is very emotional and another side that feels this was the right call, that this murder charge, this murder conviction rather, was what Karmelo Anthony deserved.
And I have to tell you, Lori Brown and Alex Boyer took us into that courtroom every single day. They were the eyes and ears of viewers here in North Texas, capturing the moments that mattered the most during the hours of testimony in that courtroom. Judges have their own discretion about whether to have cameras in the courts or not at the state level. And Collin County has limited media access, not just this trial. There have been others that have been high profile. They've sometimes allowed cameras, sometimes not with the same. Every judge has their own discretion. Many feel like cameras should have been in the courtroom because of the gravity of this case, both sides so divided. At any rate, Alex and Lori did a wonderful job capturing the testimony and bringing that to us.
Absolutely. So we're going to wrap up here on air, but we're going to continue our coverage over on Fox Local. So if you want to stream along with us, be sure to download the Fox Local app, and we're going to continue to monitor.
Let's fast forward this. So that's just, I think, outside the
reasons to see
courthouse.
Put on.
So is this not live anymore?
Yours.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. Right. There's not going to be a
Oh, okay. They just continued their show. Hold on. I'm going to pause this for a second. I was asking Kristen to see if she can find anything as far as the sentencing goes, because I figured that they would come back. Okay, so 15 minutes ago, Nick Sorter just shared more agitators are showing up to the courthouse following the guilty verdict. I'll just go ahead and share my screen for a minute. This is concerning. So I think a lot of us were thinking, oh, okay, this is looking like it's going to stay peaceful. I don't know. It's looking like there's people showing up. So more agitators are showing up here outside the courthouse following the Karmelo Anthony guilty verdict. They are calling for blacks to handle white people exactly like Karmelo. How is that okay? Anytime a white man or white child can go and put their hands aggressively on anybody and something like this occur, it's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond. Beat your what? I'm going to lock the dogs out, guys, but this is crazy.
Black people. Anytime a white man or a white child can go and put their hands aggressively on anybody and something like this occur, it's self-defense. It's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond. Beat your motherfucking ass. What will the Anthony family do? What will the Anthony family? What will the people that's standing behind the Anthony family do? That's the question you should ask. We're going to stand behind them and we're going to fight. That's what's going to happen.
What is your relationship with him?
I have no relationship. We're brothers. We're black. We're brothers and sisters.
I will never understand how you guys are sitting here fighting for, like, calling for violence after we've already had enough violence. This is, see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? And this is what made me so like torn up the other day to where when I was sharing that video about the only good cracker is a dead cracker, because I would like someone to show me a video of the other side saying this kind of stuff, because I just don't, I don't know. And I also think that if this was reversed, like the whole city would be on fire as well.
We're blacks. We're the indigenous people of this earth. Ain't nobody out here giving them, bitch, we black. It's a repeat. Black people, black sisters and brothers, black kings and queens, we gotta stick together. This makes no goddamn sense. That young boy, he was defending his goddamn self. Donald Trump is a goddamn bully. We gotta stick together. We gotta stop hurting one another. Y'all don't see what's going on.
Does anyone want to tell this lady the statistics of black on black crime? Does anybody want to tell her? Like, not even being rude. Like, I'm from the south side of Chicago. Does anyone want to explain to her about all the gang killings that go on? And she's going to sit here and this is going to be like the hill she dies on. It's reality that you just want to choose the version that you want to choose, which keeps you being a victim. I will never understand it. Yeah, I mean, a life for a life, right? I mean, I think that he's already ahead of the game. He gets to continue to live his life and he has the possibility of parole possibly. So I don't even understand. But again, you're calling for violence. You're saying for people to go out and hurt white people because this is, he had due process. This is what the verdict is. Why not just respect the fact that 12 people decided what they felt based on what we still don't know what was all shared in the courtroom. We only have a limited amount of information. Let's see. Yeah, I'm over this too. I'm like, it's been going on for so long. It's like at some point, just, it can't be the reason for everything. It just can't. We're not going to listen to this lady, but I just wanted to show you guys that there was some more stuff going on. Let me get back to the news coverage. I have Kristen looking to see if they have the sentencing in yet, because I don't think they do. But I was having her check to see if I just can't find it or what's taking so long. Right. Exactly. That's exactly what she was saying. Again, I think when people are threatening stuff like that and they're encouraging violence, I think you should be arrested. That's just my opinion. That's not freedom of speech when you're making threats. That's a whole grown ass adult, by the way. That's what's raising kids. I'm speechless sometimes. I can't even believe what we're looking at.
Boxes that you check. And it really comes down to your own conscience on a given day. And some people.
I'm with you, Sam. She said, I really wish there were cameras allowed in the courtroom because so that everyone could see the evidence and then there wouldn't be this other narrative. I agree, Samantha. This was a case that it was important for there to be transparency full and through because of the divisiveness of this. But here's the thing. Again, you could show everybody a picture of Barney and say Barney was purple. And if someone has it made up in their head that Barney was like red, you're not going to reason with them. My parents also had a saying like you can't argue with stupid and you can't fix stupid, and that really is a thing. I know it's a thing. It that might be mean, but that's just the truth. I don't think it's going to burn either. I think that these people are going to end up hopefully getting arrested. So Kristen said it looks like they're still at recess. So nothing happening just yet. Do you think Texas will allow that Collin County to burn like Minnesota? I do not. Texas is a whole different state and doesn't allow the victim card. No, I don't. I don't think Texas plays around at all. So no, I'm hoping that people that try to destroy things or call for violence are arrested. Clearly, there's a lot of people out there that need to learn that you can't just run your mouth and say things like that. I'm surprised that they're out there saying this stuff in front of the police and saying this to the police and all this stuff and that they're not arrested. I don't think cameras would help that mindset. Yeah, again, I think that it's important and it might have somewhat helped the situation, but at the same point, there are some people that are so stuck in the story in their head that no matter what you show them, it's not going to change the reality of what they perceive as real. Some people are just there. You just can't rationalize with people.
Can be what we would call more of the high end of punishment. You know, some people are eye for an eye. We've heard that before. Other folks could be, again, that a person that young, that irreparable damage has been done. And no matter what the prison sentence is, a family will have lost a loved one no matter what. So it's a much tougher deliberation than the guilt innocence because there's, again, no clear wrong or right answers. You don't have those guide rails. You know, murder is intentionally, knowingly causing the death of a person. Was this a murder or committing an act clearly dangerous to human life? If those qualify, then jurors are really just checking those boxes. But what do you do about that now that you have that? There's not a guideline. And that's a unique thing about Texas criminal law. We're one of the few states that does have punishment by the jury.
Yes, absolutely.
I just wanted to ask, I mean, Sean had mentioned this earlier in terms of this is certainly a case, a trial that will be remembered here in Texas, one that we will probably refer to for years to come, even considering that it got national attention. As we dissect and kind of look back on this trial, was there anything in particular that stood out to you in terms of how prosecutors handled it, in terms of how the defense went about it? Did anything catch your attention?
You know, not necessarily, and I don't say that, I guess, maybe in a bad way, but I think this case in particular received, lots of attention, but a lot of the methodology that was actually employed to try the case was common to cases that just did not receive this much attention. And so there wasn't necessarily anything that was particularly surprising. A lot of the measures that were put in place to try to protect, if you will, the trial, I think were, those were the things that were unique about it. But unfortunately, there's, lots of homicides across the state, and there's murder trials almost every week. And so, there wasn't something that just stood out, like that. Maybe the court on Saturday, which is rare.
Well, we've had court on Saturday, even here in Dallas County. It's been infrequent. And Russell, we're joined now by Clarice Tinsley. Good to see you, Clarice.
You as well, Sean.
It's been infrequent that we've had Saturday court. Maybe the Amber Geiger trial, we had Saturday court. I covered that. You are right. There are no facts. There were no circumstances here that are different from many of the murder trials that take place every day across Dallas County, Harris County, Travis County, Bexar County, Collin County. This was unique in not only what happened, where it happened, when it happened, and in the moments immediately after. Within an hour or 2 hours after it happened, the father of Austin Metcalf is on TV. Within an hour after
Right.
that, the mother was on. They're sharing their pain. It's raw. The family's there. They're on national news the same night. That usually doesn't happen with the homicide
Okay, guys,
so
sorry.
quickly. We get to
Kristen
the
called
families,
me
we're
because
not-
she had found an update. So I'm going to pull this up because this is, in my opinion, pretty breaking news. This is a big deal. So we're going to go right into sentencing. We're waiting on that. But this changes the sentencing. So I'm going to pull this up, and then I was not familiar with this, so I had to call Kristen and be like, wait a minute. Like, so are they changing the charge? But she's like, no, because I've never heard of this. So I'm going to go ahead and share this to the screen. So this just came out. Again, this is Dallas Fort Worth, which I had pulled up, but I hadn't seen an update, but this is what happened. So Karmelo Anthony returns to the courtroom. State agrees to addition of sudden passion. Shortly after 3:30, Karmelo Anthony returned to the courtroom, according to NBC5's Maria Guerrero, who is inside the Collin County Courthouse. Anthony was physically shaking and being held by a female defense attorney. Judge John Roach was informed that the state agreed to addition of sudden passion as the jury continues with the sentencing phase, meaning that the defense can argue that the murder was committed when the defendant was in an intense emotional state triggered by immediate provocation from the victim. During voir dire, prosecutor Dewey Mitchell explained that sudden passion is a situation when someone is in such a state of emotion based on something that just happened that they don't have time to cool off. If the jury agrees with the sudden passion argument, the charge is reduced to a second-degree felony, which lowers the punishment range from 2 to 20 years in prison. So it would be the same prison sentence as manslaughter. So they're going to have to make that decision. The jury is, but this could be the same punishment after all as the manslaughter. But this is based on the fact of acting in sudden passion. So you're acting in a high emotional state to where you're almost like unaware because you're in such a high emotional state that you made this decision and there was no time for you to think or cool off before rationalizing what's going on. It's a high emotional state. Again, though, this brings the point of, to me, where he would have, I don't know. This is, they don't have time to cool off. But again, this is saying triggered by immediate, being basically provocation, meaning like the victim was provoking you, which I don't know how this would fit in because it's already been said that he provoked Austin. So we have how many witnesses that said that he was the provocateur. He was the one provoking Austin. So I don't really know how they would find him or give this if he was the provocateur. I don't know. But I just wanted to point this out. Kristen was like, oh, you better look at this. That was 10 minutes ago. So if that is taken into consideration, then again, we're at the manslaughter punishment. So again, manslaughter carries 2 to 20 years. So when do they give the sentence? They will be going into the sentencing soon. Again, this came up 11 minutes ago that they were adding the sudden passion addition. So the jury, I believe, is back there now deliberating what this is. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to tell me. A sudden passion can coexist with restraint. He was the one provoking the situation, so I don't see how this applies because it was already proven that he was provoking Austin. Austin was not provoking him. Austin was minding his own business in his own area when Karmelo came into that area and started with everybody. So I'm taking my earrings out, you guys. So I don't know how that's going to fly. But again, I don't know. I have never, this is my first time seeing this, to be honest. So what the prosecutor allowed this, they have to, I guess this is something that is talked about. I was trying to, okay, Kristen sent me something else. Yeah, so Kristen said that sent me a thing. The jury will be brought back in for what amounts to a mini trial with opening statements from the prosecution and the defense. A video will be played for the jury about sudden passion, after which they will deliberate and decide on punishment. I can bring this up on the computer if you guys want to see it. So sentencing is going to take a little while because of this very thing with the sudden passion possibly being added. So to me, it almost sounds like a mini trial, and like what they said, a mini trial in itself of that to decide if that is something that they feel needs to be. So this is what it says. This per NBC, explaining what that is. So they said, well, okay, so it's 4:50 there. They were saying that they could have sentencing by 6. Yeah, I don't know. Kristen told me to check my messages again. All right, hold on. All right, and then now. All right, here's another update. We're going to go back to NBC Dallas because now we have another update. Kristen keeps saying, check your phone, check your phone. All right, so we're going to go back to sharing the screen over here. And the update is Karmelo Anthony returns to the courtroom. State agrees to addition of sudden passion. Shortly after 3:30, Karmelo Anthony returned to the courtroom, according to NBC's Maria Guerrero, who was inside the courthouse. Anthony was physically shaking and held by a female defense attorney. We already went through that. Wait, is this the same thing? Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, I already read that to you guys. So, again, wait, hold on. Yeah, so, so the state agreed to the state of passion being added. So it is officially, that is a thing. All right. I believe anyone convicted of murder in Texas can add this on during the sentencing phase. Yeah, I've never heard of it. So I don't know. I've never seen it. So I don't know how long that's going to take now. But I didn't know that, and I've never seen that. I'll be honest, I haven't seen that. Let's see. For people wanting to give him a lighter sentence, this is the way to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the state agreed to it. I was kind of surprised the state did agree to it. Because if that was the case, why didn't they just do a manslaughter conviction? Or so everyone who's from Texas, I wonder if you do this, there is such thing as self-defense in America, if it's actually self-defense. That's what I have to say about that. This was not self-defense. Going and starting trouble and then doing that to a shove, that you can't respond to a shove with deadly force. I'm sorry. That's crazy. They can't give him manslaughter. So he's already been found guilty of murder 1. It would just be that they would be doing it. It's like I would almost like describe it? Isn't it like an additional, like kind of like a clause, I guess you could say, of sudden passion? So like you're kind of giving mercy in that way. Oh, you want to know what? We can't with this. You're bye. 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 You're out of here. It's too late in the day for me to be dealing with that. I'm sorry. Nope. It's the waiting till after the verdict to start claiming this, and that's something the jury should be mindful of. Yeah, I'm really surprised. Again, what would be the point in that? Why wouldn't you have just stuck with either he's not guilty or I don't think it's a lesser included. That's not how I take it. I don't think, because I think it changes the sentencing. So murder 1 would be 25 to life. If they find this to be the case, then it lessens the punishment to 2 to 20 years. So the same exact sentence that manslaughter would carry. It wouldn't change it from murder 1 to manslaughter. It would still be murder 1, and then also with the sudden passion, which would bring the time frame down to 2 to 20. But the jury has to vote on that. So they have to vote if they feel that even applies to the situation. They could reject that and say that doesn't apply and still do the murder 1 and still do the 25 to life with parole. That's how I'm perceiving it. That's what I think. That's how I'm taking it. I just sent you a story from Karmelo's mom, the statement to the court. Okay, so Kristen just sent, let me pull this up. We could look at this. If it pulls up, I got to see if it'll work. Why can't I send this? Hold on. All right, we're just going to do it this way. We'll see what his mom's full statement was, because I still don't see that anywhere. I think right now people are keeping up with the, trying to keep up with the sentencing. Here we go. All right, so we'll remove this. We'll take this down for now. We'll pull this up. Come back over here. Boom. All right, we got that pulled up. All right, so this is Karmelo Anthony's mom begs jury deciding son sentenced to have mercy. Karmelo Anthony's sobbing mother, Kayla Hayes, begged a Texas jury for mercy Tuesday, just moments after her 19-year-old son was convicted of murdering fellow teen Austin Metcalf. Please have mercy on my son, Hayes said during the highly emotional sentencing phase. He's my oldest. He'll always be my baby. We read that already. I know my son. He's very sorry for what he did. Anthony now faces up to 99 years in prison for the fatal killing. The swift guilty verdict followed by a racially fraught trial where prosecutors eviscerated Anthony's self-defense claims, emphasizing that he brought a deadly weapon to a high school sporting event and refused to walk away. And let's see if there's, I don't know. And refused to walk away. Is that it? That was the whole thing? Let's see. So that was, I guess, somewhat of her statement. I don't know if we'll see any of this later on. These are not reasonable people on X. Yeah, we'll give the same sentence. Yeah, guides as second degree, I believe. Yeah, so 2 to 20 years. Thank you. It's called the walls are called iron ore. It's a Benjamin Moore color. So it's like a dark gray, almost black kind of. It's a really nice dark gray. It's a good color too if like you want to paint your doors like a dark color and you don't want black per se, but you want something that's still like not super harsh. It's a good color. Tricorn black is really good for doors as well, but that's like a true black. That doesn't have any kind of like undertone, like a green or, blue, or it's just like a full on black. If he is not a psychopath, I hope he doesn't get a life sentence. Yeah, I said this earlier. I said, I hope that he, when he's able to be paroled, if that comes about, that he's had time to take accountability, apologize, and become a better person to function in society. I've been very, very nice about that. And, I don't think, again, people make mistakes. This is just a really unfortunate and really bad decision that it's serious. It's too late. So all you can hope for is that, he learns from what he did. He learns from his mistake, and he, unfortunately, he's going to be sitting there for a while. That's what happens. I'm trying to check all these other updates. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to keep up with stuff. Maybe we'll go back to, so we'll remove this. We're going to go back to this other news station that we were watching just to see if there's anything else that's going on.
That Judge Roach is back, but family is not in the courtroom. The judge, she said, just came and shook all the reporters' hands and thanked us for following the rules. Attorneys and the judge are working on the jury charge for the punishment phase. In light of the verdict, she says, this is my take on the key moments from closing statements. Prosecution gave 4 reasons self-defense does not apply. 1, provoke. Anthony provoked the encounter. 2, forced disparity. You can't meet a shove with a stab. You can meet a shove with a shove or deadly force.
He is in the custody of the state. They did ask him to be removed from the courtroom, but he is in the custody of the state. He is not going home.
With deadly force. Number 3, reasonable belief from Worski. A reasonable person would not have plunged a knife into Austin Metcalf. Number 4, immediately necessary. Deadly force must be immediately necessary. Worski argued there was not immediate necessity to plunge a knife into an unarmed man. In addition, in Texas, a person who
this was pretty bad.
Intend to kill someone for it to still be murder. If someone intended to cause serious bodily injury, that is murder according to jury instructions.
Yeah, no, I would tend to agree with those.
So as you prepare your closing statements now before this jury, let's first talk about the defense. He's guilty, okay, of murder. What do you say now in this moment? There's really no need to talk about.
I think you, depending on what your demeanor was, Norm Vordayer, I mean, I think you thank them for their time and their service, and you get right down to your issue. And I was saying, I don't know that you need.
People keep asking, how do we actually get an AI agent on our team? Well, it's easy. Watch how I do it in 60 seconds.
To the comment about the $550K or whatever it was, $600,000 that Karmelo's family got. No, they did not offer it to the family for a scholarship or to pay for a memorial or anything like that. No. Yeah, no, they didn't.
For Karmelo Anthony, nor do I think you necessarily need 30 minutes to give the punishment case for Austin Metcalf. You should be about getting to it.
I'm going to fast forward.
You may have some people that go in and say, no, I don't care. A life for a life. I want to see him get a life sentence. And if you have enough people that view it like that, then that certainly is what could happen. But it's we know that they are were able to reach agreement relative.
Okay. So, news update just came in 1 minute ago. Opening statements begin regarding addition of sudden passion after the jury returned to the courtroom. Judge Roach explained that the issue of sudden passion had been raised. He said that if jurors believe he committed the murder under sudden passion, they will decide between a sentencing range of 2 to 20 years. If the jurors do not reach a unanimous verdict, Judge Roach said they will decide between 5 and 99 years in prison. The defense attorneys previously stated that sudden passion is when you commit an act because you did not take the time to cool off, it says in quotes. That was 2 minutes ago. So we shall see.
Relatively quickly.
And to answer people's questions in the chat, they're saying, what would a fair sentence look like in this case? I don't know that there's ever going to be a sentence that everyone feels is fair because, again, someone's loved one doesn't get to come home. This was extremely senseless. This whole situation was so senseless, and that's what makes it so frustrating and so sad, is because if someone just didn't hang out where they weren't supposed to, and when they were asked to leave, just left, we wouldn't be here. Austin Metcalf would be going to college. Karmelo Anthony would be going to college. I believe one of them was going to college and he had some kind of football scholarship or something. So I think it might have been Austin Metcalf, but either way. So to me, like, you can't, there's no amount of time that they could give this kid that's going to change the fact that someone's son and friend and brother is gone. So to me, like, there is no number that makes it better. I think fair. I mean, I think that if you do 5 years, 5 to 8 years for killing someone, I don't think that teaches someone a lesson. I just think 5 to 10 to me is too short. I don't know. I mean, it's a long time, but you took someone's life. I don't know. I don't know what to say. To me, if someone did that to, if this was like my sibling, that would not cut it for me. I believe, he doesn't have to spend his whole life there, but he needs to sit there for a substantial amount of time. 15 to 20 actually served as fair. Yeah. 5 to 10 would be an insult. If I was the family and someone said 5 to 10, I would be, you don't even want to know. I mean, to me, that's going to come off as like a slap on the wrist, because to me, if you take someone's life, I don't know, for you to be able to go out, you know what I mean, in 10 years and just live your life like nothing ever happened. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think that's fair. But then again, I don't think anything changes it doesn't change the situation at all, no matter how many years you give somebody.
No as to manslaughter in the range between murder, and no as to self-defense. But they had guide rails for that.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is coming. A civil suit. I wouldn't be surprised.
And that's what allowed Bill Werski, to be able to hit those 4 points relatively quickly.
Right.
Because what he's saying is lining up, kind of with the jury instructions. And so it's not much of a debate, if you will. But on this issue, there's more latitude. But so yeah, I think if they start by 4 with their reading the instructions, I think that they would choose to continue to deliberate as opposed to having to go home, be under guard, not being able to call your family overnight, being in a hotel room, perhaps with no TV, and provided, neutral reading materials, if you will, and having to wake up, get on a bus because you're sequestered, come back to the Collin County Court for the sole purpose of continuing the deliberation. I think a lot of people in that boat will choose to try to finish.
Looking at a very large police presence outside of the Collin County Courthouse, certainly a very charged atmosphere, lots of reactions to the verdict today. But in terms of the crowd and the people who were there, the spectators, lots of conversation, lots of discussion, sometimes heated,
Heated, yes.
but
Peaceful.
very peaceful. Yeah. And we've seen people for and against who are holding up the signs, who are doing the protest, supporting it or speaking out against it. But Sean, no violence.
No, and that's what it should be.
Yeah.
That's what our First Amendment, that should happen. That should happen. We should let our passions be known and express ourselves, but without assaulting one another.
Right.
Let me ask you real quick, Russell. I'm not sure on this, but in deciding punishment, is the jury required to be unanimous, or can it's not unanimous for punishment?
No, it has to be unanimous as well.
Okay.
So you've got to have an agreement of all 12.
Okay.
So
Standard prison sentence. Okay, I wasn't sure on that part.
And very rarely have there been juries that have hung on the punishment issue.
Okay.
But yeah, it's got to be unanimous. Again, they never have to explain their decision. If their identities have been, relatively sheltered, then they can render their verdict and go back to their lives. Some of them, I'm sure, though, I would not be surprised, will speak and say,
well, the families are now back in the courtroom, Clarice.
Yeah, Lori Brown's just reporting that both of the families are now back in, Russell. So it looks like things are going to start to continue to move forward for the next phase.
And maybe to your timeline, Russell Wilson, maybe by 6 o'clock today, or they might stay later if they're in the throes of weighing the punishment at that moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the guess based off of experience, but you rarely have jurors that look forward to sequestration.
Right.
That's true.
So I think if we start by 4, particularly if we're just doing closing arguments, if there's 15 minutes aside, you'll probably see the prosecution will pass again, or be an argument about who goes first and who goes last. But if the state goes last, they'll let the defense go, and then they'll have sufficient time to have those discussions. And particularly, they don't have really much new evidence, right? It certainly wouldn't have been a surprise that his mom would say, save my son's life. And so that'll be.
I don't know how I don't know how true some of that stuff is with the new escalate. Well,
we're going to take a brief break and we're going to continue our coverage. Right.
I did hear about the Escalade and all that stuff, but I don't know how true that is. But I did hear that they took the money out of the GoFundMe and they turned up with like a brand new Escalade and all kinds of new stuff.
By close of business today.
That's what he was saying, maybe 6 or 6:30, because right now it's coming up on 4 o'clock. Very large crowd outside, very large.
So they're still saying maybe 6:30 for this. I'm hoping it's sooner rather than later.
Charge comments going back and forth between both sides, but nothing violent, nothing violent. And there you can see people expressing their opinions, their reactions, and this is the way it should be.
So again, Karmelo Anthony is guilty of murder, and his defense team obviously hoping for something less. That did not happen. And we're going to continue, Clarice.
Wait, the GoFundMe held the funds, so they didn't get any of the funds, you're saying? Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to keep up, and I'm also trying to convince myself that my back is not killing me. Ooh, I don't know how streamers stream for like 7, 8, 9 hours. I'm 4 hours and 41 minutes in, and I'm like, do people stand up and stretch, or how do they make it? Well, on another note, looks like Collin County Sheriff's Department did a fantastic job securing the courthouse. Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah. They brought so many people out there, and I think they surrounded it. And like I said, I think that they had several streets prior to the courthouse that I'm sure behind. You can look it up. They never received a penny. Yeah, again, Teresa, I'm not saying for sure that they did or didn't. I don't know. I was just saying, someone brought it up in the chat, and I just said, yeah, I heard that, but I have no idea what went on. So They had to return to the house. What do you mean they had to return to the house? Karmelo's family lost some goodwill in the community when family sacrificed to donate and his family improved their standard of living. Rumor. Yeah, there's been all kinds of things talked about. If you guys put something in the chat, I'll say, oh yeah, I heard that or I didn't hear that. But I always tell you guys, if I don't know, if I haven't looked into it and I don't know for fact, I don't know for fact. That's not something I kept up with. No funds were held away. No funds were held away from the Anthony family. I would imagine, why would the funds be held? Because to my knowledge, the point of raising the funds was to pay for his legal representation, and you have to pay that up front, like retainers. A lot of attorneys want a lot up front, and then it almost acts as a bank account, and every time they do hours, they remove it from that. So typically you have to have all that paid up front. So that's interesting if they didn't receive any of the funds. So I don't know. I don't know about buying a house and returning it. I have no idea. Thank you for staying alive. I'm trying, you guys. I'm trying. I may have to like stand up and stretch for a minute or something here in a few minutes because okay, let's listen to this again. I keep checking to see if there's anything new out.
With this trial and beyond this day, because again, it's going to be one of those cases that works its way into law school. You watch.
Absolutely. And we're seeing it unfold right before our very eyes. We want to thank you for joining us, and we're going to have live coverage on Fox 4. Stay with us.
I'll check X as well just to see if there's anything new on there. I did not see anything new so far. I'll go again and check on X just to see it, because I was looking at oh gosh. I'm going to take this down for a second, and I'm going to pull this up because I refreshed my X just to see like what was going on, like if there was other posts by other people on here. I just want to share this because I was like, oh, we'll listen to this really quick.
What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this right now. I hear.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
But he didn't walk away though, so I don't even understand why people say that, because she's like, oh, well, what do I tell my sons? You can't walk away anymore. He didn't walk away. That's the problem. If he walked away, we wouldn't be here. Oh, this is what I had saw earlier, you guys, really quick. Miriam Martinez had shared this extraordinary moment just now. This is at 3:41. Karmelo's lawyer asked if he could take his client somewhere to pull himself together. Judge responded, Karmelo has been found guilty. He is now in the custody of the sheriff. Things move differently now, judge said. Judge did allow Karmelo to be escorted out of the room by deputies and lawyers. We are taking a little break. She also put another update. Karmelo is back now. Jury will return and we will begin the sentencing part of the trial now. That was 1 hour ago. Jurors have to decide between 5 to 99 years in prison. So that's her update about an hour ago. So I'm guessing we should be at the sentencing point here any minute. So we shall see. Did I? Yeah, I have to follow her because she does some good reporting too that I've seen throughout this. I've been trying to keep up with, but I just literally typed in Karmelo Anthony. Let's look up latest instead of top and just see if there's what's the newest info. Oh, someone's saying that they're shocked that the community where Karmelo came from hasn't learned a thing and actually wants to make things worse. That's what I said. I'm like, it's already a bad enough situation. Why would we want to add to that? Let's see. So we'll get this off of here. We're going to go back to our news station coverage until there's an update. I'm going to pause this for a second. The Henry Novak, you're talking about the Henry Nowak case. I'm going to be covering that and talking about that case because that was crazy in the UK. Both sides are on X. I agree. There's people on both sides that are not doing so hot. Again, none of it's okay. I don't care what side you're on. Yeah, this is interesting to me. I thought usually, well, typically a judge determines that, not a jury. But this is interesting. This whole thing is interesting, how this is going. Let's see. All right, guys, I'm just checking chat. All right, let's play this and see what they say.
That track meet planning to exact violence and take someone's life. It was in the heat of the moment. And so because that has been raised, here's part of the charge to the jurors about sudden passion. If you determine sudden passion, you may not sentence him for more than 20 years. If not sudden passion, you can sentence him to life.
Oh, another update came in. Sorry, guys. So it says, Assistant District Attorney Dewey Mitchell addresses sudden passion argument. He spoke to the jury regarding the prosecution's position on the sudden passion argument. Something unique happened when we were all in that big room, Mitchell said, referring to the courtroom. There was this sense of a bunch of people just wanting justice to be done. Y'all are the product of that. To me, it felt like a community. Mitchell spoke about how during the trial on Thursday, witnesses described Karmelo as a son, a student, etc. He reminded the jury that Austin Metcalf was also a son, a brother, and the type of man who believed in people. He mentioned that Austin was full of testosterone, a big guy, and that didn't apply to Karmelo Anthony. Mitchell told the jury that the defense will talk about Karmelo's age in their arguments, and he urged the jury to consider Austin's age as well. Nothing you do with your verdict, no matter what it is, nothing will take more from Karmelo and his family than he took from the Metcalfs, Mitchell said. He explained that Austin will never get to meet the love of his life, hold his graduation plaque, or have children. The jury was shown photos from the track meet showing coaches performing CPR on Austin on the day of the unaliving. According to NBC5's Maria Guerrero, Austin Metcalf's mother was seen weeping in the courtroom. Other members of the public on the Metcalf side of the courtroom were also seen crying. This is not about vengeance, Mitchell said. It's not about leniency either. In Collin County, what's the price of taking a life, Mitchell asked. There are going to be bleachers at stadiums in Collin County where parents are going to watch their kids play. One of the reasons we're in the community we live in is because we feel safe, Mitchell said. By giving a fair justice verdict, my prayer is that's how we find healing, Mitchell said. Okay, so that was the statement from the district attorney. That was 7 minutes ago. That was that update. We are going to go back to this.
Passion caused by provocation by the person killed. So that's where the jury are. They're getting the charge. Then they will return to that jury room and they will decide how long Karmelo Anthony will serve time in the Texas Department of Corrections for the murder of Austin Metcalf. That could happen between now and 6 o'clock. They could return with that decision before the day has ended.
And considering how quickly things have moved in this trial, we might as well, find out what they decide very soon, surely by the end of the day today. Thank you so much, Sean. Let's now head over to Fox 4's Alex Boyer, who has been live outside of the courthouse in McKinney all day. Alex, what can you tell us about the reaction out there and just how people are feeling at the moment? When we spoke to you about 2 hours ago, it looked like tensions were rising. Have things calmed down?
They have for the moment, Eden, as you mentioned, of course, like emotions, the day has ebbed and flowed with the way folks have been reacting to what they have been hearing. We've had a few people come up to us within the last hour and just kind of venting at us over what the verdict has been. But all in all, folks here have remained quite calm and peaceful. I can tell you that the crowd began to build first thing this morning outside the Collin County Courthouse as attorneys for both sides were presenting closing arguments. Then the jury got the case just before 11 a.m. Excuse me. During jury deliberations, many folks were out here live streaming on social media. Others were simply sitting under trees and talking to one another, and others were chanting and praying. When word got out that there was a verdict, the crowd all but began to gather near, excuse me, the steps of the courthouse. Over a dozen law enforcement officers came out and formed a line separating the crowd from the steps of the courthouse. And from my vantage point, most people seem to abide by the officer's orders. When the crowd learned that Karmelo Anthony had been found guilty of murder, I heard some audible gasps and moans, but many people stayed quiet. I think that they were really digesting what they learned. Then I heard a woman yell, "Let's stay together," and another woman got on a loudspeaker and started preaching. Some people have left over the past hour, but many are staying to see if the jury who convicted him will also reach a sentencing agreement today. Now, if we can come back out here live to my ground shot here, you may be able to see the law enforcement presence that you were just seeing from Sky 4 on the ground. You can see at the moment kind of a casual stance that they were all certainly lined up and a lot more active when that sentencing, or I should say verdict, first came down. They are kind of more at ease, but keeping an eye on the crowd here, which again has remained relatively peaceful throughout the entire time that I have been here. Back to you.
It's good to know that things have been peaceful. We've really seen people on both sides, those who feel that, who agree with this sentencing or with this verdict, who are on Austin Metcalf's side and feel that justice was served, and those who are on Karmelo Anthony's side and feel as though that this was too harsh. Our Amelia Jones at the courthouse as well. She's in the middle of the crowd there. Amelia, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? What can you tell us?
Well, Eden, we have seen people gather in kind of large groups on and off all afternoon. I'm not sure if my photographer, Sam, can kind of pan in here over my right shoulder. This is kind of what I'm talking about, just larger crowds gathering, just really sharing their reactions with one another about the verdict, potentially about what they believe is happening inside the courtroom as journalists like our Fox 4 Lori Brown is sharing updates, and then the journalists on the ground are sharing updates. You might see a lot of cell phones up in the air. We know that social media, this case has really taken on a life of its own online. And so a lot of people are live streaming right now. They were live streaming before that verdict was issued, and they've kind of been live streaming ever since. Now, there are a couple of Collin County Sheriff pickup trucks and squad cars here. I have not seen any clashes with law enforcement. As you heard my colleague Alex Boyer say, the supporters and people who have gathered here have really respected law enforcement. Law enforcement has not had to kind of come towards the crowd, say anything. We haven't really even seen them interact much, but they do have a presence here, clearly. And they have created this barrier between the sidewalk here and the parking lot and the front of the Collin County Courthouse. I have been talking to people, and they shared their reaction with me after that verdict was issued. And one man told me that there is no winning on either side of this. Take a listen.
I just tell people this, man, is until you've been in this situation, you don't know how anybody's feeling. You know what I'm saying? And it's not, this is a no-win situation on either side. You have a child that is not going to be here anymore. God bless his family, and to the family who's going through this situation with their son, it's unfortunate.
Now, we are hearing some, like Alex was talking, upset comments. We know that this trial, no cameras were allowed. It was not live streamed. It was not televised. But as someone who was in the courtroom every afternoon to hear testimony, I know that the journalists I sat next to, we were doing our best to share accurately what we were hearing and what we were seeing inside that courtroom. And the jurors were tasked to take all of the evidence that they heard in that testimony to come to this guilty murder verdict. Now, I'm not sure what people are waiting for out here. Obviously, we know that the punishment phase of the trial is going going on right now. I'm not sure if they're waiting to see if any of the family members are going to talk or if any of the attorneys are going to talk. I haven't really had a chance to ask, why they are staying here. All I know is that they are, and we've just seen more people arrive to the parking lot. For now, Eden, that's what I'm seeing live out here. Back to you.
And again, we should note that Karmelo Anthony faces anywhere from 5 years to 99 years in prison. As Amelia mentioned, no cameras allowed in the courtroom. So we've had crews all over. We've had our Lori Brown inside of the courtroom. We've had Amelia Jones outside of the courthouse and Alex Poirier. So really, they have tried their best to share what both sides are arguing, what the defense is claiming, what the prosecution is claiming, and trying to paint the picture of what all is going on there. So as this case prepares for the punishment phase, Fox 4 is, of course, committed to keeping you up to date. We're going to be live on the Fox Local app when there's an update. So make sure that you turn on your notifications to receive the update right to your home screen. We will be right back.
All right, guys. Let's try to fast forward through this because I've been behind.
Up in the panhandle, who paid for a premium seat. Wall Street.
Anthony will spend in prison.
Sean, thank you. Now we want to head over to Fox 4's Alex Poirier, who is live outside of the courthouse in McKinney. Alex, you've really been there since this morning. What can you tell us? What are you seeing out there?
Sure, Sean Rabb certainly hit it on the head out here as well. There's been a lot of emotion and certainly a lot of tension as the day has built and folks have learned the fate of Karmelo Anthony. Now at this point, they're waiting to see, as Sean mentioned, what that sentencing will be. Right now, calmness has prevailed and has been that way throughout the course of this day, aside from some people just reacting to the verdict and having some outbursts and some emotion to that verdict. I can tell you that the crowd began to build, as I mentioned, really first thing this morning outside the Collin County Courthouse as attorneys for both sides were presenting those closing arguments. They had 35 minutes on each side. Then the jury got that case before 11 a.m. And then during the jury deliberations while we were out here, many folks were live streaming on social media, giving updates, while others were simply sitting under the trees here out of the sun, and others talking to one another. And I can tell you that I also saw some folks chanting and praying. Now, when word got out that there was a verdict, the crowd all began to gather near the steps of the courthouse, which is where we are. About a dozen law enforcement officers came outside. Many remain here at this hour and formed a line separating the crowd from the steps of the courthouse. From my vantage point, most people seem to abide by the officer's orders. When the crowd learned that Karmelo Anthony had been found guilty of murder, I heard some audible gasps and moans, as I mentioned, but many people did stay quiet, I think really trying to digest what they heard. Then I heard a woman yell, "Let's stay together," and another woman got on the loudspeaker and started preaching. Right now, you're looking at an overhead view from Sky 4, which really gives you some perspective for where we are here in the parking lot. Now, a ground shot here. You can see what I've been talking about. Some of that crowd lingering here near the front steps, waiting for any kind of update from inside of the courtroom. We also may be able to see there beyond that crowd of people, some of those law enforcement officers, as I mentioned, just trying to keep somewhat of a barrier between the barrier that is physically there, folks here in the parking lot, and then trying to keep things calm on the other side. That is the situation as it stands right now. I can tell you that while many people have left, some people maybe now just starting to get off of work or hearing what has happened are now starting to show up here and the parking lot beginning to get full once again. Back to you.
It sounds like we've kind of seen a range of emotions even before the verdict was read. I remember earlier you said, there was a prayer circle. At one point we did see things get tense, but it's good to know from people on both sides, but it's good to know that the crowd has remained relatively peaceful. Thanks so much, Alex. All right, well, Fox 4's Amelia Jones, also McKinney for us right now. Amelia, what are you seeing?
Hi there, Eden. I'm seeing similar to what Alex is seeing here as well. We have a lot of people who are in lawn chairs taking shade away from the hot sun.
It sounds like there's a lot of people like us that are waiting to hear what this is, because now we're all curious what this new clause or whatever you would consider this. Okay, we have another update, you guys. So let me put my glasses on. When you guys see like the screen go like dark when you guys are watching a video, I either had to go to the bathroom or I'm getting something to drink or I had to take my meds. So like, don't freak out. It's just, I'm going to keep the coverage going. But if I have to step off for a minute because we've been on here for 5 hours, this is like the longest live I've ever done. Your girl has to get a snack and has to go to the bathroom. Okay, so let's read this update. So this update comes 4 minutes ago. This is defense attorney Mike Howard presents arguments regarding sudden passion. So this is the defense attorney for Karmelo Anthony. Do you guys want me to pull the article up so you could see it, or are you guys good with me reading these without pulling it up? That way I don't have to keep going back and forth between these two. Just let me know. Okay. So following Mitchell's statement, Mike Howard spoke to the jury regarding sudden passion. I will not stand here and say what the right verdict is, Howard said. I have stood here in front of many juries in my career, Howard said, some big, some small. And I've had this conversation many times. It's never easy for me. I couldn't begin to tell you what the right thing to do is in this moment, Howard said. You will know that in your own hearts. He reminded the jury that the court respects their verdict and their role. Karmelo Anthony was seen crying in the courtroom as Howard spoke. Anyone who stands up here and tells you, puts a number clearly, doesn't understand how hard your job is, Howard said, referring to the jury's role in determining how long Anthony will spend in prison. I can only ask you to consider both sides, follow your heart, and follow the law, Howard said. Howard then defined sudden passion, explaining that it is an emotion, a feeling that is directly caused by provocation by the individual killed or others being killed at the time of the offense. Sudden passion doesn't mean blaming Austin or Hunter or any of those memorial kids under that tent, Howard said. This is not about blaming a victim. Decisions made in the heat of the moment are different than decisions that come after reflection, Howard explained to the jury. So when something happens, Austin, Hunter, the kids under the tent, when that happens, and you believe that Karmelo felt terror in that moment, such that it rendered his mind incapable, that he didn't have time for cool reflection, then sudden passion applies, Howard explained. You don't have to be sure of sudden passion, okay? Howard said, I think the video helps really show that, because for all this talk about what happened at the end of the day, that video was mere seconds, Howard said, referring to the video of the altercation at the track meet. There was a buildup, sure, but then a moment where everything happened in mere seconds. I ask you to consider both sides. Yes, the Metcalfs have been irrevocably changed by this, and all of our hearts go out to them, Howard said. The Anthonys as well. There are innocent people on both sides who have lost significantly. Thank you for doing your duty. Howard said, I'm going to agree with Mr. Mitchell and that healing is needed, and you guys are going to decide what that is. So that was the defense's statement. So that was as of 7 minutes ago. So you're good with me reading? Okay, perfect. It just makes it easier rather than going back and forth. But if you guys want to actually see the article, that way you know I'm not telling you mumbo jumbo. That's fine with me. But if you guys have any questions, like I said, NBC, Dallas Fort Worth local news is where I'm reading from and getting the updates from. So the sudden passion isn't right. He had his hand on his knife in the bag and was goading him to take action against Karmelo. This should not apply at all. Yeah, he had the hand in the bag. It seemed like for, you know what I mean? Like it seemed like his hand was in the bag for a little bit. Obviously, this was very fast. I'm just saying that it seemed like it was like relatively fast how the hand was in the bag. Yeah, the provoking occurred before the shove. Exactly. Yeah, he had already sworn at people. He had, told people off. He had an attitude with everybody when they asked him, who are you? What are you doing in here? You don't belong in here. He had an attitude from the get before Austin even came into the picture. 1 for 1, I have zero pity for Karmelo. Let's see what other people are saying. Exactly, he was getting ready and he provoked the altercation with his behavior. I don't understand how sudden passion could really even be a thing, just for the fact of, in order for that to be an actual topic of conversation, you would have to take away the that he was provoking the situation. And the prosecution built this whole case on the fact that he was provoking Austin, touch me, move me, touch me, you got to move me. You know what I mean? Asking for this altercation. And then once he got what he had been pushing for, then, it was self-defense. So to me, I don't understand how that would fit. But again, I've never seen this. This is the first time I'm seeing this. So I actually want to look more into this because I'm curious if this is done in many other states or what. So, I'm actually looking that up right now because I want to see if it's a consideration in other states or is this just a Texas thing? Oh, okay. So sudden passion or heat of passion defense is recognized in the vast majority of the U.S. states to reduce a murder charge to voluntary manslaughter. Historically rooted in English common law, states categorize and apply this concept differently, with jurisdictions like Texas, North Carolina, and Maryland heavily featuring this legal distinction. So those are, I think, the top 3 states that really recognize it. I guess everybody does, is what it sounds like, but it's just like primarily Texas, North Carolina, and Maryland. It seems that consider this more is what it seems like. So that's interesting. Let's go ahead and refresh. So again, we had the defense attorney talk, the district attorney, and are they just, I think they're waiting on, I think we'll have a statement from the prosecution. That'll probably be the next update. And then hopefully not long after that, we will have something from the jury. So let's go back to this video coverage.
Today, and I asked people, why are you staying here? The verdict already was issued, and they told me that they wanted to stay here and find out the sentence. Somebody even told me that they wanted to stay here because they wanted to support the youth. And so I'm going to ask my photographer Sam to kind of pan off here. You can kind of see there's just some groups of people, again, like Alex was talking about, whether they are live streaming on their cell phones here. We know that this case has gained national, even international attention, and a lot of people have been streaming on several social media platforms before the verdict, after the verdict, and now as they are kind of getting news from journalists and others inside the courtroom as to what is going on right now in that punishment phase. I got a chance to speak to somebody after the guilty of murder verdict came down, and this person was telling me there really is no winning on either side of this. Take a listen.
There's no winners. No, absolutely not. I mean, I feel bad for the Karmelo Anthony family. I mean, they're basically.
And I have said this from the day I started covering this trial. I said there is no winners here. You got 2 families losing. You got 2 individuals losing. Actually, you got several individuals losing. This whole situation was really stupid. And it came with huge consequences. It was not worth all it caused. I know that. And I think Karmelo is realizing that, you know, in that moment, whatever was going through his mind, whatever ego, you know, puff up your chest argument he was trying to start, I guarantee you regret is running through his veins as we speak. You know, it's just unfortunate that that's just what it is. This is just where he's at now. So I just wanted to highlight, Sam had posted in the chat, and this was a good comment. She said, it is not in this case. It is meant for cases like DV, for example, a woman who has been a victim from her boyfriend or husband, and then in the middle of the fight grabs, you know, or whatever, and ends up killing him. So that is understandable. And that's a very good example, actually. It's closer to premeditated than having sudden passion. What do you mean it's closer to pre-med? If he had the knife in his hand, hidden in his bag, he had a plan to use it. Yeah, to me, going to get the bag and bringing the bag over just to say hi to somebody was weird. That was my take from the beginning. So for me, there was just several things that were odd with the whole situation, but we'll refresh. We'll keep listening to this and we'll go over stuff as they come in.
They're, in a sense, losing their son for a little while too, you know. But the thing is, they'll most likely be able to get him back. Austin Metcalf's folks, they won't ever get that young man back.
And now we know that this case has become racially charged, in large part due to misinformation and rumors spreading online. And I will say I have heard some racially charged comments out here after that verdict was read. And something that was brought up in jury selection and something that I spoke to several law experts about was the Batson challenge. The fact that 3 black female jurors were struck and the fact that there were no black jurors on this panel here. I will tell you, I was inside the courtroom and the jury was diverse. There were several Asian Americans as well as Indian Americans on the jury. But as I spoke to a criminal defense attorney not involved in this case yesterday. She was here as a court observer. She told me that, yes, a Batson challenge like that could be used in possible appeals. So, Eden, of course, we will have to see what the jury decides when it comes to that punishment phase. And, of course, we might have to see what litigation, if any, comes after the trial is over. For now, Eden, I'll send it back to you.
That's right. We should mention this was a 12-person jury with 6 alternates. That included 11 women and 7 men. Thanks so much, Amelia. Okay, so we were live on air and on Fox Local as the verdict came in. We got instant reaction from Russell Wilson, a former Dallas County prosecutor who is not involved in this case.
We know is that they've rejected the self-defense claim. They believed that the use of deadly force in response to the shove was excessive, and that's not necessarily a surprise based off of the totality of the circumstances. So I think that was their verdict.
Now we'll see what happens with this jury in the punishment phase.
Right. So we're probably going to see a brief break, and the parties will get a chance to gather themselves, if you will, and the judge would have to decide if he wanted to go ahead and begin the punishment phase of the case, maybe in 15, 20 minutes or so, or if he wanted a break. Given that he's got the jurors sequestered, I think that they will get back started on testimony probably.
How to find the right car for you. Go to cars.com. Look at the car you like.
Ciao.
Find your next possibility on cars.com.
Okay.
No juvenile history, has no engagement with law enforcement, has made.
So I found this interesting. I went to X really quick because I wanted to check on something. And Elijah Schaefer, I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with him, but he used to have the Rift TV. He's done a lot of interviews with like Alex Jones, and he's one of the guys being sued by Kash Patel's girlfriend because he shared a meme. But I'm going to show you guys this. So he was in Texas. He was at the courthouse outside. And I'm just going to, we don't have to watch the video, but I was just going to show you this really quick because we're already watching the news anyway. He said, Frisco family members of Karmelo Anthony cussed me out, threw water bottles at me, and my cameraman assaulting my crew, threatened us with violence, flipped us off, and started trying to put hands on us for simply asking them about their purple t-shirts. So I wonder what the interaction was actually.
To record and talk to you guys or see what's going on. Okay. Okay. Well, it's a free country. You're in public. You're in public. Okay. Okay. Well, you're in public. I'm just asking. Yeah.
Bitch, go!
Whoa.
Ooh.
Hey, move the camera, bro. They don't want to.
It's free speech. It's free speech.
Girl's trying to blow my eardrum out. Oh,
why are you throwing stuff at us? Yeah, why are you throwing stuff at us? What the hell is that? All right, well, they're throwing water bottles at us while we're recording. By the way, there's signs right here that says self-defense is not a crime. Karmelo Anthony should do no time. And there's also this sign right here says hands off. And this sign says we stand with you. I believe this is about Karmelo as well. And you'll see a picture right here of Karmelo Anthony. These are pictures probably from his Instagram. Self-defense is not a crime. So that's basically with the tensions being high here. You can see, I mean, we're not here to support anybody, but we're already having things thrown at us. Well, we don't have to do that.
Angry and upset.
Yeah.
It's family members over there.
Okay.
So you're agitated.
Those are family members.
You're agitated.
Okay.
again, if you're his family, don't you want to make it better for him? Like, why would you want to be acting like that? I don't know. They didn't even do anything. They were just like, hey, what, they didn't understand the purple t-shirts. Wouldn't you want to explain the cause and be like, oh, we're related to, Karmelo, we're here to support. And, we're just out here praying for a good outcome. You know what I mean? We're sorry for the family, but we're praying that, this turns out well. Like, why couldn't you just conduct yourself better? Especially if you're asking for mercy, essentially, and you're looking to get this outcome that you want. How are you going to get that with that kind of behavior? I'll never understand that either. Jury deliberations have begun in the sentencing phase of Karmelo's murder trial. This is an update 4 minutes ago. The jury left the courtroom at 4:40 to begin deliberations in the sentencing phase of Karmelo Anthony's murder trial. Karmelo has been found guilty of murder. Texas law says a murder conviction is punishable by 5 to 99 years in state prison. The defense argued during the sentencing phase of the trial that Karmelo committed the murder while under the influence of a sudden passion. If jurors believe he committed the murder under sudden passion, the charge is reduced to second-degree felony, which lowers the punishment, as we talked about earlier, from 2 to 20 years in prison. Court will be in recess until the jury reaches its verdict on that. So that was as of 5 minutes ago. Again, this is a long process. If the Karmelo family is so sorry, why did they never reach out to the Metcalf family with an apology? Did they even show up to the funeral and grieve with the family? My guess is no, but I don't know. Someone gift this woman YouTube Premium. Sorry, I downloaded an ad blocker, but yeah. I mean, I show you guys clips or like of the news and stuff. I'll be honest, any money that the channel ever makes from super chats and memberships, I have to put into trying to get better apps, get resources to be able to vet information so that I can do more independent journalism work. So, you know what I mean? I have to look at that first before I think of like, we can't sit through a 10-second ad. The channel also still has a lot of growing to do. So, and this is my full-time gig with my autoimmune. This is what I do for work. I create content and I try to cover things or cover different trials, cover all kinds of corruption, truth. I spend a lot of time researching and putting stuff together. It takes time. Eventually we will get there. It just can't have all the best things right out the gate. I invested in really good equipment out the gate, like a good mic, a good camera, all that stuff, so that the content was at least decent. But there's a long way to go as far as the channel growing. All right, let's check just to make sure there's no other updates. Let's go back to this.
This decision that has left him guilty of murder. How do you work in the punishment phase? What do you try to do to live?
I mean, I think you gotta first you want to console your client and the family briefly, but you're gonna have to quickly turn to your anticipated punishment evidence, which is going to be the state again going first. You're going to hear more character information. It takes a while when you get an adverse verdict for the person to really accept and understand it. The state may be moving to have his bond held insufficient, meaning that if he walked in the courthouse today, that he won't be walking out tonight. Your client's going to have a whole lot of anxiety. You know, the range of punishments 5 to 99 years. When you hear a guilty verdict of murder, you're certainly going to see your life flash before you because you recognize you could face imprisonment for the rest of your life. The attorney, if you get everybody calm down, you need to start thinking of your most mitigating factors. Probably here will be age of the offender and no criminal history.
So one very unusual aspect of this case has been where some of the reaction is coming from. Several state politicians have issued statements in their official capacity, including Jared Patterson, the Republican state rep whose district includes parts of Frisco. Patterson called Austin Metcalf's murder a senseless and heartbreaking tragedy and said today's murder conviction is justice served. Texas GOP chair Abraham George echoed that sentiment and said the Texas Republican Party stands with the Metcalf family. And on the other side are Karmelo Anthony supporters who have condemned this verdict. The activist group Next Generation Action Network has spoken in support of the family on multiple occasions. The group's leadership said it will continue to provide the family support through a likely appeals process once the punishment is decided. So we want to go back to Fox 4's Sean Rabb with more updates from inside of the courthouse with the punishment phase. Sean, I know obviously we can't have any cameras inside of the courtroom there, and we've been getting updates from Lori Brown, who is inside of the courtroom. So what are some updates that you're hearing?
Yeah, and you know what? We talk about that a lot because we've become accustomed in state district courts. County, they have cameras in courtrooms, but they've not always been there. We've not always covered cases with cameras. It's been with reporters chronicling the events in the courtroom and then sharing those. And that's what we've been getting in this trial. Right now, I want to go back to share with you what's happening in the closing statements before jurors begin their deliberation. We were talking earlier about sudden passion, and Mike Howard, one of the defense attorneys, wanted to impress on the jurors that, look, you decided that self-defense wasn't part of this case, but I want to help you and let you understand sudden passion can. He says, when we react in a moment, when our mind has not had time to process and calm down and time for cool reflection, that is different from when we have time to think and still do something bad. His suggestion, Karmelo Anthony acted in a moment, sudden passion, and not that he thought, premeditated plan to go to that track meet and kill someone. But let me share with you what Bill Werski has said in his closing statements to this jury before they begin their deliberation. He's saying, here it is. This is not sudden passion. This was provoked. And the person who provoked and caused the death was not Metcalf, but was Anthony. That is what Bill Werski is saying. Beyond that, here is what he tells this jury. Whether you like it or not, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. When you talk about Anthony, talk about Metcalf. When you consider his family, consider Metcalf. And then he goes on to say, you know what? A lot of life sentences have been handed out today. A lot of life sentences. There needs to be one more life sentence, as he references the time he wants this jury to give Karmelo Anthony. He says, it's up to you to determine how we in Collin County respond to senseless violence. Do we tolerate it or hand down lengthy sentences? So the pressure is mounting on this jury for a long sentence, 40 years or more. 40 years or more is where I think Bill.
Yeah, I think the prosecutor did really good throughout this entire case. I think he's very, very strong.
Wants this jury to start considering the floor is 40 years, the ceiling could be 99. That's what he wants them to consider. So we'll see what this jury does when they do retire. But these are the passionate pleas in punishment that Attorney Russell Wilson was.
Oh, gosh. So this is what I was trying to tell everybody from the beginning of the live and what I've been saying for like days. People are forgetting that at the time this started, remember, because the reason that he went into the tent was because he was stretching and then he saw someone that he thought he knew. So what I was trying to point out days ago was he went and found his duffel bag, backpack, whatever, picked that up, and then walked over to the tent to start talking to Eddie. Because you're on the field stretching, he was going to do the 400. So why did you go grab your bag and then go into the tent and then you know what I mean? People are asking you to leave and you're putting up this argument over and over and over and over and over. That was weird to me. You're at a track meet. You put your stuff down where your team is or in your tent, like people say, because you don't have a locker room. Like your tent is your locker room. So why would you go get the backpack and bring the backpack with you? If you were just stretching to get ready for an event, to do an event, and you were just going to go say hi to someone that you knew, why would you go bring your bag? That was always weird to me. Someone put, okay, you do if you don't have a base tent because you weren't running that day. He was going to run that day. He was stretching to do the 400 event. That was talked about. And they didn't have a tent, but his whole team was in that area. They did not put the tent up yet because the bus was late with the tent. So the tent hadn't gotten put up yet. Either way, why would you go get your bag? Why wouldn't you just leave it with your team? To me, it's weird. So it's throwing an object at someone the same as pushing someone and you couldn't defend yourself according to your beliefs. Just saying, wait, so is throwing an object at someone the same as pushing someone and couldn't you defend yourself according to your beliefs, to their beliefs? I don't think that if someone shoved me, I would not think it would be fair to stab them. If someone shoved me, I would like I said, I would punch him in the face. That would be my response. I wouldn't think like, oh, let me go dig in my bag and like look for something. Again, I wouldn't be somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. If someone asked me to leave, I would have left. There's so many things that would have happened differently if it was me in that situation. Let me say. Or was he running? I heard he had no events. He was going to do an event. He wasn't supposed to. He was going to, I believe, be at PT, and then he didn't go to PT, and then he was going to fill in for somebody for the 400. So he was out there stretching, supposedly. 99 years, technically life, 5 to 99. I don't think they're going to give him 99. I think he'll probably see 30, maybe 30. Was it a full-size backpack? Because I know track kids do carry their spike bags with them off and on the field for their spikes, so they aren't walking on the concrete with them. So I don't know if it was a full-size backpack. I don't know if I've heard backpack, but then I hear duffel, so I don't know. I believe at the time, I don't know if he had his spikes on or not. There was a comment on that, but I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. So this has been brought up a couple times, and I have to say, I mean, it's plausible. I mean, it's plausible, and there's a lot of talk about that. Oh, you were being facetious. Sorry. I think I'm delirious, you guys. 25 to 30 is my guess. Yeah, I'm thinking at least 25 to 30. Let's see. Yeah, I have not been sure exactly of the bag this whole time. Right? I've heard backpack, but then a lot of my friends are like, Nicole, when you're on track, like you usually have a duffel. You don't use a backpack. You'd use a duffel bag. So I'm like, well, but I am pretty sure it's backpack. But also, I am not like a track professional at all. I don't know anything about spikes. I did not run track. The only time I'm running is if my house is on fire and if I'm being chased by some psychopath or Gucci's giving out free everything. That's the only time I'm running. I'm just letting you guys, I do not like to run. It is not my thing. I'm an asthmatic. No thanks. Nothing about running. I do Pilates and I love Pilates, but running is, you're never gonna see it unless there is a reason to run, and it better be a really good reason. But running for fun, never, no. Mm-mm. I mean, I used to run actually before I got sick with lupus and fibro. When I was at the gym, I would do like 3 to 5 mile runs on the treadmill here and there. So a lot of the times 3 miles. Like I could run 3 miles, no problem. Probably still can, honestly. I'd just be miserable after. But people that run for fun, like, and it's like this like relaxing thing, I'm like, no. That's just torturous. And then in Florida, when you see people running and it's like 98 degrees out and that's not even the heat index, I'm like, you gotta be some sort of unwell mentally to do that. It'll be like middle of the day and they're out there killing themselves intentionally. Is how I look at it. I'm in the Army and hate running. So that's funny that you say that. So my husband was in the Army and he will not run anymore. He's like, I did enough running in the Army. I did my time. He refuses. He's like, I'm not, you'll never see it again. And we laugh about it all the time. So I wasn't in the Army, and I mean, I don't mind running when it comes to softball or something. If I'm playing a sport, but as far as like running track, you wouldn't, no way. You're doing great. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you so much for that. Frontline for Christ. I appreciate that. I'm doing the best I can. It'll all get better with time. And a lot of bigger shows, that cover things like Candace and stuff, it took time to get there. She has staff to help research that she pays. She has obviously lots of different apps and certain things to vet information and things like that. And those kinds of productions require, money, and that takes time. That's not something that happens overnight unless, your family's rich and you're just, you have it already. That is not the case in this house. So it just takes time. Let's see. I feel as if he had to kill somebody to be initiated. That could, yeah. So that's a good question, and that's something valid. And a lot of people have talked about that. But I don't know. I don't know. So the reason that actually became more of a thing for me was because we were hearing all these reports about he just was in trouble supposedly, and he obviously didn't have a criminal record, but he had been in trouble, is what people were talking about. So I thought, oh, okay, maybe he's hanging out with the wrong crowd and something along this lines. I don't know. But yes, that is something that people are talking about. And I do think with all the other things that are kind of being, you know what I mean, thrown out there and talked about, again, I don't know what the truth is, but there is a lot of talk of that. And that could be very real. I mean, in Chicago, the initiation is when I was still living at home, they were shooting people driving down Lakeshore Drive. That was their initiation, was you had to shoot somebody who was driving down Lakeshore Drive in Chicago. And I remember at the time I was working downtown. And actually, I knew 2 people that got killed driving into work. We all worked at the bars. We worked in the clubs. And they were shot on Lakeshore Drive going to work at like 6 o'clock. That was 2 people I knew. 2 people. One that was probably like 4 or 5 years older than me, and someone that was my age. 1 male, 1 female. And then a lot of times now what they do is down Michigan Avenue, they open fire as a gang initiation now. So it's Lake Worth Drive or Michigan Avenue usually. It's scary. I mean, it's gotten a little bit better. I feel like when I go home now and we do things and we hang out downtown, I don't feel as paranoid. But I'm never by myself. I'm always with my brothers, my husband, a big group of us. No one goes anywhere alone. But I will say that, it's always in the back of your mind. You know what I mean? Because you're standing outside of bars or whatever. And it's just something that crosses your mind there because you just know it's a thing. But I also am at a point in my life where, I'm not going to let anyone make me live in fear. I'm aware of my surroundings. You do the best you can and you pray about it. And you hope that you never have to come across a situation like that, but you can't live in fear either. You just have to be more aware and make smart choices. We don't stay out past a certain time, the areas that you're hanging out in. We Uber everywhere. We used to walk from bar to bar. Now we don't do that. We Uber. So we're never, walking around late. You don't have to worry about, it's just a little bit safer in my opinion. Makes it all more interesting though, because how far did he have to reach for that? I know they saw the video in court, but I just want to know all the things. Sam, I do too. But here's the thing, court transcripts, and I'm going to talk to Kristen about this. Kristen, are you in chat? I'm going to see if she's in chat. Hold on. I'm asking Kristen how long till the transcripts are available so we can FOIA them, so we can go through the transcripts in a live one day. Let me check to see if anything's come in yet. I'm gonna have to run to the washroom again, so we're gonna be watching that news channel here in a minute. We still have no verdict. I don't know if we're even gonna get one tonight. This could go into tomorrow, they said, but we'll see. So I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Talking with us about earlier. Oftentimes he said more difficult at this moment, more intense at this moment.
Be sure to like the live, guys, because I checked it and we are at almost, I have my laptop out here. We are at over 1,000 views for this live today, but we only have 100 likes for it. So please make sure that you guys like the video for me, please. because it helps the channel, grow. Obviously, the views are good for the channel. And I appreciate that because I'm trying to look at, you know what, I should go to my analytics in here. But again, I'm just going to run to the washroom. You guys continue to chat each other up. He should have kept the 600K to buy protection. This is all crazy. The human body isn't designed to run constantly, no, which is why vets always have knee problems. Yeah, my husband, when he was running in the military, he broke his ankle actually on a ruck run and had to have a surgery. So that's another reason why he doesn't like to run. Will he serve a full sentence or half with parole based on good behavior? They haven't said. We're waiting for that. If he has good behavior and people to vouch for him, he could parole early. That's what I'm worried about. So I'm worried about if he gets the 2 to 20, but then you have good behavior and then he's out in 5 to 10. I don't think that's enough to teach him how serious this really is. I just don't. I don't think, and to me, that would be an insult for my child's life. I would lose my mind if someone only did 5 to 10 years. I would be devastated. Obviously that happens, but I just don't think that's, I think in this situation, we need a significant amount of time to sit there and think.
And more challenging for jurors at this moment than to return the guilty verdict. So once they begin their deliberations, and that has not happened yet, they're beginning their deliberations right now, actually 4:37, about 3 minutes ago, they retired to start deliberating. Before 6 o'clock today, they could have their decision in terms of how long Karmelo Anthony will stay behind bars.
And he is facing anywhere from 5 years to 99 years in prison. Thanks so much, Sean. And as this case continues in the punishment phase, Fox 4 is committed to keeping you up to date. We will be live on the Fox Local app when there is an update. So make sure that you turn on your notifications to receive the update right to your home screen. And if it happens while we're on air, too, we'll bring it to you live. Well, street racing led to the deaths of 3 people in Duncanville. A 4th person was injured. Fox 4's Stephen Dowell joins us now live, where police just held a briefing. Stephen.
Eden, investigators and the police chief talked about the scene, and a witness we talked to earlier described a chaotic and a graphic scene because the vehicle carrying those who are deceased was completely just crushed and crumbled. We just heard from the police chief about 30 minutes ago, giving us some more insight, saying that his first officer was on scene less than 30 seconds after that crash. They believe that this was due to street racing, and 2 suspects are in custody, a 20-year-old and a 21-year-old. I want you to take a look at some of the video that we have from the scene. The police chief saying that the family members tell Fox 4 that a 12-year-old boy, his 50-year-old mother, and 78-year-old grandmother were all killed. A father told me that his stepson is still in the hospital. Police call his injuries life-altering. He said to be in critical condition. We heard from a witness who described the scene earlier today.
So I worked down the street, so I was pumping gas, and that's when I heard the impact, and automatic everything closed. And we were like, you see bringing flowers and everything because we were trying to help, and there was nothing we can do.
I want to encourage every parent, grandparent, guardian, and family member to have an honest conversation with your family members, with your young drivers. Talk about the consequences of speeding, reckless driving. Just the moment of that poor decision, what impact that has on the families.
Now, the woman, the witness who we spoke to, she mentioned flowers. There were a couple of people bringing flowers by that scene earlier this morning. Now, both suspects are in custody. We don't know the names of the suspects as of right now. We know that one is 20, one is 21. The chief said that both stayed on scene. We should be getting their mugshots probably within an hour. Eden, they're both charged with 4 counts of racing on a highway, which is a second-degree felony.
And it's so unfortunate that lives were lost in all this. Thanks so much, Stephen. But we have more
with Base 44. A simple sentence becomes your website. Page after page, ready for business. Plug in what you need, connect payments, sync calendars, and voila, watch notifications fly in. Sales, bookings, the good kind of noise. Edit, well, everything. Drop-in motion libraries. Give your site more life, from header to footer.
Fox 4 News will be right back.
Sorry, you guys had to listen to 2 seconds of that ad. I had to go get my TENS unit. I don't know how much longer I'm going to make it. I'll be honest, guys. I'm doing my best here, but my body is not liking me right now. The fibromyalgia makes it hard. Let me see if there's any updates. I just don't know if we're going to get an update today. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Nope, nothing there. Okay. All right, so there's nothing new on there.
Next couple of weeks, it also belongs to Sweden, and today the blue.
Thanks for joining us on Fox 4.
And others were also chanting
5.
The nonprofit's interim CEO in the hot seat.
Like to deliberate while they were here in regards to the sentencing. I can tell you that outside here, it has been a wide range of emotions, as you might expect, with folks waiting to see what the verdict was going to be. As we now know, Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder. I can tell you the crowd began to build first thing this morning outside the Collin County Courthouse as attorneys for both sides were presenting their closing arguments. Each got 35 minutes to make their final pitch to the jury. Then the jury got the case at 11 a.m. And during jury deliberations, I was keeping an eye on folks out here, kind of watching what they were doing. Several people here on social media live streaming. Others were simply sitting under the tree, kind of waiting to see what was going to happen. And others were also chanting and praying. When word got out that there was a verdict, the crowd all began to gather here near the steps of the courthouse. So over a dozen law enforcement officers came outside and formed a line separating the crowd from the steps of the courthouse. And from my vantage point, I can tell you that most people seem to abide by the officers' orders. When the crowd learned that Karmelo Anthony had been found guilty of murder, I heard some audible gasps and moans, but many people stayed quiet. I think they were really just trying to take in and digest what they learned. Then I heard a woman yell, "Let's stay together," and another woman on a loudspeaker who began preaching and praying for folks. But as we come back out here live, we've been keeping an eye kind of on the scene around me. I can tell you that there are still easily several dozen people here, probably close to 100 people still here now waiting to see what the final fate of Karmelo Anthony will be. I can tell you within the past hour or so, we've seen some people leave and then some new people starting to arrive. So clearly lots of folks are going to remain here at the Collin County Courthouse, as will we, until we finally know what's going to happen, if anything's going to happen by the end of today or possibly go into tomorrow. Back to you.
Absolutely. We know you'll be there. Alex, thank you for that. We want to transition now to Fox 4's Amelia Jones, who's been gathering reaction outside the courthouse as well. Amelia.
Hi there, Steve. I echo Alex in what he was saying, that we have seen some people leave, but then we've seen more people come into the parking lot of the Collin County Courthouse and kind of gather and talk to people who are still here. I asked people, why are you still here outside of the courthouse? And they told me that they want to be here to hear the sentence. And some of Karmelo Anthony's supporters who have been here in the multiple days of testimony wearing purple, I spoke to one of them and they told me that they want to stay out here to support the youth, meaning Anthony in this case. So some people, as Alex mentioned, they are gathered in small groups under the trees to get some reprieve from the heat here, but we have seen them gather in much larger groups at times. Things have gotten quieter. There's no longer music playing. We have not heard anyone come over to the loudspeaker to preach, and no chants have been heard either in the last hour or so. Now, after the verdict was issued, I spoke to one man who lives here in McKinney. He wasn't a part of the public who was inside the courtroom for any of the testimony, but he has followed the case since it happened in April 2025. And he told me his reaction when he heard the verdict was that there are really no winners here.
I just tell people this, man, is until you've been in this situation, you don't know how anybody's feeling. You know what I'm saying? And it's not, this is a no-win situation on either side. You have a child that is not going to be here anymore. God bless his family. And to the family who's going through this situation with their son, it's unfortunate.
Before the verdict, and now as we are awaiting the jury to decide the sentence for Anthony, people have been on their cell phones live streaming. You heard my colleague Alex Boyer talk about that. The media here, this has gained national and international attention. So we've seen a lot of people with their cell phones in the air, some small cameras just live streaming what's going on here. You can see the Collin County Sheriff's Office presence behind me. The officers are here making their presence known, but they have not approached anybody in the crowds. Nobody from the the crowd waiting out here of the courthouse has approached the officer. So things have remained calm. I haven't seen any tensions or tempers flare, but we do know, Steve, as you mentioned, that this case, as it's taken on a life of its own on social media, it has become racially charged in large part because of the rumors, online speculation, misinformation that has spread on social media. And so I do have to tell you, I have heard some racially charged comments out here in response to the verdict, and as the jury is preparing to hand down that sentence as well. But I've also seen, obviously, people upset on one side, those who are supporters of Karmelo Anthony, but then we also have people out here with signs that say justice for Austin. And we've gotten a chance to speak to some of those people as well, echoing.
We're just going to pause that for a minute. So, missing out on paychecks. It's time to go home, sentence him, and be done with it. Yeah, I think a lot of people. So, judge said 6 p.m. cutoff. So we're getting close then. So what we'll do is that'll be our cutoff. If they don't have anything in the next like 15, 20 minutes, I think we're going to call it for today, unfortunately. Because I've now been on here it'll be 6 hours and 10 minutes. And I'm not going to lie, I need to get up and move around. And I also, again, I have not eaten. So I snacked right before I got on with you guys because I figured, oh, okay, well, we'll go over the case. Like I didn't think we would have a verdict back that fast. So I was like, well, then I'll get off. And if the verdict comes out, then I'll hop back on. And then everything just moves so fast. So, and I didn't want to start too early because I figured, well, I want the updates to be out so that we could go over them and talk. I don't want to be like sitting here waiting on, refreshing. And then I guess, but again, I didn't think that things were going to go this fast. So I figured, oh, okay, we'll be okay. And then it just ended up, everything just rolled way too fast. So, again, I don't know if people, I would imagine that they would want to just be one and done with this. Like they made, they made the decision earlier of guilty. I would imagine that they would be wanting to get the sentencing done by tonight as well. I don't know. It could go into tomorrow. I did hear that when I stepped out to run into the kitchen that that is a possibility that it could go into tomorrow. At least that's what Newsmax was reporting. Now, in my room behind me on the TV, I have Fox News. So I have Newsmax out there. My husband's been watching that. We have Fox News in here. And then I also have NBC Dallas-Fort Worth here, refreshed. Nothing's new. We have what we're watching together, Fox 4. So I'm trying to keep up. And then Kristen texts me every so often if there's an update that she thinks I didn't see. So I think we've got all the things rolling at the same time. So we should be good. We should be in good shape. All right, let's play this.
You know what? You heard that man say right there that there really are no winners here in this case. But people staying out here because they want to be out here when that sentence does come down. And of course, we'll be out here bringing you those live reactions once we learn them. For now, though, Steve, I will send it back to you.
All right, Amelia, tell me about this observation. I think I've been here a long time, and there's been a number of big trials covered nationally, but this is the first one with national interest that had the new media that you mentioned, right? Everybody has a cell phone, everybody has a social media site, everybody posting all over. It's a different feeling out there. And is this the first big one for you where you've really seen the change of how this thing is coming?
I do think a lot of people are leaving, though, to go watch Candace Owens because we're now down to like 32 people watching. I haven't kept up with Candace completely. I have to get caught up, and I'm so wrapped up in this that I haven't even thought about that actually until someone just said that. So I'll have to watch. I'll have to get caught up on all that stuff. And I was also going to pre-record some videos for you guys because I'm having surgery soon, and I'm probably going to be off for several days recovering and stuff. So wanted to get ahead in some pre-recording, but that'll be for another day. So let's see. I'm just making sure that nothing was updated. Nothing's updated. Okay.
Covered.
I would say so, Steve. And people are kind of, pointing their phone at you, just really recording everything, whether that's, just snippets of what you're saying, taking them potentially out of context. Also, people just really getting the emotional reaction from others. And at the time when I was mentioning that people gathered in those really large groups, it was because somebody was likely live streaming on social media and everyone was holding up their phones to kind of get that reaction. Again, we don't know if they are considering themselves influencers or calling themselves independent journalists. But then we have the national and international media out here with cameras and tent setup and, a mic.
Why is she generalizing influencers? They're not independent journalists? Not everyone out there is an influencer. They're two different things. Also, hey, Marty, how are you? Long time no see. Would jurors in this case, like this high profile, have protection of some sort, at least for the night? That's a good question. I don't believe so. I don't think they get like special protection. No, not to my knowledge. New media means nationwide attention, which means nationwide protests incoming. I'm telling anyone that will listen, is your city. If your city is hosting World Cup matches, be aware of chaos. I can only imagine. I'll watch CO later, usually. So can speed up. Yeah, I kind of speed through her stuff now too, because like not all of it is relevant information to me too. I kind of just like try to go through the important parts because there are a lot of things in her show now that aren't really majorly like as far as getting down to the murder of Charlie. So I kind of like skip through some of it.
Microphone and talking to a news channel like you and I are right now. So it is kind of this balance here of obviously people just kind of talking about their reactions. And then, you have the other side here that we have been allowed in the courtroom and we have heard some of that testimony. So we're kind of taking the facts that we know here and then the reaction that we are seeing out here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Traditional media tries to play down the middle and social media just plays it. So we'll see how it turns out. Amelia, thank you for your coverage. We'll get back to you in a little while if anything changes. Now we want to bring in Fox 4 Sean Rabb, who's been part of our breaking news coverage this afternoon, and he joins us with some perspective about the punishment phase. And Sean, you've been talking about sudden passion, and that's an interesting topic, I think, in this case.
Yeah, sudden passion is in the heat of the moment, not planned, not premeditated, not going to that track meet, not going to that stadium on that fateful day, planning to carry out some violence. That's what the defense in its closing arguments been sharing with jurors, that this was sudden passion. And it came in the closing statements in the punishment phase after jurors clearly rejected the idea of self-defense in guilt or innocence. Mike Howard said, even though self-defense may not apply, when we react in a moment, when our mind has not had time to process and calm down and time for cool reflection, that is different from when we have time to think and still do something bad, as he asked these jurors to consider sudden passion as a mitigating factor here as they assess punishment for Karmelo Anthony. But let me share with you what Bill Werski said. Sudden passion does not mean blaming Austin or Hunter Metcalf. That is not what this is about. Sudden passion is not the reason, he said, that Austin Metcalf is dead. And he went further to say, I know it's not easy, but I want you to think. It is clear, guilty of murder, hand out a sentence that is meaningful, a lengthy sentence that can begin to heal these people and this community. He is asking for more than 40 years. He didn't give them a number, but he's clear. At one point he said, lives have already been taken. Life sentences have already been handed down. Hand down a lengthy sentence, hand down a life sentence, send a message that this community won't tolerate senseless violence. And again, Lori Brown is still in the courtroom. She's been sharing information with us. And what we know from Lori Brown is that it is possible Judge Roach will allow these jurors to go as late as 11 o'clock tonight. That's what Lori Brown is being told by Steve Stoller, who was the retired public information officer for the city of Plano, who was brought back just to handle the media on this case. He has told the reporters who are in the courtroom, we don't know how long they'll deliberate, but if it goes until 11 p.m., then any kind of press conference would happen tomorrow. So it is possible that the judge will allow them to go until late into the night. Will it take that long? There's no way for us to know. We can say, though, it was less than 3 hours for guilt or innocence, right? Which I think most people thought it would take longer than that to come to a conclusion on guilt or innocence. It's possible that it could take longer to assess punishment, because now you're asking me to make a decision about how long I put someone away. Yes, he's guilty, but how long do I put them away? How long do I put that person away? I might feel better about it, Steve, if the person has a long criminal history of bad acts, done other bad things. but maybe I'm more burdened by trying to reach a number if that person doesn't have any kind of violence in their background. That's where we are with this Karmelo Anthony. Those jurors are struggling with that now. The 12 jurors now struggling with a number to assess for his punishment.
I think everybody understands, Sean. It's although it sounds weird, it's easier to say guilty or innocent, 2 choices. Now you got 10 years, 15 years, 20, 25, up 99 is the top end. So that's a lot of different choices they'll have to work through. Right. Sean,
Okay.
thank you, sir.
11
As we wait for the
p.m.
outcome of the punishment,
That is
Fox 4 is committed to keeping you up to date. We will.
Graphic scene with the vehicle being very mangled when they got on.
A couple of newscasts will be on Fox.
All right. So if they're thinking possibly 11 p.m., then I think we need to catch the sentencing later. I think that that's really late. It's dinner time. I haven't eaten all day. I'm sure you guys need to eat and rest. If this does come back, I can always, is that what they just said? Yeah, people are saying that possibly 11 p.m. I thought I heard 6 p.m. was a cutoff, but now I think that there's people that are hung up on a number here. Let me go back and I'm going to verify this other website really quick. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I also want to go back in that and just make sure I heard that right, but I'm pretty sure right around here is where they talked about it. Hold on.
Talk about Metcalf when you can.
Cameras inside of the courtroom.
Calm down. You need to start.
Cameras in courtrooms, but they've not always been there. We've not always covered cases with cameras. It's been with reporters chronicling the events in the courtroom and then sharing those. And that's what we've been getting in this trial. Right now, I want to go back to share with you what's happening in the closing statements before jurors begin their deliberation. We were talking earlier about sudden passion, and Mike Howard, one of the defense attorneys, wanted to impress on the jurors that, look, you decided that self-defense wasn't part of this case, but I want to help you and let you understand sudden passion can. He says, when we react in a moment, when our mind has not had time to process and calm down and time for cool reflection, that is different from when we have time to think and still do something bad. His suggestion, Karmelo Anthony acted in a moment, sudden passion, and not that he thought premeditated plan to go to that track meet and kill someone. But let me share with you what Bill Werski has said in his closing statements to this jury before they begin their deliberation. He's saying, here it is.
So what is being said on Fox 4's website is a spokesperson for the court said they will be allowed to continue deliberating into the evening. There will be another 20-minute warning once they reach a verdict. After the sentencing verdict is read, jurors will be dismissed and Metcalf's family will be allowed to give victim impact statements. If the decision is reached before 11 p.m., there will be a news conference with statements from attorneys. If it's after 11 p.m., that news conference will happen on Wednesday. So again, at 4:30, they went back to start deliberating with obviously to figure out what the punishment is and if sudden passion is going to be something that they consider in this case. As of right now, there is no updates. They are still, as of 4:47 was like the last update. They were still deliberating. I'll go ahead and check this other area again, but I seriously don't think that's going to come in the next. I don't really think they're going to come to that in the next 20 minutes, if that's what we're thinking. They didn't, again, 4:30, so that's 5:30 my time, so it's only been like an hour. Although it only took them 3 hours to get a verdict, right? So it's, I don't know what to think. So even my eyes are starting to cross. Yeah, mine are like, yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to call it for now. If and when sentencing is ready, I'll hop back on a live and make sure you guys have alerts turned on so that you get notified. We'll go live when the sentence is here. I bet you it'll be like at least in the next hour. I'm thinking maybe a little bit over that. I don't know that it'll be tomorrow, but again, like they're saying, you know, and exactly what we talked about earlier is what's the number? Oh boy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. They just added this to the NBC Dallas Fort Worth, but it's not anything. It just says prosecutors say sudden passion defense doesn't work for Karmelo Anthony. During his remarks during sentencing, prosecutor Bill Worski told the jury that sudden passion, aka heat of passion, means passion directly caused by and rising out of provoking the individual killed. During the trial, prosecutors said it was the defendant, Karmelo Anthony, who was the one provoking, and that sudden passion doesn't fit the bill here, and that the defense got it wrong. The defense asked to include sudden passion in the jury sentencing documents, and the state agreed. The jury will now answer unanimously on the verdict sheet. While finding Karmelo guilty of murder, they also unanimously will find whether he did or did not cause the death of, or wait, hold on. They also unanimously, oh God, I can't even talk anymore, find whether he did or did not cause the death of Austin Metcalf under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause. If they find the murder occurred under the influence of sudden passion, we already know this 2 to 20 years. So I don't know why they just released that, because we already knew that. So that's nothing new. I'll do this refresh one more time. But so yeah, if I think the 3 hours earlier was convincing one juror to go with murder, and now the same person is being difficult with sentencing. Yeah, I don't know. We never heard about that. Someone said it's 11:30 p.m. here. Looks like I'll not know that outcome until tomorrow. Good night. God bless. Take care. Thank you for being in the live today, guys. We have had a long one. This is my longest live ever. So I appreciate people staying with me. This has been a long day. But we knew it was going to be this with this coverage. I knew that. But I did not think we were going to be going for 6 hours straight. I kind of figured pop back in when the verdict was read, and I didn't think sentencing was going to be in the same day. But again, it seems that Texas wants to, I don't want to say they're rushing, but they mean business. So again, there's, as of now, nothing has come out. So we'll just keep an eye on this. Again, we'll go live if a verdict comes in, and we'll go from there. Again, turn your alerts on. That way you have it so that we can go over it together. If you guys are not interested in me going live when the verdict comes in, just put it in the chat now so I know not to bother. Because if no one's interested in going over when the verdict comes in and going over the sentencing, then we won't bother with that. We'll just talk about that in another live, another day or something. But I'll also keep you guys posted should any.
I tried a ton of
for me, but as of right now, we have no new news, and I don't think that we're going to have that in the next 15, 20 minutes. I kind of think this is going to be something that takes another hour or so. So we might as well all eat, rest, pray about it. And if we're tired, imagine how the family feels and everybody who's sat in court. So let's see. Yep, nothing's updated. So we are good to go. I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for hanging in there. I checked around. You're the only one giving cohesion. Thank you. I always try to be fair. Again, I am who I am. I do have my opinions, but I'm not going to be nasty. I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be unreasonable. I think, when you're 17, you're 17. I mean, when I was in my 20s, I still didn't have things figured out. That takes time. I'm 37 and I'm just now feeling like the best I felt as far as being in your skin, knowing who you are and being okay with, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you're more comfortable by the time you're getting closer to 40. I feel like it's a nice change compared to when you're in your 20s and your early 30s and you know what I mean? Figuring things out. So, all right, guys, I appreciate all of you. We will go over this once it comes in and we will go from there. Again, I appreciate all of you. You guys are the best, and I will talk to y'all soon.